This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello. Welcome to the stream, folks. We're gonna get started in just a moment, but before we do, be sure to check out the links below. You can find HeadshotH4rry on most social networking platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, and more. Donation links in the description below. Before we get started, please hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Let's do this. And as always, thank you for tuning in.
Party time! Excellent!
Hello folks, welcome to the stream. I'm HeadshotH4rry. Today we're going to be playing some Minecraft and listening to some recent UFO podcasts. We got some good ones lined up, so thank you for tuning in. And I'm gonna start the podcast right away. There's not much needed to be said as far as usually I do a little intro on what I've been working on my Minecraft world, but it speaks for itself. Right now we're trying to patch this up. I'm trying to make it so this isn't so flimsy, so I can use it more. So that's what I'll be doing for the first, 20 minutes, and then we'll go on an adventure. All right. Up first, our first UFO podcast is Jesse Michaels featuring UAP Gerb. Let's get right into it. Be sure to check out Jesse Michaels' American Alchemy on YouTube. It's one of the best YouTube channels out there. And yeah, we will no doubt hear some crazy stuff, some fantastical stuff. I just hope that you keep an open mind and research yourself. There's enough info out there that you can look into anything that these guys are talking about. So good luck, have fun. Thank you for tuning in. And a link to these podcasts will be posted in the comment section. The comment section after the stream. So, without further ado, here's our first podcast.
The information density
Jesse
of
Michaels,
your channel
featuring
is
UAP Gerb.
drinking from a fire hose of mind-blowing facts.
The golden age of Army R&D has a lot of really interesting research we can parallel today and talk about later, but during this time, the Foreign Technology Division was trying to use recovered technology to use human brain waves to guide ICBM missiles. And
Whoa!
It is not only possible, it is essential.
And then there's also stories about the 1983 Strategic Defense Initiative instituted by Ronald Reagan, which was to act against Soviet
This is
ICBMs.
Star Wars.
Yeah, this likely had a backdoor to fund UAP programs and act offensively against UAP. This technology is obviously not ubiquitous. There's different types of technology, there's different craft design. One could reasonably assume then there's different types of NHI, some man, some not man. That design actually was featured in the first ever episode of The X-Files, which was allegedly based on true stories from John D'Souza. It's the same design.
Wow.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
But you know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
Look at that. My leech was fixed. Just like that. Amazing.
I'm here with Sammy,
Look at
UAP Gerb, who runs, I think, my favorite channel on YouTube that covers UFOs. Literally, the information density of your channel is second to none. It's drinking from a fire hose of mind-blowing facts. Like, I think any 15-second clip from any one of your videos could beget its own entire video on various other channels that are kind of slower and less fast-paced. I'm just so impressed by you, and I'm grateful to call you a friend, and I'm really excited to have this conversation. We had another conversation, and it looks like that might go up on my WAP, this channel, where we're trying to like foster really cool kind of community engagement, have conversations that kind of take it to the next level when it comes to UFOs. But this follow-up should get crazier because UFO world has gone nuts since we last spoke. So it's an honor to have you here, man.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm happy to be back. I mean, we recorded last time in November. Since then, we had the hearings. We had like the Soul Foundation. We had Jake coming forward. We've had so much to touch on. So like you and I talked about, got this back together because a ton of new topics to touch on, old stuff to revisit, new information. It's been an exciting time.
It's been a crazy time. I don't even know where to start. Maybe we start with the Jake Barber story. Sure. We're in unprecedented territory where we have somebody coming out, a UFO whistleblower claiming firsthand knowledge, saying that he retrieved an egg-shaped craft, and then a video coming out of that may have been a little hyped up and anticlimactic. Yeah. But if you listen to him, a lot of what he says is just extremely internally consistent with, you know, people like Michael Herrera, who you've done a great piece on, and a lot of other accounts when it comes to, you know, UFOs and crash retrievals. It kind of vindicates Stephen Greer as well. And so it's kind of hard to poke holes in actually just the core details of the story. But yeah, what's your take on this whole Jake Barber phenomena?
Well, to start, the video on the News Nation special isn't even, that wasn't taken by Jake, and I think that was rather rushed and overhyped, just like you said. You know, Dr. Nolan came out beforehand, said people will be very happy with this. I don't think anybody but was happy with that. But the whole Jake story for me goes back to investigating Michael Herrera. Way back in the day, I think this was like February of 2024, I made a video on him and Jonathan Weygandt. And anybody unfamiliar with Jonathan Weygandt, he was a Lance Corporal in the Marines who claimed in 1997, while stationed in Peru under Operation Laser Strike, that he encountered a crashed UAP. Kind of large, egg-shaped, featured some ubiquitous features that we see in other retrievals.
Where's Operation Laser Strike?
Operation Laser Strike was an anti-narco operation in Peru. So there were like ground-based radar systems from U.S. intelligence to track like drug-running planes and so forth.
And what year was this?
97.
Okay.
And so Jonathan Weygandt, Lance Corporal at the time, basically was sent to kind of investigate a crash of an unknown, possibly foreign craft, and he and two other Marines, one Sergeant Allen and another person, found a crashed craft. The story is super interesting because it features like mother of pearl effect on the skin of the craft, liquid coming from the craft.
Explain what mother of pearl effect is.
Kind of like oil on water. Something that Jake and others also kind of described, unique features of the shimmering of kind of the craft skin. And also, Weygandt spoke of what he assumed to be bodies in the craft with kind of an arm hanging out of the craft. He's only ever done 2 interviews, one in 2001 for Stephen Greer, one in 2023 under, I think, Dan Willis. And so he is a really interesting person.
Are you in touch with him?
Yes. Yes. Jonathan Weygandt is one of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life.
Wow.
He's a really good guy.
Do you find him beyond reproach as a person?
Yes, I fully believe Jonathan Weygandt's encounter.
Why?
There's small details that kind of prove to aid in other research. The reason I covered him and Michael together in a video, besides just the fact they were Marines, is they both talked about a team present. Of course, in Michael's case, he talked about a human-made craft that he encountered. But
let's back up real quick. So you're saying, Weygandt's this Peru case, and then just for the audience, Michael Herrera is this case in Indonesia with this Marine unit, right?
Yes.
And they see this sort of, I guess he calls it Vanta Black.
Yeah.
8-gon shape, which Jake Barber describes as well. Craft hovering above the treetops. He kind of closes in on it, and then this like really elite paramilitary unit then basically takes his whole unit into sort of custody. And kind of reprimands them. And then he thinks that this whole thing is part of some sort of psionic asset trafficking scheme where UFO legacy programs are actually taking people in third world countries like Indonesia back to the U.S. in order to summon craft. I mean, the whole thing.
Well, initially he thought it was human trafficking. And we'll get into this in a few minutes. It was when he gave his testimony when Michael Herrera gave his testimony at the 2023 Stephen Greer National Press Club show, that's when Jake Barber was sitting in the audience and said, I know about this, and contacted Michael.
We back channeled it. That was us. We back channeled that.
That was you.
That was me.
Oh my God.
But in Michael and Jonathan's encounters, so Jonathan said he saw an extraterrestrial craft or a non-human intelligence craft. Michael has stated, unlike the Air Report, which lies about this, that he saw a human-made craft. However, there are some similar elements in both aspects. The crash recovery team in Jonathan's story, some of them wore DOE-lettered rain jackets, and there were other seemingly military operators in black fatigues. They spoke with American dialect but featured no insignia. This was the same thing that Michael described. Michael described a little further by stating that these men back in 2009 had really advanced M4 rifles with, beautiful rangefinders and
they had bioscanners.
Yeah, kind of like what he described to be like a modern cell phone to kind of scan their identification and so forth. And so there were some very similar elements, and that's kind of why I covered those two people together now.
And that's pretty wild, right? In 2000, what was it?
2009.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like pretty shortly after the iPhone was released. So do you have any sense of what these elite, paramilitary groups, like who they're working on behalf of? Is it UFO legacy programs? Is it the Department of Energy? I know that's been speculated at times. Or
I think they're two different teams, to be quite honest. Because Jonathan described a team of guys in camouflage with weapons, the black fatigue, DOE rain jackets, and also men in hazmat suits. So this must have been a specially designed crash retrieval team to contain biologics, spillage, possibly hazardous materials. If you analyze other cases in history, the 1974 Koreame alleged crash and some of the majestic documents, there have been occasions where toxic elements have seeped from crash retrievals and so forth. But I think this is likely a DOE NEST team, nuclear emergency search teams. This is kind of almost semi-private institutions. I mean, back in the day, these NEST teams, which were kind of elite operators sent to deal with anything that involved nuclear technology or nuclear secrets. This was comprised of various specialized operators and also received help from contractors like EG&G. We know EG&G from the Wilson Davis memo, from the story of Bob Lazar, Edgar Fouché, so forth, seeped in UFO lore.
Yes.
It seems like Michael, the team he was dealing with, is the same team that Jake Barber is familiar with, and this is like a deep, black, former JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, Tier 1 operators, former Delta, the SEAL Team 6, Intelligence Support Activity, 24th STS, and these guys are bad eggs who are okay with hurting people. Then this is likely strictly private teams.
And who does it roll up to? Because I was trying to talk to Jake about this, and it's like there's an ongoing FBI investigation, so he can't say much. And then I did get him to say, well, you could probably guess, if you had two guesses on the aerospace prime contractor front,
Can you say anything about the companies that you worked for in the context of these UFO crash retrievals?
Look, man, if you took two guesses, you'd get both of them right on the first try.
There you go.
Okay.
And so my guess this is me talking, would be like Lockheed and Northrop, but there's this other element of Department of Energy, who in the government does this roll up to? You hear stuff like the CIA's director of science and technology, somebody like Glenn Gaffney would be involved. And back in the day, the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence was probably involved in this sort of stuff. But who's in charge from the government perspective now?
Gosh, that's a great question, and I think it's probably a very small portion of people. I think, like you talked about, elements of DOE and intelligence, CIA, and I think even more so than CIA modern day, the National Security Agency, NSA.
Yep.
We know that the CIA deals with human intelligence,
Yep.
and we know the NSA deals with SIGINT, or signals intelligence. As far as why I also say the NSA, so in my projects, I use as much publicly available research as humanly possible. I don't really like to say, well, a source told me this, a source told me this, even though there's quite a bit of people I talk to that will never make it on a video or never reveal their identity public. But this individual was in U.S. Army Office of Public Affairs. He served in the mid-2010s, and he said, I'm not really afraid of the CIA, but what I'm terrified of is the NSA. So I think if I had to wager, it'd be elements of the NSA pulling a lot of strings.
Well, the sort of public-facing review group, the All-Domain Anomalies, Anomalous Research Organization or Office, or I always screw it up. Arrow.
Organization, one of them,
whatever. The main sort of outfit studying UFOs from a public, perspective. The new director was a former director of the National Security Administration, the NSA, John Kozlowski, and so. It does beg this question, how much of this is I often think that the overrated elements of UFOs are just focused on like metamaterials.
Yeah.
That's like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And then actually it's this way deeper sort of thing around like human, like signal, like the fact that we're like probably getting downloads and stuff. And actually there's a book called Above Black by a guy named Dan Sherman. And he's like sort of recruited into this like nondescript, NSA building. Mm-hmm. And I've heard from an extremely credible source high up in government where if I were to give you this person's title, it's just completely beyond reproach, saying that program probably existed. He's recruited to this like NSA, nondescript building and basically told to do all sorts of weird mind matter experiments, like collapse a sine wave. He's given these like binaural beats, and then like basically he's used as like a sort of human antenna for like alien signals. Right. And it's part of this thing he calls Project Preserve Destiny. And he says that he's genetically been manipulated in the womb. And more, I interviewed yesterday a psionic asset who was recruited through the GATE program, through these gifted student programs or whatever. And so I think more and more is coming out of the woodwork around like kids and gifted people and like clairvoyance being approached at a very young age for downloads and signals that they're getting. And there's a guy named Andrei Puharich who I believe he wrote a book called The Sacred Mushroom. And he had these space kids back in the day where he'd recruit all these kids to upstate New York. And he had this Round Table Institute in Maine. And it was the space kids were meant to basically get downloads from and Star Trek came from one of these downloads. Wow. Gene Roddenberry was inspired by this woman named Phyllis Schliemann. I don't know, Phyllis something.
Yeah.
And that sort of inspired all of Star Trek, and EG&G I think actually picked up a lot of the work there. And so it's super fascinating.
That's similar to like Tim Taylor, right? He said some of the ideas for his businesses came via like unknown downloads to his head. Isn't that what Diana Pasulka has kind of said around him and his work?
Yeah, that he engaged in protocols to basically download all sorts of information. And he I believe started a biotech company called Vivex Biotech and sold it for $88 million or something crazy like that. And he claims that a lot of that was derived from downloads that he got. And I spoke to him for a very brief period of time over the phone once. He sort of disappeared on me after that. And, his whole thing was like, don't use your phone and tap in and like, it all felt like, on the one hand, cliche, but maybe actually really fundamental, important advice as far as, being able to gain access to, better stuff or whatever from... I don't know. The whole thing's really trippy.
Well, it's been an interesting year so far, right? With all kind of the mention of psionics. I mean, I'm sure I speak for a lot of people when I speak for myself here. I don't really like to use the word nuts and bolts. I think it's super cliche and overplayed. But kind of my focus is in legacy program research, crash retrieval, reverse engineering, stuff like that. So the whole psionics territory with Jake and stuff is still uncomfortable territory for me, but there's still so many lines of research and stuff I do that harken back to this. One example is Philip J. Corso. I recently did a project on Corso. Corso stated that in 1960 he was recruited to the U.S. Army's Foreign Technology Division. This isn't to be confused with the Air Force's Foreign Technology Division. Two separate things. Under Lieutenant General Arthur Trudeau. Now, the Foreign Technology Division, there's no records of it. It's similar to the Army's Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit that probably only exists through institutional record. Right. There's no record, but in Corso's testimony...
Which, by the way, we know that existed.
Correct, yeah.
That was Interplanetary Phenomena Unit. We know that existed, yes. Which is crazy. We knew that a group named that existed between, 47, 50 or something?
Yeah, 47 to 50, and that was first confirmed in 1986 to UFO researcher William Steinman.
Exactly.
In the Majestic documents, there's an IPU report, Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit report, and an IPU field order. 2 documents, still disputed, but...
So those are disputed, but the Steinman thing, I believe Steinman contacted somebody in the federal government to gain more access, and they basically said the records had been deleted.
Yeah, and that it only existed in institutional memory.
That's right, but it existed. And so that's just so fascinating.
And I'll get back to Corso, but maybe we'll talk about the IPU documents later, because that actually talks about like a crash retrieval that killed technicians at Sandia National Labs because of the danger of the crash. But so Corso worked for the Foreign Technology Division. This is not in dispute. You can look through his official military records that said he was the chief of the Foreign Technology Division, not out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. But the crux of his testimony is that under Arthur Trudeau in 1958 to 1962, we saw the golden age of Army R&D. And this is where materials recovered from the Roswell crash and possibly other crashes, maybe Aztec, maybe crash at Corona, plains of San Augustine, and so forth, that the U.S. Army would partner with the U.S. industry to figure out how these technologies work and seed them back primarily to help the U.S. military and secondly help the American people if necessary. Well, we know we never saw the American people if necessary, but it wasn't just to seed the technologies, it was also to improve upon existing technologies. There's a lot of contention here because some of these technologies were passive night vision systems, and guys like Colonel John B. Alexander, who has made some lies about the Majestic documents before, dispute this, and stuff like the transistor and integrated circuit. But I like to focus on other stuff because the golden age of Army R&D has a lot of really interesting research we can parallel today and talk about later. But Corso also states during this time that the Foreign Technology Division was trying to use recovered technology to use human brain waves to guide ICBM missiles and ballistic missiles.
Really?
Yeah.
In today's world, staying informed can feel like navigating a maze of headlines, each with its own agenda. That's why I started using Ground News, a tool designed for skeptics and truth seekers like many in this community. NASA are researchers discovered less than a decade ago, and they're already being hailed as one of the biggest breakthroughs in promoting healthy aging. This is where Qualia Senolytic shines. As we age, our bodies accumulate.
That's fascinating. So Philip J. Corso wrote this book called The Day After Roswell, and he wrote it in 97?
97, but The Day After Roswell has a bunch of fluff added by its co-writer.
That's interesting. And he wasn't super happy about that, right?
No. Rumor has it he only had 24 hours to edit it, and according to his son, he put his hand to his head and said, I can't believe this.
That's so interesting, because I was just talking to James Fox, who has an interview with Philip J. Corso, and we need to put this out. It's not public.
No, it is. It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
He said he's sitting on 3 hours, and
maybe
only
part
20
of minutes.
I think public. A little bit's public.
And it's published through Greer, weirdly enough.
Yeah. No, so I think more can come out. And he was like, basically James Fox said, gun to my head, I get shot if I'm wrong. I think Philip J. Corso was legit. And so that's fascinating. He had a co-writer that might have kind of co-opted his process in some way, because there is stuff in that book that's, I think, clearly false.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the tech tree around integrated circuits and semiconductors, I don't think you need alien intervention to describe. There's I think a Munich patent on a transistor that goes back to the 30s.
Yeah.
But I do think we saw this stepwise leap in interesting technology around this time, especially in material science. And I do believe the basic Roswell story, that some sort of this memory metal, and I believe Jesse Marcel, this Air Force flight surgeon, that may have handled this memory metal material, and that it probably did make its way to Wright Airfield at the time, which Wright Airfield would have been the place you would have taken it, because they were basically reverse engineering adversary tech. They had
MiGs, Russian MiGs later on, but
in 1943 they successfully reverse engineered a German pulse jet engine. So they were already successfully reverse engineering adversary retrieved technology. So it makes total sense that you'd take something there. And then basically to complete the loop on Philip J. Corso, he says that material is taken to Roscoe Hillenkoetter. Roscoe Hillenkoetter is the first director of the CIA, makes the call that Corso should be in charge of doling this out to basically civil side use cases, for commercial purposes. So Bell Labs would be the main place.
Bell Labs, Sperry Rand, which went defunct, and its divisions went to Northrop, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and others. And so Philip Corso actually has a manuscript. It's called Dawn of a New Age. And so for my research on Corso, I read the two side by side and went through every single difference. Remarkably different. For example, in Day After Roswell, there's a passage about how Corso intimidated a CIA director to off himself, which is absurd. And of course, you don't see that in the manuscript.
Oh, they psyoped him, man.
Yeah.
And he had 24 hours to edit it.
Yeah.
And what else? What else?
The first chapter of the book is like a detailed description of Roswell as if somebody was there. Corso never talks about that stuff. He doesn't know what happened at Roswell. He just takes the materials he's seen. Another example is continued mentions to the Majestic documents in Day After Roswell. They're only passively referenced once in Dawn of a New Age. However, in Dawn of a New Age, Corso also states interesting stuff that he found after his time in the Foreign Technology Division, and maybe we'll get into that later because we can circle back to the psionic stuff with other like really old research we can dig into. But Corso would talk about stuff like a UFO working group, which there's reason to suggest maybe the Majestic 12 changed into that along the way. But what I wanted to say about the psionics as well is, and just kind of the mental phenomena, I want to route this back to three key players: Dr. Eric A. Walker, Robert Sarbacher, Dr. Robert Sarbacher, and Wilbert B. Smith. So this story takes place around 1950. Wilbert B. Smith was a Canadian radio engineer who had a huge interest in flying saucers after reading The Flying Saucer Conspiracy by author Frank Scully. Dr. Robert Sarbacher was the scientific advisor to the Research and Development Board spearheaded by Vannevar Bush. Around 1950, Wilbert Smith met with Robert Sarbacher to talk about flying saucers because the Canadian government wanted to use sort of the Earth's magnetic field for propulsion, and he thought after reading The Flying Saucer Conspiracy there may be some sort of connection. And during this meeting, Robert Sarbacher said stuff like, well, in the 1950 there were meetings about flying saucers. The U.S. government studies them. It's spearheaded by a group of Vannevar Bush. I can't tell you what they're from or what they're made of, but we know they're not made by humans. And so Wilbert Smith relayed that in a 1950 Department of Transportation Canada memo that was then reduced from top secret to, I think, restricted access or confidential in 1960 something, and then completely unclassified later. But so Wilbert B. Smith took that and met with Sarbacher and these guys again to really get involved with UFOs. And Sarbacher basically said, I can connect you to the proper American authorities to engage with more UFO research if you can A, become cleared, and B, give something back. And so Wilbert B. Smith, he would later on go to spearhead Project Magnet, which was Canada's first UFO investigation group, followed up by Project Second Story. But when he finally met again with the Americans, he learned other things such as, Vannevar Bush spearheaded the group. He knew that. He had a couple more things, but he also said that the U.S. authorities studying UFOs were obsessed with the mental phenomena that accompanied UFO research. So later on down the line, there was also a gentleman, Dr. Eric A. Walker. This guy is super esteemed. He was Penn State University's president, one of the smartest people of the entire 20th century. He was named in a conversation to William Steinman, UFO researcher, that one of the attendees of these meetings in the 1950s about UFO crash retrievals was Dr. Eric A. Walker. Dr. Eric A. Walker would stay silent for a long time. He was first contacted in, I think, 1984 by William Steinman. He returned William Steinman's letter really cryptically with a typed thing saying, like, go, leave me alone. But eventually he would kind of meet with Steinman and another researcher named Henry Azadehel. During these meetings, he would say some interesting stuff, like he was present at the 1965 Kecksburg UFO crash. And yes, that he did attend these meetings, but when William Steinman asked him about, or maybe it was Henry Azadehel, asked him about Majestic 12, he said he knew about Majestic 12, he'd known about them for 40 years. And he retorted with a question saying, what do you know about ESP, extrasensory perception? Unless you know about it.
I think he said the sixth sense specifically.
Yeah. You would never be let in.
Yes.
So,
well, it was almost, not only you'd never be let in, like you can't even comprehend the reality of it. It was, and I think it was a Don Quixote reference,
chasing
right?
after windmills.
Chasing after windmills, which that's always stuck with me. It's like disclosure isn't this file that you can just give to somebody.
No.
It's like, I can't even tell you because you're literally like unable to cognize what I might be able to, share.
Yeah.
It's just so fascinating. And then just to add corroboration to the first thing you were mentioning with the Sarbacher Wilbur Smith connection, not only did he run research and development under Vannevar Bush, he was head of Washington National Labs.
Yeah.
He was this atomic energy expert at the highest level in the U.S. and he was kind of scrubbed. This is Robert Sarbacher. He was kind of scrubbed from the internet as well. And he was known for having an IQ of 200 plus
Brilliant
or something.
person.
Just brilliant guy. And so he's just this fascinating character who is also very close with Thomas Townsend Brown, who's this anti-gravity inventor at the time.
You know better than anybody.
Well, in 1956, when Thomas Townsend Brown does his experiment in Paris, proving the Byfield-Brown effect, and that this works in a vacuum, and I think showing some sort of interesting coupling between electromagnetism and gravity, he comes back to the U.S. and he's picked up in a black Cadillac by Robert Sarbacher, who he's very, very close to. And so there's a lot of connection there. And so you had a third. So Eric Walker, Robert Sarbacher, both corroboration for this sort of ESP psionic thing. What else?
And then another thing, I'm sure many viewers will know Leonard Stringfield, who's one of the greatest crash retrieval researchers, probably the greatest of all time. In the 70s and 80s, when nobody was doing this, he was researching crash retrievals. He was mainly focusing on witness testimony. In his files, so in crash retrieval status reports 1 through 7, as well as when he passed on and Michael Schratt went to his archives in Cincinnati and read through the rest of his reports, he found numerous mentions of witnesses who had observed recovered UFOs and kind of cutaway diagrams accompanying the UFOs, and how in certain retrieval cases there would seem to be like a headband or a headband transceiver worn by the operators of the craft that somehow would pilot said craft. And that's the same thing Corso said, right? In interviews with him, he said that the operators of specifically the Roswell craft were part of the guidance system. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't seem too far-fetched when Jake talks about an asset, a psionic person being able to use their mind to commandeer the flight controls of a craft.
When we look at collecting data, one of the areas that we look to collect data is through a psionic asset, which is an individual who's trained in remote viewing, psychic abilities, telekinesis, that type of thing.
I'm still unfamiliar with the physics of really how to wrap my head around this fully, but it's not out of the question to me. It's based in a lot of research spanning back to 1960s.
Yeah. No, I think it's the future of physics, and I think it's just so like when you have an anomaly in physics, if you can't turn it into math and you can't instrumentalize it into technology, I think it goes into this category called an anomaly, and you just don't know what to do with it. And then the anomaly usually or often will get vindicated in a new theory. But until that anomaly gets vindicated in a new theory, you just have to say it's a weird anomaly and we don't know what to do with it. And so parapsychology, I think, is, parapsychology being the psionic sort of mind matter thing, is proven experimentally.
Right.
You can't turn it into math. We're in the Stone Age on it, and it's hard to turn into technology. Maybe inside, government circles have turned this into technology, but we haven't civil side. And so I think because of that, it's totally stigmatized. But if you look at other examples in the past, like black body radiation, in the 1860s, or the orbit of Mercury, which was not described well in a Newtonian paradigm. You needed Einstein to describe it. Until you get the new theory, you just don't get vindication for the anomaly. And so that's my take on it. Now, it's not like physics outside of that branch has been productive at all in the last 70 years. Like it's actually been extremely unproductive.
Well, who knows what sort of progress has been made that's been kind of kept under wraps. We have SRI and SAIC with the Stargate program. And you and I have personal experience with Randy, who, as a Green Beret, was at the Naval Surface Warfare Center Crane, went underground via contractor SAIC, and was shown technology that purportedly responded to human consciousness.
We get under there, door opens, we go through security type checkpoint. I remember the first thing that stood out to me was that it was significantly more modern than everything up top. Yep. And that was odd.
Now, anybody who's saying that the Navy hasn't studied this stuff is not fully knowledgeable on the subject. Going back to 2011 and 2012, the Navy, the ONR specifically, Office of Naval Research, was publishing studies on a sixth sense within humans. So the Navy, SAIC, SRI, Stargate, all of these guys are pretty interested. I mean, we have U.S. Army INSCOM General Albert Stubblebine, who wanted to basically cognitively enhance soldiers. The movie The Men Who Stare at Goats is made after Stubblebine.
Yeah, after Stubblebine, Lynn Buchanan, all the the whole Stargate program, which was ran from 1972 to 95, and systematically, kind of employed these psychic spies, which would gather intel, which was hugely consequential for the United States. I just interviewed actually Joseph McMoneagle, who figured out this, novel Russian submarine, I think it's 78 or 79. And that was extremely critical for, the U.S. during the Cold War. And he was thanked at like the highest level. I think Robert Baker actually was like sort of very against his intel to begin with. And then he realized that it was sort of vindicated after McMoneagle sort of figured this out. And he won the Legion of Merit due to, the very productive activity he engaged in. So I do think the Office of Naval Intelligence is the oldest intelligence organization in the U.S.
Right.
It goes back to the 1890s, way pre-National Security Act and CIA and NSA later, like pre all of that. So I agree. And for the audience, because they're probably drinking from a fire hose of facts now, Randy Anderson is this amazing Green Beret who you introduced me to, who is really just I think a war hero. I think both of you and I have heard offline of stories around his deployments to various countries that he wants to lay low on because it's not the Green Beret way. He doesn't want to brag about anything.
It's not the SEAL way.
But there's a number of people in his graduating class who've died. He's gone through a lot, and he was stationed he was an 18 Bravo weapons sergeant, an expert on all various weapon systems, and he was taken underground to this deep underground military base, which we know exists across the country.
It's not a question.
Yeah,
that's not a question, and that's a fascinating topic to get into as well. And once you talk about Randy, we can absolutely get into dumbs.
Well, I just want to hear you because, there's I got a lot of flack for that video, and I've spoken to his colleagues. I've spoken to two of his Green Beret buddies now.
Yeah,
I have their DD-214s. Like, I know a little bit about them and their background, and I know that Randy is not lying. No. And there are people out there on the internet questioning his service, which is insane and I honestly shameful.
Yeah.
If there's anything substantive you have to say there or on the testimony, fine.
Because he also has pictures of him at Crane.
It's absurd.
At the year, right when he saw the technology.
He's a war hero.
Yeah.
And you just don't that's insane. And then, there are questions he has about his experience.
Yeah.
The off-world technologies division, like he doesn't know what that was. That human technology was that non-human intelligence, tech.
After that, we moved on down another hallway and got into an area that had a marking on the wall and said off-world technology.
Said off-world technology.
That was where the weird shit started. We go into the room, and the one room, these significantly higher level of technology, like the lighting even looked, everything was just, it was more, it was just a different vibe, man. I don't know how else to describe it. Like I said, the lighting was different. The walls had maybe, I would assume, some type of Faraday material. Like everything was just a higher level of detail. The first object was a metallic basketball-sized sphere, and it was above a podium, and it looked like it was just levitating above the podium.
Levitating above the podium. What makes you think that was non-human?
Well, I don't think it's a valid criticism as well to say that because there was some sort of sign that labeled Off-World Technologies Division that's completely nonsensical.
Yeah,
his story. I've seen that criticism leveraged around, and how do you that's quite a baseless claim to make that a division would not be named. Sure, it may seem a bit strange, but we're talking about UFO legacy programs and deep underground military bases that span the continental United States. So that's not an accurate criticism to me. But the technologies Randy saw, I want to focus specifically on the sphere that he said reacted to human consciousness. There is a mutual friend of ours that has observed that as well.
Yes.
And that is Jordan of Skywatchers, if we can talk about that.
Yeah.
When he was involved in the GATE program as a late teen, intelligence or military brass in suits and, eggheads brought in a case, opened it up, and there was the same exact sphere.
That story continues to pop up. Yeah. It's either a sphere or a piece of metal, and they want to see. I just interviewed somebody yesterday, and I can talk about this because it's going to come out. This guy, Shane Frakes, Old Vet Symposium on Twitter, and he talks about being shown a sphere. And so it's the same thing, shown a sphere and seeing how the person would react and if they have some sort of psionic connection to it. And it's kind of the same thing as the Jake Barber story, where he locks on mentally to, in this case, the Akon craft. But there is a mental connection. And so that is, and then there's SAIC, I believe, is on record studying quote unquote psychotronic technology.
Yeah,
there's like a long history.
They coined their own terms for like telekinesis and psychokinesis when they kind of bought up the research from SRI. So SAIC took it and ran with it.
And they were operating Stargate, the psychic spy program, in Palo Alto, like at the end of its existence. So yeah, there's a lot of history there that just corroborates. Where if you don't know the history, you're going to hear this Green Beret saying, I saw a sphere levitating in front of a podium and I mentally locked onto it. And you're going to be like, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But you need to update your priors and like actually dive deep into the history of this stuff, which, I mean, you're like the tip of the spear on. But I often feel like I'm out on an island where you have very few people to talk to who who don't realize that this stuff actually isn't crazy. If you're engaging in solid Bayesian reasoning, maybe you have to think probabilistically, and it's not 100% this is definitely real or whatever, but like your base case is that it actually is real because there's a lot of evidence around it.
Yeah, and like the other testimonies we mentioned too are incredibly interesting. The story with Jordan, he and I spoke about that long before any research with Randy was ever made public. So initially when I made contact with Randy, I went around kind of looking for any other story that may involve some sort of sphere, some sort of basketball-sized metal that might interact with people. And this also almost harkens back even to how we opened up with the story of Jonathan Weygandt when he got in close proximity to the crash craft he saw, whether it was the beans or the craft itself. He felt an overwhelming sense of calmness and communication in his head. And we hear that from Jake Barber as well with the 8-gon.
You hear it in pretty much every alien abduction account as this sort of mental telepathic connection. And I do find it interesting. Certain people are down for like breaking exotic breaking physics in the form of exotic flight principles and like metamaterials. But for whatever reason, so that like breaks our reality there. But they're not down for the mental thing. And it's like, why is that a bridge too far? If you've crossed this bridge is crazy. So you have to open up, all possibilities at that point. And again, think probabilistically. So maybe that second bridge is slightly lower probability than the first bridge. But I think people don't realize just how limited their thinking is around a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it's like what we talked about. Like my research mainly focuses on legacy programs, but I can't discount the research done at Stargate, the psionic stuff. I can't leave that out of the equation. I still need to study it always when it arises.
Of course,
And, and sometimes those bleed over into the realms I study as well. Because, we were talking about Stubblebine, who was interested in psychic spies. Then on the other hand, Stubblebine also has really interesting research into like UFO crash retrieval and legacy reverse engineering programs. Yep. So on one hand, he's kind of engaging with the more psychic aspect of the phenomenon. On the other hand, he's dealing with the really tangible program level stuff. I mean, Stubblebine created the U.S. Army INSCOM Intelligence and Security Command's Special Operations Unit, the Intelligence Support Activity. In, I think, 2002, right around the time the CIA OGA was created, the Intelligence Support Activity, which is a really, really like clandestine, secretive combat group, kind of like the CIA soldiers almost, was brought over to JSOC, the Joint Special Operations Command. And if we adhere to some excellent reporting by Chris Sharp and others, the CIA OGA and its creation in 2002 and JSOC are utilized to perform crash retrievals and so forth.
Yeah, there's JSOC continues to come up, as like they sort of go in, and what's the connection between Delta Force and JSOC? Is there
Delta Force is a unit in JSOC. I think it's the 24th STS out of the Air Force, SEAL Team 6 out of the Navy, Delta out of Army, and ISA out of Army as well. There might be another unit or two. I don't want to butcher that, but those are some of the primary units.
And my buddy Matt Pines made the connection that Lou Elizondo is actually part of this group called Gray Fox.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, deep military intelligence, but specifically it's like going into extremely sensitive sites, you know, for JSOC.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he might know a thing or two about UFOs from that, not just the OSAP, ATIP, you know, whatever that experience was around 2007, 2012. So
absolutely. And another interesting thing about Stubblebine, while we're talking about him, in the memoir Dawn of a New Age by Philip J. Corso stated he learned that in 1986 there was a group created called the UFO Working Group, which was created to study and kind of manipulate UFOs, reverse engineering, and so forth. And this was funded by the leader of U.S. Army INSCOM, which is, of course, Albert Stubblebine. And to top things off, to make it even more interesting, so that's 1986. In 1984, Stubblebine left the U.S. Army. He then went on to serve as like a chairman or a board member of BDM, which was a defense contractor bought up by TRW, which was then bought up by Northrop Grumman. But in 1985, Albert Stubblebine and BDM at their corporate headquarters in McLean, Virginia, created what they called the Advanced Theoretical Working Group.
Yes.
Which was a large which was a large event classified with DOE controls to study UFO reverse engineering and crash retrieval. And we have the famous notes by Oak Shannon, which resulted from that.
Okie Shannon, who was a Los Alamos project manager, very high up. You had, I believe, like Ferris Williams, Kenneth Shoulders,
John B. Alexander.
John B. Alexander, Hal Puthoff, guys like that. Was Eric Davis part of this, or
I don't know,
later?
but I wouldn't be surprised. He's always popping up in the same circle.
Well, it was clearly this sort of working group to figure out like the physics around UFOs, and I think, according to Okie Shannon, there were some even spookier people who would never speak, and they just sit in the room and they'd sort of gather intelligence on this stuff. And then when Greer started his kind of whistleblowing efforts, where he started to attract, this is Stephen Greer, Dr. Stephen Greer, started to attract all these people coming out of the government, speaking to him, and he starts to promote this sort of CE5, like, you know, getting into contact with the UFOs, attracting them, whatever. Stubblebine and John Alexander show up around him, and I believe Stubblebine offers him a big sum of money to like join legacy efforts or like join the program or something, or what's the story there?
So I think because of Greer's own ego, and like I have my feelings about Greer, both pros and cons, he likes to frame this as Stubblebine offered me $2 billion to shut up and talk about UFOs. But I think, according to documents and emails on the DPI archive, that $2 billion, which still is an egregious sum of money, was to purchase Stephen Greer's institution, CSETI, and integrate it into Stubblebine's work. So it wasn't just to buy off Stephen Greer, it was to basically purchase his whole institution, and this was in 1992.
That's crazy. So what do you think was so valuable about what Stephen Greer was doing in 1992 that would, I mean, maybe that was a fake offer, or like...
Well, I don't know if that's real, but the real meat of the Greer saga and the Greer information starts to pick up around 97. It's really hard to track down what Greer was doing in pre-1997.
But he was a doctor?
Yeah, he was a practicing trauma doctor, I think at an ER. I don't really know how he got interested in the subject, but he does say at the age of 18, and he said this in his 2024 September event, that he was contacted by like a cosmic intelligence and told to basically save the world.
He's brought a lot of exposure to the UFO world, and he should be really vindicated, and he's worked his ass off. But yeah, he can be weird vibes, I think, at times.
I think there was a really big shift in Greer. So, he talks about his archive release, the DPI archive, Disclosure Project Initiative Archives. He says it would take somebody 2 to 4 years to go through it. That's nonsense. I've gone through the whole thing like 8 times. But... So in 1997, I don't know what Greer was doing before that, but in 1997, UFO researcher William Hamilton III, who wrote the book Cosmic Top Secret I talked about in relation to Northrop Grumman, he had been in contact with Greer, and this UFO researcher, who I think is one of the most underappreciated people in the entire realm, he introduced Greer to various witnesses that would feature on the 2001 Disclosure Project National Press Club event, where various government and private sector whistleblowers would speak. Some of these included some redacted names who I've come to learn about those people. They're not public.
Wow.
And then Mark McCandlish and Brad Sorensen.
Oh, yeah.
The two primary witnesses, Brad Sorensen being the primary witness of the 1988 Norton Air Force show, where an alien reproduction vehicle was shown off, and Mark McCandlish, the person who created the line art drawings and so forth. And by the way, the term alien reproduction vehicle that most people associate with Greer was coined by Sorensen himself and relayed in Hamilton's 1992 book, Cosmic Top Secret. He got this wrong. He said alien replicated vehicle, but even so. And around the same time, I talked about this in around Northrop as well, Greer met a person named A.H. He's since spilled the name in his archive. I just won't repeat it. We'll call it A.H. But A.H. was, I guess, a former Boeing technician. And we can see from Hamilton and A.H. most of the grounds that Greer operates on today, including naming sites where programs operated, where it's Air Force Base, not really Wright-Patterson, China Lake, Dugway Proving Grounds, all of these sites. And you can see direct quotes from A.H. and Hamilton that have made their way into Greer's research. He still is used today. I mean, Greer's a big proprietor that Dugway Proving Grounds out in Utah saw a lot of UFO programs shipped over from Area 51. And he always quotes that 35 to 40% of programs at Area 51 were moved to Dugway in Utah. Well, if you look at AH's testimony in the year 2000 recorded, he says the exact same thing. So Greer has really built upon, like most of us, like all of us, he stood on the shoulders of giants and important people before him. But there seemed to be a real shift when he gained that sort of popularity, where Greer would really, really focus on the CE5 stuff, which can really rub people the wrong way. And I think that's really mostly due to kind of the monetary incentive around it. Like, he's doing CE5 cruises.
And what is CE5 sort of summoning?
It's psionic stuff.
Psionic stuff,
But I think a little more spiritual, like more focus on love and light.
Yep.
And Greer's also been busted for posting photos of like cactuses and stuff and saying they're entities.
Yeah, it's this mixed bag, and it's somewhat unfortunate. But you have to express your sort of gratitude to him, but then it's also like sometimes you wish it came in better form.
Yeah, because
Uh-huh.
I've never spoken to Greer. I've never been in contact with him. I don't plan to, but I've been badmouthed by him. I know that.
What did he say about you?
So when Greer released his DPI archive, and I went through that and looked at all the accompanying files, because with each witness ID that's redacted, a lot of the time there's emails. I would look through these and I would say, like, why does Greer get to talk to these people and nobody else does? So I would spend weeks tracking people down and finding out who they were and contacting them. There've been multiple that I have, but at the tail end of 2024, there was a recent entry on the archive. This was a brand new person. This was the Army Public Affairs person that I talked about recently. I contacted this person. We struck up a relationship. This guy's an amazing person. But right when we started talking, he was suspicious of my motives, of course, because I reach out and I just said, hi, I found your name this way, this way, this way. Because whenever I reach out to somebody from the archive, I say, hey, this is where the breach of security happened. This is how I found your name. It will not be shared. I'm not interested in contacting anybody else. But so this guy and I started talking, and we hung up on the phone one day, and he called me back 10 minutes later. He said, I need to know what you're doing. I said, excuse me? He said, I just talked to Greer, and he said you're an intelligence asset. I said, what? So apparently this guy, when we hung up off the phone, he then contacted Greer because he was still in contact with Greer. And he gave Greer my full name, which I would prefer if he wouldn't have done that, but that's okay. And then Greer said I was an intelligence asset. So that's my one.
And then he said you were not an intelligence. He cleared it up, or he said you were an intelligence.
No,
asset.
Greer said I was an intelligence asset.
What is he basing that on?
Nothing.
He's just fucking saying that you're an intelligence.
Yeah, I've never talked to the guy.
Yeah, And for the record, on record, you'll say you don't have a security clearance.
No, I don't have a security clearance.
Yeah.
I've never been in the military. I've never been in intelligence.
Yeah.
Graduated with a degree in engineering, and I moved to.
What do you do? Do you have like a day job, or is YouTube your full time?
Yeah, like mechanical engineering, service engineering. It's very boring. I'd like to move to this more full time because
for what can you say?
Medical devices, formerly renewable energy, like wind turbines and such.
Okay. Normal dude.
Yeah, normal dude. But that's been my.
But he's gonna have a massive channel and do this full time, and
I hope so. I mean, there's a lot of work in this subject that I think needs to be revisited, because as much as I hate to say it, and I'm sure you realize it as well, there has been elements of circular reporting in this subject.
Tons, and I'm sure, like, I've been guilty of it at times. Like, I don't think you can thoroughly investigate all of this stuff and get it's all so crazy and weird, you're gonna get a little bit wrong along the way. And so like it's gonna be this dialectical process where you have to wade through the bullshit and just have open conversations. And I think as long as people think you're a good faith actor and you're like earnestly showing your thought process to everybody and you're like getting closer to an approximation of truth, that's all you can do. And then just saying, like, admitting if you're wrong, and like if somebody comes at you with something substantive, just like accepting that and incorporating it into your worldview. And I think the other tricky thing is like people can say when you cover this topic that you are shilling a thing, and you can be grifting, which is absurd. Like I do have like a company that like encapsulates my show. I've never taken money out of the company. Like I've never like made. I mean, money has come in through like sponsors and that sort of thing because I do want this to be sustainable. I have costs, and like I'm down to make money on it long term. But like what I was doing before was definitely more of a clear path to making like a lot of money than this. If anything, I've lost a lot of money over the last couple of years. It's kind of funny, like. But yeah, I don't think you can do anything else other than like earnestly kind of move forward and just be humble and cool, and like people sense that. And
I really from what I try and do, I see a big gap in modern day in terms of investigating primarily legacy programs and witness testimony, because historically, like wherever you look in this subject, Greer kind of has this pause in post like 1995, because even he is entwined in stuff like the Wilson Davis memo going back that far and so forth. And guys like really great researchers today, like Richard Dolan, he still focuses more on like sightings and kind of flaps and encounters and so forth. And what he does, he's almost the best at.
Totally. Well, that's the beautiful thing about this subject is I don't view it as zero sum at all. Like I actually think you're like best in the world now, and you will be like so much better there because how old are you? You're like
28.
You're 28.
Yeah, 28.
Yeah, so it's like you're like best in the world now, like tracking granular like legacy activity stuff. I think I'm really good on the theory side.
Absolutely.
Like you know, like consilience, interdomain consilience between like science and like theory and that sort of thing, and that's what I love. And then we have a buddy, Chris Ramsey, who has his YouTube channel, who like to me, I think he's going to have like the biggest YouTube channel on this just because his like the thoughtfulness that he puts into like production and storytelling is just next level, and his skill set there is so good that he's going to open this topic up to like a whole new massive, a swath of people. And I think we're all like pretty like, I don't know, we all have egos, but we're pretty like team players, like and so I love that. I think that's really cool, and it's going to be like a new era of this stuff where we can just like work together and like find the truth. And
it's
complement each other.
It's really refreshing because it's really refreshing to work together because I'm sure as like everybody who's done some research in this subject knows, like any sort of disclosure is not really going to come willingly, especially when it comes to UFO legacy program operations. So kind of working together and tackling cases and stuff like that is really brilliant to do. And Chris is a great guy. You introduced me to him at the hearings, and the second he and I met, he and I were talking about Bob Lazar because he did the interview with Luigi from Project Gravatar.
Yep.
He spoke very highly of him, and
Luigi's super cool. I've talked to him. He's awesome. So this is this new documentary about Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is obviously, if you've made it this far in the interview, you definitely know who Bob Lazar is.
Yeah,
but he is, famous for having claimed to have, reverse engineered UFOs at Area 51 S4, and one of Rogan's biggest episodes. This wild controversy, some holes in his background, but like spoken to Luigi and Chris, and they've actually really helped me update my take on Bob Lazar to the point where I think he worked at Area 51 for sure.
Area 51 or S4?
I think he for sure worked at Area 51, probably worked at S4.
Okay.
And then I'm not sure that what he was shown wasn't shown to him deliberately. and he wasn't given high-level frameworks as sort of passage material and recruitment for Legacy, which doesn't make covering his story invalid at all. It makes it almost more interesting, but to me, it has to be covered through this like meta lens.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
Well,
through the skepticism, but also like there's probably some real stuff.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, I've historically stayed away from Bob because I'm so biased towards wanting to believe him.
Yeah.
You know, growing up, I would always hear about his testimony. I was the first to buy Area 51 or UFOs and Flying Saucers from Jeremy Corbell and his book Dreamland.
Yep.
The more I study other things, the more interest I find specifically not Bob Lazar reverse engineering the sports model propulsion systems or reading about the files of bodies and so forth, but specifically around the facility S4, which like I have good reason to believe that S4 south of or just southwest of Papoose mountain range, right by Papoose Lake, is a real place.
And what's your good reason to believe that?
So. There's a couple public testimonies around it. There's that I don't really want to focus on, but like Dan Barish, Edgar Fouché, who claimed that S4 ran the Defense Advanced Research Center, the DARS, which was found in a ARPA document in the 70s to be proposed to exist, which was an underground facility, never really proven to exist. But I've talked to one person who has been to S4, and another person who said they won't comment on if it exists. The person who had been to S4 said he didn't see anything like crazy or extraterrestrial. He was just went in the facility, but he did say some things that are similar to what Bob Lazar and others would say, meaning like colored pathways to show where you can walk and stuff.
Yeah, I think we should all wait for Luigi's documentary, Project Gravatar, because he's told me things offline that, out of respect for him, I'm not going to share, but that give me conviction that he did work at S4 around stuff that's that will get corroborated in the documentary. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm psyched. Chris has as well, and Chris is coming at this whole thing from an angle of like he's a famous magician before this, debunking other magicians, and so he comes at this whole thing through a more skeptical storytelling lens, and he thinks that there's definitely something to the Lazar story, and that he worked at S4.
Yeah, I mean, if that story is true, then that's one example of a deep underground military base with a hangar built into the side of a mountain, which is really interesting.
Yep.
Because deep underground military bases, a lot of people associate those with conspiracies for like human trafficking or stuff like that, but those are a very real concept. There's like a very rich history of deep underground military bases that started in the 1950s and 1960s out of Air Force Project RAND, which eventually became the RAND Corporation, which is a federally funded research and development center that is likely up to their eyeballs in UFO legacy programs. But
why do you think there's so many things that, like, when you talk, I'm like, we need to query this and this and that. Like, why is RAND so?
So one of the things that I talk about all the time that I think is really overlooked in legacy operations is everybody likes to talk about the government, intelligence, or military, and contractors. Northrop, Lockheed, Battelle. The piece that's missing, the thing between them, are the federally funded research and development centers and the university-affiliated research centers. These are semi-private, not-for-profit institutions that are government-owned. Examples of FFRDCs would be places like the MITRE Corporation, the RAND Corporation, Sandia National Labs, Lawrence Livermore.
There's one at Penn State where Eric Walker was.
Well, that's a university-affiliated research center.
Okay, yep.
And those are kind of another side of the same coin. And we can talk about what I think, based on some good intelligence, that what I think these do. University-affiliated research centers are like the MIT Soldier Nanotechnology
Super Soldier
Lab.
program.
Yeah, the University of Southern California, a Creative Research Institute.
And that's another really interesting thing where I think Bob Lazar might have done something in and around the MIT.
He could have.
Well, like that. Whenever he comes up with Rogan always says, I'll tell you something offline where like it would make the MIT records being deleted make sense.
Yeah.
And then he can never say it online.
Could be a UARC.
That would be my guess, that there's probably some interesting research, that he was maybe involved in, that like, because that from way back in the day at MIT was, Carl Compton, who was president of MIT, who was rumored to be shown the craft at Wright Airfield with this sort of Anderson Trust, these like, CIA guys, and actually like be very involved in legacy UFO efforts. And so, it's fascinating. And now we have this Super Soldier program.
And so with those FFRDCs and UARCs, what I think based on good intelligence is that the U.S. military and intelligence sources split between the Army, Navy, and Air Force will have a program, whether that be technology exploitation, materials research, reverse engineering, or flying of alien reproduction vehicles. And direct connections will be made with the UARCs, or FFRDCs. These will serve as the project manager, performing subject matter expertise and research and development. And that will bridge the gap to the contractors, the defense corporations, because most, as far as I'm aware, most of the contractor personnel will not necessarily know what they're working on. A famous example is the infographic show Whistleblower, where he talks about a guy at Texas Instruments getting a piece of metal and not knowing what he's working on. It's the middle management at these companies, at the contractors, that generally know what they're working on, like the security directors and so forth. But the FFRDCs and UARCs allows kind of one-step removal between the military and intelligence and the contractor.
Well, but with MITRE Corporation and RAND, you would think of them as having kind of the top of the pyramid view on the technology. Yeah. Like, I believe the president of RAND Corporation for many years was a guy named Michael Rich, who's Ben Rich. Yeah. Ben Rich was the president of Skunkworks. That says we have the power to travel to stars, to take ET home, and made all sorts of interesting comments. Like at the end of his career, he also called UFOs unfunded opportunities. Yeah. Said that we have UFOs and they have UFOs. So like humans do and ETs do. Said there was an international corporate board controlling a lot of the UFOs, and that maybe we needed to take it back into the hands of the U.S. or something. Said all sorts of interesting stuff. His son was the president of RAND Corporation for decades. So I find that somewhat interesting as well. And Thomas Townsend Brown, when he's doing his anti-gravity experiments, the RAND Corporation shows up, sees the experiments. They have this meeting. Something changes after the meeting. Townsend Brown, his experiments just fail. Something sort of, nominally like they fail, even though clearly they hadn't failed.
Right.
And then to me, it's clear there's some covert IP transfer that occurs where his anti-gravity technology gets transferred to Northrop Grumman via his investor, who's a guy named Floyd Odlum, who has a majority stake in Northrop.
Yeah.
And so there's something around the RAND Corporation there too.
Absolutely, RAND, MITRE, Sandia. Sandia and Lawrence Livermore were accused by some people like Edgar Fouché of actually reverse engineering propulsion for craft that would lead to like triangular ARV. But you also have to look at the time when a lot of these were made, specifically MITRE and the Aerospace Corporation. They were founded in 1959 and 1960, the exact time of the golden age of Army R&D under Corso. Who said that there were institutions also created to study extraterrestrial technology. And if you look at what's weird and what parallels to modern day with the UARCs and FFRDCs, if you look at U.S. Army research and development, this is going to sound so boring to so many people, but if you look at U.S. Army primers for research and development from the 1950s and 1960s, like read through all of their proposals, you'll see under Trudeau, when he was the chief of research and development for the Army, he proposed that the Army work for kind of technology transfer and technology study with URIs, University Research Institutes, and IRILs, I think it is, like independent research or something, independent research laboratories, similar, which are similar concepts to the UARCs and FFRDCs made in the 90s. So we see these insane parallels to modern day. And of course, MITRE was made out of Project SAGE, which was a Lincoln Labs giant project to like make giant radar systems to study ballistic missiles and so forth.
Well, it's like if you were doing any secret science, if we live in the world where any science is classified, which, come on. Yeah, of course and now like it's all coming out. You have people like Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz go to the White House. They say we'll classify math and the AI just like we classified physics. And like Eric Weinstein, my former colleague, is constantly kind of opining on like this idea of the secret science branch. You have to be stupid to not think that some science isn't classified. If we live in the world where it is classified, that stuff is going on in the places where we uphold the most secrecy, which is these DOE labs.
Yeah.
And so like,
a lot of
I don't think
DOE
it's like conspiratorial. It's like, obviously, if you're doing a high energy, really intense physics, you're probably also understanding ontological truths that the rest of the public don't understand. That's often the case. Like you start to understand things about reality due to some of these experimental effects where you're breaking the bounds of our reality in some sense, through these, high energy experiments. Like, it makes sense that UFOs show up around nuclear weapons.
Absolutely.
It's high energy output. And if we live in any sort of like time bound, 3D bound, like if there's anything outside of what we perceive, you would be stress testing that every time you set a nuke off. You just would.
Yeah.
So it's like not that crazy.
And yeah, I'm with you there. And I just think it's so interesting to try and investigate how players and the government and military package these concepts and these high energy experiments to classify them and keep them out of public view, especially when it involves kind of extraterrestrials or non-human intelligence. And for the aero disenjoyers out there, as recently as 2024, the new aero director John Kozlowski said that aero is working with both UARCs and FFRDCs. So that's something to glom onto. Yeah, he said that to when Susan goes sitting right behind him to Gillibrand at the 2024 Aero hearing.
Whoa.
And then, of course, when Sean Kirkpatrick left Aero, he ran off to Oak Ridge, which go look at the FFRDC's connections there.
Totally. Yeah. Doing a lot of interesting material science there. It's not just a nuclear lab. Like, they're doing a lot of frontier science at Oak Ridge.
Many FFRDCs are owned by Battelle Memorial Labs or Triad National Security LLC, which one of those three is Battelle. Battelle's really interesting. I mean, if there's any group out there that is studying actual biologics, it's probably Battelle. They run some sort of biological materials lab out of Fort Detrick, and also a lot of really interesting classified work out at Dugway Proving Grounds.
It's fascinating. Yeah, and that was always, I believe, was it the HC Cross? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
This memo that
Project Stork from
Project
Battelle.
Stork from Battelle, where it's now clear in retrospect, and I think this is a lot due to Richard Dolan's great research, that like you had this cleaving off of the vital study of UFOs. The public-facing stuff was relegated to Project Blue Book in the Air Force, and then all the private stuff was managed by Battelle Memorial Institute, the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence, and was classified under the Atomic Energy Commission, which occurred later in '54, but there was a precursor called the McMahon Secrecy Act. And so it would totally make sense that Battelle would have a whole lot to do with this. I believe Robert Sarbacher also told Whitley Strieber. So Sarbacher, I just interviewed Whitley Strieber.
Wow, he talked to Sarbacher?
He talked to Sarbacher. Sarbacher took an interest in Strieber.
And when he published Communion?
When he published Communion.
I'll tell you a fairly weird story here. Stanton gave me Sarbacher's number, and then he called me back and he said, Sarbacher is waiting for you to call him. He's very eager to talk to you. So I call Sarbacher. Sarbacher proceeds to tell me all kinds of detail about the materials that he was working on at the Battelle Memorial Institute, about how when electron microscopes became operative, they understood that there was a molecular grid, a designed grid inside this very thin material, and that was what made it so strong. And I think that's probably been extrapolated out into our military technology in many different ways.
And so you're talking about an extremely advanced scientist taking an interest in a horror novelist's abduction account. And so Sarbacher's working at the highest levels of American military, and he takes an interest in Whitley Strieber, reaches out, wants to speak to him, and Strieber says they're about to meet up, and Sarbacher dies.
Oh yeah.
And so it's fascinating. And then again, Sarbacher's just scrubbed from the internet. But what Sarbacher, I think, told Strieber on the phone is that you had all this interesting material that Battelle Memorial Institute was managing back in the day that Sarbacher was somewhat involved with. So just another piece of corroboration for this.
And there's research to suggest that Battelle also studied the really lightweight metals out of the 1947 Roswell crash. In 1949, alongside Project Stork, they started publishing information on shaped metal alloys, nitinol.
There was like a nickel alloy.
Yeah,
or something?
titanium nickel alloys.
Yeah.
I used to think that Battelle was kind of phased out of operations. I'm not quite sure why I thought this, but recently I've taken a huge interest in Battelle being like one of the primary contractors out at Dugway Proving Grounds, which I think has a massive underground facility. I mean, I've talked to a witness who didn't go on the 2023 Greer NPC, but I've talked to him and I've interviewed him, and he, while working as a contractor for the C. Martin Company at Dugway at the West Desert Test Wing in the Avery section, stumbled upon a building where he saw a craft hovering in the air being tested on.
So fascinating.
Yeah, and then Battelle has a bunch of old contracts for making like enclosed laboratories at Dugway and stuff, and that is really fascinating. And
is there a Mormon connection with Dugway because it's in Utah? And I think of like the CIA as being fed into by just a lot of Mormons were surrounding sort of Howard Hughes.
Well, Greer likes to say so, right? But I don't know. I haven't been able to make that connection, but I was able to make a Dugway Proving Ground connection to one of your recent videos with James Fox.
Oh, tell me.
So I was rewatching your James Fox interview, and he talks about the 1971 Holloman or the Holloman Air Force Base footage that he talked to filmmaker Alan Sandler, who said he saw the footage and saw beans in the footage.
Yeah, we showed that conversation between him and Sandler.
Yeah.
What did you see on the film? Was it color? Was it black and white? Was it
black and white?
It was black and white.
When I saw me a black, my friend, but it was nothing other than what we said in the book. We see this thing, this round thing, and it wasn't that stable. Funny part, and it landed, and a door opened, and guys come out looking like they were outer space guys.
So in 1971, Sandler and another filmmaker, Robert Emenager or something like that, I think his name was.
Emenager, yeah.
Yeah, they were approached by two U.S. military officials to make a documentary, and they could include the Holloman Air Force Base footage.
Yep.
One of these individuals was an Army or Air Force, I can't remember, a colonel named Weinbrenner. And Weinbrenner was actually part of the Foreign Technology Division out of Wright-Patt for a while.
Whoa.
So that occurred in the 80s or the late 70s. And so time goes on. Weinbrenner would be asked all the time about UFOs because Robert Emenager would go back and ask him, like, what did you think? And, there's a story of a conversation where he and Weinbrenner are speaking, and Weinbrenner saying, like, oh, UFOs don't exist, blah, 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 while taking a book off his shelf and giving him a book about UFOs. But on his deathbed, there's a lot of research proposed by, like, Grant Cameron and Anthony Bragalia and so forth about Weinbrenner on his deathbed saying that they house dead extraterrestrials at a facility out in Utah, which of course is Dugway Proving Grounds.
Ooh, it's really crazy.
So I made that connection last night. That was fun to see, the Sandler to Weinbrenner to Dugway.
Sammy, are you in touch with any UFO whistleblowers, not whistleblowers yet, people on the inside who have firsthand witnessed crafts?
Absolutely, yeah.
And anybody who has witnessed craft in a hangar, in a classified facility in the U.S., not just seeing a thing flying in the air.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, but will they talk publicly? No. And will they discuss the full extent?
Why won't they talk publicly? I do think it's important context for the audience. Like, we're gonna get comments. Trust me, bro, or whatever. So what's your?
No. I'm not saying that to like push like a narrative or say like run with this. Like I know people have seen this. Not a trust me, bro thing, but yeah, of course I've talked to people I take very seriously, like good friends that I've made who have said this, and these people are former military or intelligence. They're not contractors. I haven't heard a peep from a contractor. I think that's a whole nother story because there's like government NDAs and contractor NDAs, and the penalties for violating those are severe. But these military people.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be back in just a moment. We will continue. Thank you for tuning in.
We want to show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's a big night.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Bigfoot's dick!
Oh.
Party time! Excellent!
And welcome back, folks. I'm HeadshotH4rry, and today we are playing some Minecraft. If you were tuning in before, we are listening to some UFO podcast, getting some Minecrafting in. I'm going to continue with the podcast. We are listening to Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy, on YouTube. Check it out.
People are bound by NDAs, some timed, which usually really long NDAs, like decades long, or lifelong agreements, and they do not want to be the person to violate.
Any who've seen bodies?
One of them has talked about a place in which bodies are stored.
Where are they stored?
We'll save that because that might lead to people being able to identify that person.
Yeah. Anything about the bodies and what
no,
they
nothing
look like?
about the bodies, because I think that is privy to their a lot of their NDAs and so forth. So they can't talk about that.
How do you think this stuff gets so well hidden? Okay, I think there are some really important foundational questions that the Jake Barber story brings up, which is if you can summon these things on command, then you probably have 1,000 plus. And if you have 1,000 plus, then you'd expect more leakage. You'd expect more like, I saw the thing in the hangar and I wasn't supposed to. I took a photo and it's out. You hear rumors on the other side of this that we have 10 to 15 and they're like, only select things and surround atomic sites or whatever.
Yeah.
How many do we have? 10 to 15 and 1,000 plus. It's a wide range. And so clearly we can't fully attract these things at will, would be my guess. Because I think if we had 1,000 plus, these things would have leaked. So do you have kind of a mental model on that?
That's a good question, because if we look at Ryan S. Wood's fantastic book, Magic Eyes Only, we can find over 100 cases of UFO crash retrieval. And even if only 20% of those are true, that's still, above 20. There's also claims by Greer and others that at some of these black sites, 1 to 2 craft are brought down a year. So I have no conceivable notion of how many craft have been brought down or why they're brought down. You got guys like Philip J. Corso who talk about the initial Roswell crash being due to kind of conflicting radio signatures, messing with craft navigation. You have testimonies like the 1953 Kingman, Arizona crash, where possibly nuclear testing from Operation Upshot Knothole messed with craft. And then you have Barber's testimony that psionic abilities can forcefully land craft or bring them down, or they have EM weapons to target the craft and bring them down. And then there's also stories about the 1983 Strategic Defense Initiative instituted by Ronald Reagan, which was to act against Soviet ICBMs.
This is Star Wars.
Yeah, this is the Star Wars programs. I've talked to numerous people, and I talk about this all the time in my projects, that this likely had a backdoor to both fund UAP programs and act offensively against UAP. So there seems to be numerous methods for them to crash accidentally or be brought down forcefully. How often is that successful? I have no idea. And what sort of technology is being brought down? In Jake's case, we have the testimony of the egg and the 8-gon, and there's also the classic saucer and so forth. And this technology is obviously not ubiquitous. There's different types of technology. There's different craft design. One could reasonably assume then there's different types of NHI, some manned, some not manned. I often think back to the 2008 I'll say this slow because it's of course very complicated, but the 2008 contractor that rhymes with Lockheed Barton wanting to divest themselves of a craft to...
You could say this. David Grush said this on Joe Rogan.
Oh, okay. So in 2008, when Lockheed wanted to get rid of materials to the OSAT program through the CIA Office of the Directorate of Science and Technology, Glenn Gaffney.
And he blocked that. Correct.
He blocked that, stopped that from happening. And, I have really good reason to believe that this was materials for the craft from the 1953 Kingman crash. Mm-hmm. And there's also other lines of research.
I believe that too, by the way.
Good.
Yeah.
And there's other lines of research to suggest that Lockheed, the only reason they were able to give this up is because they were completely comfortable in the fact that no other contractor, no other foreign government or no U.S. government could make any heads or tails of this technology. And that stands at a huge juxtaposition from all the other stories of alien reproduction vehicles being created.
Yeah, so where are you there? Because I think this is really important, is like how much have we actually reverse engineered, made progress, and made these things flyable? And you've gone really deep on this interesting story of Mark McCandlish and Brad Sorensen. But I'd love to hear, let's go over that story, and then I also just want to kind of zoom out and get your view on, like, have we reverse engineered UFOs effectively?
Okay, so Brad Sorensen, he's an industrial designer with his friend, Aerospace Illustrator, who had worked for defense contractors, Popular Science, Mark McCandlish. In October to December of 1988.
Yeah, so McCandlish is a top aviation illustrator, working with the biggest contractors. And you hear him speak, and like the guy doesn't seem like a liar to me.
He was a genius.
He was super smart and like just almost like slightly, I don't want to say autistic, but like you just hear him speak and he oozes authenticity.
Yeah. So Mark and Brad are to go to an air show at Norton Air Force Base in 1988. Mark had to not go to do work for Popular Mechanics. We can actually see the cover of that magazine he worked on. So Brad goes with some former high-up official. I initially at the time thought it might have been Frank Carlucci, but it might have been somebody else he went with. The air show's going on. There's all types of interesting stuff, fighters, advanced technologies, and so forth. And then the person Brad is with brings him to a classified exhibit at another hangar and passes Brad off as his aide. This was a former like Secretary of Defense or really high up person, and there were other senators there, George E. Brown Jr., Cranston, so forth. Mark kind of thought this might have been flown down to Air Force Plant 42, a couple miles away. But after further research and talking to some people, I do think this event did occur at Norton. So Brad Sorensen is brought into a hangar where all sorts of advanced aerospace vehicles are shown off.
So this is like a back of the house, more secret version of the air show, only for select people.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And so there's like a hovercraft. There's the losing competitor to the B-2 Spirit bomber race. There's a craft called the Pulsar, which is likely a Lockheed Northrop Group craft. It's an unmanned UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle. And it was designed to go at incredible speeds with scramjet technology to go super fast that could deploy like 120 nuclear warheads on its underbelly. Insane piece of technology. And this whole giant hangar is separated by black curtain. So eventually they go to the other side of the black curtain, and that's where Mama, Baby, and Papa Bear are. These are 3 flying saucers hovering off the ground. Identical in composition, but scaled to different sizes. What stood out to me from...
these look like acorn shaped, is that right?
Yeah. It looks like a Jell-O mold with half a ping pong ball at the top.
Yep. And so sort of a typical saucer shape, or maybe what you would see in the Kecksburg crash of 1965.
Almost.
Like a dome on top. And
like a dome on top. And I want to pause here for a second because historically people have said that Mark McCandlish has relayed this story secondhand, which he has because he created line art of the craft, which we'll go into in a second. But this was not supposed to be published, what I found, and I was told it wasn't supposed to be published by a person. But I found an original interview from, I think, 1990 with Brad Sorensen and Bill Scott of Aviation Week and Space Technology. So no longer is this a secondhand retelling. No, this is straight from Brad Sorensen, okay? This is not a secondhand encounter. This is straight from Brad, who, by the way, gave me death threats. I don't like Brad. Not a nice guy.
Yeah, well, he sent you some pretty weird shots across the bow.
Yeah.
And said something about... So Mark McCandlish died a sort of strange death.
Right.
And he said something like, I couldn't protect him anymore or something.
Yeah.
And then I believe the filmmaker who made this documentary. I forget what the name of the documentary is on Mark McCandless.
Yeah.
What's it called? 0 Point? Something about 0 Point?
Yeah, the hunt for...
It's not the hunt for 0 Point, but something about...
like the story of Mark McCandless.
That's right. Something like that. I think James Allen.
Yeah.
He died in a weird way.
Super aggressive cancer. In his autopsy report, it showed evidence of heavy metal poisoning.
Right.
So I've actually talked to the editor of that interview since, and he said that they had received kind of threats, like Men in Black type encounters and so forth. So
somebody did not want this out.
Yeah.
And so, okay, Brad Sorensen actually has a firsthand interview with Bill Scott of Aviation Week.
Yeah.
Goes back to the early 90s. What is he, or when was it?
1990.
Was it 1990?
Yeah.
So what does he say?
So he said he saw these 3 craft. There was a demonstration by like cats in suits with a kind of a VCR and a video showing the craft over a dry lake bed, hopping, shooting up into the air. And there were some panels pulled off of the craft, and essentially the bottom portion had what looked like a giant like Tesla coil, almost like copper plates and a rotary arm to reach out. The top part looked like a removable crew cabin. This had F4 Phantom jump seat, super crap, like a handball control mechanism, which, by the way, that was the control mechanism for the Triangular Craft and Secret Machines by Tom DeLonge. But that's a whole other story. And the thing looked like, all 3 looked like crap. Sorensen said that it looked like it was made by scientists, not engineers. There was no beauty in design. There was no streamlining of features. There was slag on it, chips. These things looked like they had beaten up. There were rivets on the outside. And so eventually during the pitch for this was to garner funding, because Reagan had put a lot of effort into this project with Star Wars and so forth. And the incoming administration, they wanted to see just as much advanced aerospace money put in. And so the story behind this by the men in charge was that these craft were copied from technology found in a crash in 47. The technology was not given to us. It was forcibly taken. It was never meant to be had. The people who it was taken from, or the things that it was taken from, it was taken forcefully. And that this was our poor man's interpretation of how this technology worked.
So interesting, because that's the rumor about Roswell. It was high-powered radar that we sort of, that interfered with the flight patterns of these UFOs, and then they come down, and we weren't meant to have this stuff. And then you hear rumors in and around legacy programs of like whatever beings are in control of the UFOs like want their stuff back and are extremely angry at the legacy UFO programs, and so that begets all sorts of weird ontological questions there. But I want to stick with the core details. So what else gives you conviction that this is true and that we do have flyable UFOs? Because I just think, so many people are going to sort of be skeptical.
Right. I completely understand. It's such a crazy topic. But this was the birthplace of what we'll call ARV, Alien Reproduction Vehicle. This was kind of the first ever big testimony of it. And Mark McCandless, before he passed in 2020 due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound that, who knows, he investigated the Fluxliner, what it was called, ARV, multiple times. He talked to an individual named Kent Sellen, who said he saw this over Edwards Air Force Base in the 70s. He has an image taken by a pilot, Harvey something, I can't quite remember, over Provo, Utah, right by Dugway Proving Grounds in the 60s. And that looks identical down to the synthetic vision system on the outside, which was an array of cameras to kind of point to a location. And
that's what's so interesting about this. It's as if we were given this sort of intact shell, and then we retroactively patchworked on like kind of low tech.
Yeah, like the jump seats.
The jump seats and the cameras, and then you kind of like make this thing work, but like it's this really low tech combined with the really high tech that we were given or something.
But this isn't the only example. There's the controversial account of Edgar Fouché. A lot of people like to discount especially because they like to say that Fouché has been debunked due to a lot of controversy with the alien scientist that I still think it's really worth revisiting. I talked about it a little bit, but
the alien scientist is this YouTuber named Jeremy Reeves.
Yeah, and he had a relationship with Fouché.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
I've talked to the guy. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's cool.
But he's pretty critical of Fouché.
So what's up with Edgar Fouché? And
Fouché was a USAF Master Sergeant that actually has
USAF is United States Air Force. Yeah,
he has verifiable work at Area 51 in the 70s.
Okay,
and he said whilst at Area 51, he would work on like advanced satellite uplinks and so forth. But he would come to learn from various friends he knew, including some NSA officials, of the TR-3B, reverse engineered flying triangle.
Yep.
Weirdly enough, I've talked to a guy who former Army in the mid 2010s who said he saw a triangle craft jut off of an airway in Area 51. That's pretty interesting.
Well, we can say this now because I said this in my piece with Randy Anderson. Randy Anderson, you know, who you introduced me to, this Green Beret, amazing guy who claimed to be taken, you know, to this Off-World Technologies Division, Naval Surface Warfare Crane. Also, occasionally does contractor work at Area 51, and he's told both of us now, and I've said this publicly, that he has seen triangle craft that he can only presume uses electrogravitic propulsion because it's not using, you know, normal flight principles, at least observably to him, take off at Area 51.
Yeah. Well, this is even a separate guy too.
Okay, so you have another guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that this took off during in the Chow Hall at A51, during classified takeoffs of aircraft. The windows are supposed to be lower, nobody looks outside, but because he was with a colonel, they just kind of looked outside, and a craft took up. It didn't disturb any of the dust around it. Shot up silently, just vertically straight up. And
there's so many stories about this. Even Paul Benowitz, who was totally mentally screwed up with and psyoped by Rick Doty, Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Project Beta's great book by Greg Bishop documents all of this. You know, like even him, like the reason that he got onto the radar of all these kind of like counter intel people was because he saw this craft, you know, vertically taking off and landing at Kirtland Air Force Base that looked to be like it was employing exotic flight principles.
Right.
And we know from William Steinman, this great researcher, UFO researcher, that this guy Eric Henry Wang, who ran special projects at Wright-Patterson, or Wright Airfield at the time, was taken to Kirtland Air Force Base to work probably on some of this exotic flight stuff.
Yeah, and Wang was also talked about by primary Kingman witness Arthur Stancil Jr.
Yep.
So that's funny too. But this craft, the TR-3B, there were allegedly multiple versions, a prototype and operational version ranging from 200 to 600 feet in diameter, crewing 4, serving as logistics and transportation for what could only be known as a secret space fleet. The propulsion device for the system was reverse engineered by Sandia and Livermore, 2 FFRDCs. The program was ran by the NSA, CIA, and NRO.
Whoa.
And the contractors at work were Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, a couple others. But here's
I hate to say this all makes so much sense.
But
it just fits so well with all the other stuff you learned.
This is the most interesting part to me about the whole TR-3B thing.
Yeah.
Fouché says the pilots for this were plucked from the Air Force Test Pilot School, which takes place at Edwards, which is the 412th Test Wing. There's a witness that contacted Greer in 2023 that I found his name, investigated him thoroughly in an Edwards piece, that claimed he operated out of Edwards Air Force Base in Nellis and Area 51 on testing reverse engineered vehicles. I have shown you a little bit about this guy, right, including like the work he did at the Pentagon and Nellis and Edwards, and he was a director of an electronics warfare group at Edwards under the 412 Test Wing, which is exactly what Fouché said tested the TR-3B vehicles. That is a phenomenal case.
So what does he say exactly?
He said he tested reverse engineered vehicles and
at Area 51.
At Area 51 and Edwards. So he said in 1998 to 2002, this guy Ed was briefed into programs while he was at Nellis under the 98th Range Wing, which became the Nevada Test and Training Range, which is pretty interesting in itself. But that then in about 2006, he was sent to Edwards to actually work in said programs as a director of an electronics warfare group. And I vetted this guy quite well. I've tried to contact him in numerous ways.
Would you ever put it out a story with him, or
if he would talk to me, I would instantly.
Okay.
Instantly.
So you just know about, you're not in contact with him.
My number is blocked by him. I've tried to call him. I've tried to email him.
You've told me about him. Yeah.
I've tried to message him on social media. Funny enough, one time he accepted a Snapchat request.
Whoa.
And I messaged him, but he never got back. No. So this is what I think one of the most consequential, untapped testimonies there is.
So many of these guys, like as soon as you initiate contact, they say a little thing, and they say a thing, and they get kind of excited, and then they get spooked.
Well, Greer did the right thing with this witness, Ed. He was going to bring him in front of Senate Select Committee on Intelligence to testify. The guy got cold feet right beforehand, and I had this confirmed to me by elements of Senate and so forth. So this isn't just Greer saying that. But this guy was supposed to testify.
By like a Senate aide or like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And this guy was supposed to speak but got cold feet. Why? Is that because he was threatened? I don't know. There's other, if you look through the Greer archive, there's other witnesses. It's actually really interesting to see witnesses who are going to talk to Greer and so forth, but then say they've been threatened with some really horrible crimes, like really gross
So messed
stuff.
up.
Yeah, that if they continue to talk will happen.
I just don't understand why there isn't some sort of limited disclosure around these things existing. Because it's like in the event in which, you know, we're at par with China and Russia, why wouldn't you let out some like basic surface area that this stuff exists? Like that's what, is it just this bureaucratic bullshit overhang, or are there real national security reasons for not letting this stuff out? And not letting it fully out, but like nuclear physics is not classified.
Yeah.
Nuclear trade secrets are. Why is that not fully analogous to this?
I mean, it must be. Even looking at the testimony of Ed, he said 2009 to 2010, he was part of an Air Force going public plan that was called off by a 2-star general. Why?
There are all these. Well, it's like you had under the Bush White House, Bush 43.
Yeah.
They were going to do this sort of, you know, possible. They were thinking about disclosure, and Hal Puthoff was part of this advisory group, and they were talking about it. And anyways, Bush 43. So Hal Puthoff is on record saying that Bush 43 contemplated disclosure with Stephen Hadley, National Security Advisor, and you know, Dick Cheney, who David Grush is on record saying, you know, was one of the gatekeepers for the program, and they decided that it was too ontologically shocking to let this out, and that we couldn't publicly disclose about UFOs. And I think that turned into a group where they were reading about, like, they're reading the 3-body problem and other things like that. So super interesting.
I mean, this could also boil down to...
And the 3-body problem, for people that don't know, is a Chinese science fiction novel.
It's a great series.
It's a great series, and it involves basically like aliens controlling almost all frontier science.
Yeah.
And sort of reality itself, and being able to stagnate, but also, you know, upstart physics, and reality being sort of information theoretic in nature, and the whole thing is so fascinating.
And this could all deal with the subject of ARVs, but real quick, you mentioned Dick Cheney. A little interesting factoid is there is a supposed S4 whistleblower named Derek Hennessy who claimed he was a Navy SEAL. He wasn't a Navy SEAL. I had this confirmed, so already not off to a good start. But he claimed he worked at S4, and sometime in the mid-90s that Dick Cheney came into S4. But the funny connection there is that I can't remember the exact year, but Dick Cheney was actually going around to air bases around the U.S. to close up what he didn't think was operating efficiently. So that's kind of a
so
funny
we know that he was going around to Air Force bases. That's fascinating.
But we don't. But Derek Hennessy lied about being a SEAL, so we don't know.
So we don't know what's up
S4
there.
story.
Yeah. It's so. I mean, yeah, the Dick Cheney thing. I don't know what to think about it, but if there was a government behind our government, Dick Cheney would be the tip of the spear of that thing.
Yeah.
Like if you read, there's Barton Gellman biography of his called the Angler, and it's like that dude single-handedly architected the Iraq War based on like false intelligence, and he was a representative of a lot of oligarchic sort of corporate interests, and you know, and then Halliburton gets the contract once we go kind of screw up Iraq, and then he gets the contract. It's like there's something to that guy where you even read George W. Bush's book Decision Points, and you're like, yeah, your decisions locally are being made based on, you know, certain intelligence being given to you, and those decisions actually don't seem extremely irrational at each moment. And then it's like, who's giving you the intel? Yeah. And it's fucking Dick Cheney. And like, there's some other guys like, you know, Wolfowitz and, you know, sort of cast of neocon characters. But like, Cheney's at the heart of it.
Yeah, I mean, he would make sense as a person at the top of the pyramid, like Grush says.
Yes. Yeah, person at the top of the pyramid, and maybe of a lineage. I'm about to do a piece on Henry Kissinger and UFOs.
Cool, yeah.
And I think there's some connections there. And it's like, if you pick a modern Henry Kissinger, it would be Dick Cheney. You know, it's like this guy is the man behind the man.
Right, but so we were talking about the ARV and the TR-3B.
Yeah.
And according to Fouché and so forth, that's not the only triangular alien reproduction vehicle that's in kind of UFO lore. There's also, if you reference forensic artists, I've talked about this a few times, Bill McDonald, who's done a lot of work on drawing the Roswell craft. He actually worked with Robert and Ryan Wood to create the two extraterrestrial biological entities mentioned in the Majestic document, the Special Operations Manual. In 1992, McDonald met with 2 Northrop and 2 Lockheed engineers who were fed up with the secrecy and classification of their work, who kind of dictated a drawing of a triangular ARB called the XF-131 Super Sentinel that operated off of like RCS, radar cross-section facilities in the Mojave Desert. And I've talked to McDonald about this, and he maintains the secrecy of these engineers to this day. I said, hey, can I talk to these people? But that design actually was featured in the first ever episode of the X-Files because I can't, Chris
Carr.
Yeah, Chris, yeah. Contracted Bill McDonald to put that in the...
Chris Carr is the creator of the X-Files.
Right. Bill McDonald was contracted to put that in the first ever episode of the X-Files, which was allegedly based on true stories from John D'Souza. And that episode is about a triangular alien reproduction vehicle that's seen over an Air Force base. And it's the same design. I've featured some clips of that. That's so interesting.
I think Hollywood has been engaging in soft UFO disclosure for 30 or 40 years through these CAA liaisons.
We have Spielberg's new movie, Disclosure.
It's now called Disclosure. And I was talking to Chris Ramsey again, great YouTube channel, go follow it, Area 52.
Yeah,
and he was like, what if a UFO is shown as part of that movie? Would that not be the best way to disclose? And like, I'm on his side. Like maybe that happens. And then historically too, you've had, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which involves Jacques Vallée and J. Allen Hynek. Jacques Vallée's played as a character by Francois Truffaut. You see crates that say Lockheed and Northrop.
No, don't they say
Skunkworks and TRW?
TRW.
If they say that, then you're like, okay, they're talking about next level knowledge. Then they really know.
Because TRW was bought by Northrop in 2002.
Right.
And TRW was the contractor behind the Zodiac story, which was an alleged crash.
So I think they do say Skunkworks, and because Close Encounters of the Third Kind was they do? Okay. I don't know.
Interesting fact about TRW. Yeah. Jacques Vallée has talked about Dr. Eric A. Walker, we talked about earlier, being on the board of directors or a chairman of TRW as well.
Oh, wow. Fascinating.
Spielberg was dialed in with... You have to go deep to talk about Skunkworks and TRW in the film.
Yeah. Well, let's look up, at some point, whether it's Lockheed and Northrop.
It's Skunkworks.
You're sure? Okay.
Yeah, Skunkworks and
that's
TRW.
next level. Then, he knows a lot of knowledge. Also, on the Townsend Brown, who I'm sure discovered some interesting effects in the world of gravity. I'm sure of that. I feel very high conviction in that. And I just interviewed Carl Nell, who's the deputy CTO of Northrop Grumman, where I'm saying, again, that this gravity technology got probably implemented in the B-2 stealth bomber. Yeah. And he's the deputy CTO of Northrop Grumman, and he goes, go watch Jesse's video on Thomas Townsend Brown when I ask him, is there anything sort of useful or applicable in the UFO story?
Jesse's done a number of podcasts looking into Taylor Townsend Brown and some other very interesting like heretical technologies. So I'd invite people, an unsolicited plug, to check out some of Jesse's podcasts.
So there's more corroboration beyond that on the TT Brown stuff. But where was I going with? What were you just saying? The
TRW, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Before that.
Okay. So Steven Spielberg executive produced Back to the Future.
Yeah.
And the subplot of the whole Thomas Townsend Brown story is that gravity affects time. Mm-hmm. In general relativity, gravity and time are tightly coupled. They're related. And he talks about time travel constantly with his family. Like, that's something that's really... And if you think about it, if we were to ever engage in effective interstellar travel, it would involve space-time metric engineering inherently. You can't get around that. Even with nuclear thermal propulsion, you get to the closest star system in 40,000 years. Biologically, that does not work, right? So he's super into time travel, and then you have Back to the Future come out, which is a Steven Spielberg executive-produced movie. The guy's name is Doc Brown, which everybody called Thomas Townsend Brown. His name is Emmett Brown, E-M-E-T-T Brown. Thomas Townsend Brown is in the name. He uses his flux capacitor. Thomas Townsend Brown's experiments are capacitor experiments. And he goes back in time in 1985, which is the year Thomas Townsend Brown dies, to 1957, which is when I think his experiment was first experimentally proven, around that time at the Bonson Labs. It's the time that physics sort of went astray in the wrong direction, when I think the anti-gravity stuff went black. And so it's just, I don't know, there's so much there. That I think begets this like greater, and then E.T. even is extremely interesting. E.T. and the kid they have some sort of weird psionic connection, and you remember they're in the hospital together, and E.T.'s like heart rate is matching the kid's heart rate, and you have all this stuff around the psionic connection that's now coming out. You also have the consciousness connection there, where the mother is walking around the kitchen, and like these kids see the ETs, but the mother doesn't. And like the ET is sort of like walking around the fridge, and the mother doesn't see it because like her perceptive, she's closed off to these realities. So like I think Steven Spielberg definitely has been fed some really interesting UFO stuff over the years.
And was it Spielberg or Cameron that created the film The Abyss?
That was James Cameron.
Okay, because that's also an interesting one about USO.
Totally.
It's interesting to see these concepts relate in Hollywood, because
James Cameron, Steven Spielberg, and Christopher Nolan are definitely fed intense secret shit.
Yeah,
they have to be. I'm sorry.
Because on one hand you have films like Independence Day, which is just a bombastic action film glorified, but then on the other hand you have very thoughtful projects like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and to an extent E.T. and as we know now.
But even like not so even like, where does the concept of Men in Black get to? Men in Black sounds quacky.
Yeah.
But like if you go talk to Richard Dolan, who's a super deep UFO researcher, Men in Black are they are this thing. They're in these suits, and they show up after UFO abduction experiences, UFO sightings, and they often take people's footage or like, swear them to secrecy. And Dolan thinks they're almost like the counter intel group of the aliens themselves. They erase your memory. And so it's turned into this like kind of jokey, funny, movie with Will Smith. But like even that, like where is that derived to begin with?
Right.
And it's just it's so fascinating,
That's interesting because I've heard that idea floated around before, that the like colloquial Men in Black are almost like a non-human entity. Because I'd like to hear more about that, because I almost stand on the other side. I straight up think the Men in Black in a sense are NSA spooks.
So I would say the same thing, but like you meet with certain people like Whitley Strieber and other just experiencers, and like these guys seem to like have technology available to them that's not available to the general public. And maybe that is just like, okay, so it's like Occam's razor, it's like NSA or something, but it's weird technology. It's like implants that involve technological mediumship, as Whitley Strieber. I felt his implant in his ear.
Really?
Yeah, I felt it, and it's the weirdest thing in the world. And he says it moves with his own metabolism. I haven't verified that, but like,
has he ever thought about getting that cut out?
He wants to get it cut out, but he says it moves every time. And I felt the thing, and it's not natural. So unless he's totally grifting and putting the thing in his ear, even though he's not really like making that much money now off of UFOs, and it happened after he wrote Communion, and like it's like, I don't know, man. The whole thing's so strange.
That is interesting. That, perhaps the two are not mutually exclusive. Because there's also stories like, have you heard of Treat? It's the supposed Men in Black unit out of the NSA called the Tactical Reconnaissance Engineering Assessment Search Team, which was created by Stubblebine. And it's only ever been talked about by Fouché and Hans Adams, the Crown Prince of Liechtenstein.
So that's come up for me, and I've never brought that up. But how do you think that the Crown Prince of Liechtenstein, because I've heard some very interesting things about him. He seems like a really cool guy, but like really interested in the spooky science stuff.
I've only ever seen his discussions with like Greer and the emails on the DPI archive, and looked up a few things about him and him mentioning Treat. Besides that, I have no idea, because I would see that and I said, Crown Prince of Liechtenstein, a small Central European company. What have you found out about him? Because that's pretty interesting.
I don't. I don't know. I probably shouldn't say, because the conversations I've had are in confidence, but he seems very interesting and interested in sort of secret science. One more piece of possible corroboration of, maybe it being a combo as far as the Men in Black is, I did speak to Hal Puthoff recently, and I was trying to figure out, I was like, is it their program? Is it the NHI program, or is it our program? And he goes, what if it's a joint space program? He goes, I might believe that. Maybe there's something in where we're in. He did, yeah. To me.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, and Hal Puthoff is, I think, as deep as it gets when it comes to sort of outside the Overton window science, which is now being vindicated. I mean, he was just on a podcast in December, which was co-sponsored by National Science Foundation.
Yeah.
And like you had like pretty high up DOE people on the podcast, and all these amazing people with all pretty impressive credentials. The former head of revolutionary tech at Skunkworks are all on this podcast. And he's talking about extended electrodynamics and gravity manipulation. And I think it's clearly this sort of limited hangout where it's like, let's partially expose some things so that people can, learn a little bit more about some science that we've been sitting on, especially, again, if China has caught up you can't just, throw people off the trail constantly. You need some limited surface area around it. But yeah, Hal Puthoff did say, and it's always, I love Hal, but it's always this sort of like, tongue-in-cheek, like half speculating. So you never quite know.
He never commits to something.
He always goes, the whole zoo of possibilities. And I was like, A, B, C, and D, and then you have to decide.
Sometimes I wonder about Hal and how much he'll commit to subjects, because under his tutelage and good friend, of course, is Eric Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And recently, like as you know, Missile Man, myself, and others talking to Eric Davis.
You did a great interview with Eric Davis.
He said a lot of interesting things, but he also said a couple things I disagree with. One, he said that the only FFRDC he knew of was the Aerospace Corporation, which I disagree with, but I think that's because he was only read into a sub-selection of legacy programs under OSAP. But he also said that alien reproduction vehicles don't exist.
Do you think there's aircraft systems that have kind of leveraged technologies off?
Definitely no aircraft systems that have leveraged anything, and there's been no one-to-one reproduction. A lot of that fell into the psyche of the UFO community because of Bob Lazar and then Brad Sorensen and Mark McCandless. So I don't know where they're coming from. And then other people kind of came out of the woodwork saying the same thing, but no proof.
Right. And I'm only left with two possibilities when I think about that. One is that he's lying. Two is that he was only read into a select subsection of programs that only overlapped Lockheed trying to get rid of Kingman materials, and thus he would not know about ARV because those weren't part of the program. And I kind of lean towards that explanation because I really don't agree with that assessment. And at the end of the interview, I had a little notebook with the flux liner on it, and I said, Dr. Davis, you really haven't even considered this testimony of Mark McCandlish and the flux liner. And he said, but right before we cut off, well, Hal Puthoff interviewed Brad Sorensen. And we never got to talk about that more. And to this day, I want to ask him so badly about how that went, because Hal has spoken to Sorensen.
Wow.
And I just need to know how that goes. I wish Hal could speak a little bit more candidly in an open setting, because he's also super cagey in the program with James Fox. And he's also kind of integral to the story of Zodiac, the alleged crash retrieval program first introduced in UFO magazine in 1998.
What is Zodiac?
God, that's a really interesting one. So in 1998, UFO magazine published a story by pseudonym Greg Halifax about Sedge Masters, a story about somebody who is brought into a UFO crash retrieval program called Zodiac. This occurred in 1988. 2001 or 2002, there's an email chain with Hal Puthoff, Kit Green, and Eric Davis talking about the Santilli alien autopsy film and so forth, and Kit Green saying he saw different pictures of an alien autopsy. But then in a later thread in that email, one of the three brings up Zodiac and the Sedge Masters story. And most of this work needs to be credited to, of course, Richard Dolan, who actually tracked down the very likely author of the Zodiac story and puts a lot of faith that the Zodiac was indeed a crash retrieval program and it was operated by TRW. So that's just a fascinating story how even it seems like everything kind of post-2000 or post-1995, Hal, Eric, and Kit.
What is the core story of Zodiac? Like, what is...
It's essentially the Majestic 12 by another name. Because the Majestic 12, for people who don't know, was introduced under... The Majestic 12 documents first appeared in 1984 in a film canister to to TV producer Jamie Chanderay, and this included the Eisenhower briefing document and later the Special Operations Manual, and then a whole host of other documents. And this details the Majestic 12, a supposed UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering group spearheaded by Vannevar Bush, including including Roscoe Hillenkoetter, Dr. Donald Menzel, I think his name is. Von Neumann,
Jerome Hunsaker, who else?
Denzel Ward.
Vandenberg. Hoyt Vandenberg. Nathan Twining. A bunch of head honchos in military intelligence science.
And so, Majestic 12, Zodiac 12 signs. Some might suggest in the realm of UFO study that Zodiac is another name for Majestic 12, just like Majestic 12 has been called other names like the Working Group, the PI-40 by that guy A.H. we talked about with Greer. So it's a super interesting story that I hope sees more coverage, because Richard Dolan has been a true trailblazer in the Zodiac story, and it's just kind of like the secret retrieval team. So to be quite plain, after talking with Ryan Wood, I think the Majestic 12 did exist in a capacity and probably still exists today, but I am hesitant to think about like a very ubiquitous crash retrieval team. I think that there's a very wide swath retrieval teams and retrieval operations.
Well, there are people who I think are pretty credible who talk about this, like these continuity of government programs.
Yeah.
So the 5412 committee, was national security, committee, back in the 50s and 60s, that turned into the 303 committee, which turned into the committee of 40. Do you have anything to say about that as far as their kind of, interest in UFOs?
Only thing I know is that Colonel John B. Alexander said that the Majestic 12 was specifically a continuity of government program.
Right.
But I hasten to adhere to what he says because he lied about the Special Operations Manual.
He lied about a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And even in the Wilson memo, where the Wilson, of course, the Wilson
absolutely.
memo. So was it 1997?
1997 was when the Greer, Will Miller, Thomas Wilson, Stephen Lovekin meeting took place. The briefing took place.
Okay, interesting. But when was, and then
2002.
2002 is this meeting between Eric Davis, who's again this Hal Puthoff protege, propulsions expert, and like exotic physics expert. It's in the parking lot of EG&G, and he is meeting with Admiral Thomas Wilson, who's head of Joint Chiefs J2.
Yeah.
He
was like intelligence for JCS at the time.
So he should have like all exotic tech under his purview, and he's basically expressing extreme dissatisfaction that you had these rogue groups working on purportedly UFOs who he met with, and it's out of his jurisdiction. And in that document that I believe was found in the Edgar Mitchell estate, in that document, it says J.A. is a liar, and I think J.A. is John Alexander.
Yeah, because John Alexander has been publicly said, Majestic 12 exists, it had nothing to do with UFOs, and kind of all of that before. And of course, he kind of said mistruths about what Dr. Ryan Wood said about the Special Operations Manual. Ryan Wood and Robert Wood did a ton of provenance research on the Majestic documents, getting the physical onion skin documents, putting them through rigorous testing of materials.
So what do you think about these documents? Because they're popular view, like with those kind of old school like UFO researchers like Robert Hastings, who wrote UFOs and Nukes, is that this was passage material. So it was like meant to detect spies. It contained all sorts of falsities. You're giving it to this film producer who's friends with all these UFO researchers, Jamie Chandera, and then I think other versions of the Majestic 12 were then doled out in packages to other UFO researchers.
Because there's a whole host of documents, and the source cannot be all from the same person, and a bunch of varying quality documents. I tend to adhere to the work of Stanton Friedman, who spent a bunch of time authenticating these Special Operations Manual and Eisenhower briefing document with the Woods. I think those two probably have the strongest claims of real documents, as well as the two IPU, Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit reports. One of them is a 7-page report that sounds very similar to the Eisenhower briefing document and talks about the Roswell crash retrieval and so forth. Later on down the line, you get a lot of other documents like the burned memo and the Project Aquarius document from Lee Graham. The burned memo or the Project Aquarius, one of them, I can't remember which, actually makes reference to Project Zodiac, by the way, and like Project Jehovah and MK Ultra. But a lot of the earlier documents, like the Eisenhower briefing document, a lot of the dates and specific discussions line up with real events. For example, James Forrestal meeting with Truman, dates are mentioned when those two met and kind of discussed the future or the inception of Majestic 12 and so forth. If you look in the Library of Truman, Library of Eisenhower when he supposedly briefed, these presidents and president incumbents
I
had
believe
these
Dulles'
meetings.
diary recently came out, and it showed a meeting with him and Eisenhower or something, and that was like a real meeting. His diary came out after the Majestic 12 documents obviously had come out, and they corroborated the information in the Majestic 12 documents. So it's probably similar to the Lazar stuff, where it's like some of the stuff is just true. Well, and then maybe true and under a different name, and maybe they were looking for spies, and there was some passage material involved. But yeah, it is interesting.
And then there were other documents like the Cutler Twining memo that is really difficult to dispute and so forth. I was actually reading on the plane over here different validation of Majestic documents, and there's just been a lot of mentions of Majestic documents before, even including I can't remember the general's name, but a 4-star general who was asked about the documents. He said they're real, or the Majestic 12 is real. I can't tell you any more than that, because I know that the Majestic 12 to many sort of hobbyists in this subject is nothing more than kind of conspiracy material, right? They just think Majestic 12 may, not true, just.
But if you were to simulate back then, if a UFO issue were a thing, and we had exotic materials and we were in contact with, an extraterrestrial or interdimensional intelligence, you would need our best and brightest on it.
Yeah.
And if you look at that list of people, those would be the people on it.
Yeah.
Vannevar Bush would be heading it up.
And then, of course, Vannevar Bush is completely unconnected with Robert Sarbacher and Dr. Eric A. Walker, as also mentioned as the head of UFO
and those guys,
research.
That's right. And then you have Gordon Gray, who was also on the Majestic. Don Menzel, who admitted, he was super read in on a Navy, CIA, a bunch of, pretty classified info, and admitted as much, actually, to Kennedy. And Stanton Friedman actually writes about this, was sort of in charge of disinfo and debunking, which he was debunking a lot of it. And there's this amazing Swedish astronomer, Beatrice Villarreal, and she talks about Menzel having deleted all this astronomical information from 1953 and onwards from the Harvard Observatory.
Yeah.
And at the Harvard Undersea Observatory at the time, you had Robert Sarbacher. He was working there, and then I think James Conant was the president of Harvard, and he was the number 2 guy, the Manhattan Project at the time. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, but it sort of makes sense. It's directionally correct.
Yeah, and it's not unreasonable to think that the group evolved over time, changed names and so forth. I mean, you have in 1987 or 86 or 87 when Eric Walker is asked by Steinman about the Majestic 12, and he gives the Don Quixote impersonation. You're chasing after windmills. It's impossible to chase after the Majestic 12. The Majestic documents were first delivered to Chandray and Friedman and so forth in 1984. That's when the first documents were actually kind of received, but weren't given to a MUFON symposium until 87. But what's interesting is the documents were kind of mailed out in 84, and then if we look at the manuscript of Corso, it kind of seems like around 86 the Majestic 12 took on a new name, the UFO Working Group, and got new blood like Albert Stubblebine and some NSA people and some CIA people. So it's interesting to think how this group may have evolved over time, and possibly it changed its name to the Working Group because it was aware of the leaks at the time.
The whole history is fascinating. I think maybe one of the tip of the spear frontier longitudinal timeline assessments of all UFO oversight is this great article by Chris Sharp at the Liberation Times.
Oh yeah,
it's really interesting stuff, and there's some connections you've made between Woods Hole and some
Crane.
of the Crane exactly,
SAIC,
and Randy Anderson's story. But I also just want to touch on he talks about how it was the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, which was before the National Security Act, before the CIA was formed. They were sort of in charge of the initial UFO, custody. And I think we have a decent map of actually what occurred. So David Grush says that there's this magenta crash in Lombardy in Italy in 1933. Exactly. I've now made the connection through some people, this woman, Pippa Malmgren, who's amazing. She's really interested in the UFO thing, but she was actually special assistant to George W. Bush. She made it clear to me that James Jesus Angleton was the U.S. OSS person involved in Italy at the time, and so rumors are that you have this magenta crash, and then Mussolini goes to Hitler and says, "Is this yours?" to the Nazis,
right?
And then they end up working together on it, and so this magenta crash ends up probably being worked on by the Nazis, which explains these Die Glocke, rumors, and Kamlerstab in sort of modern Czechoslovakia and Poland, where they're working on these flying saucers. You have tons of reports around this from Rudolf Schreiber, Richard Mita, a bunch of guys at the time, along with Paul Mellon and Alan Dulles. There's a story of Paul Mellon kind of spilling the beans to his grandson, who's alive now, John Warner IV, about standing over a UFO. That can employ exotic flight principles in modern day Czechoslovakia.
Wow.
And so you kind of can come up with this thread of the Lombardy magenta crash happens. It goes to the Nazis. Maybe there's some custody where the Vatican is involved as well.
Yeah, I've heard that from Grush.
And then it goes over to the U.S. and then it's worked on at Wright Airfield. And you have all these Operation Overcast paperclip Nazi scientists who then... That's part of the rush to get the Nazi scientists, is to get the ones who are this deep on really exotic, flight principles and UFO stuff. We now know Hans Kammler himself, who's in charge of the blackest of the black Wunderwaffe programs for the Nazis, made his way to the U.S. And so you kind of have this somewhat consistent narrative of like what happened with this early UFO crash and how the U.S. started to get involved with this stuff. And all the guys who were involved in the early Marshall Plan and tech transfer programs, Kissinger was an Army counter-intel guy who was doing tech retrieval at the time. And you have other examples. You know, you mentioned Forrestal. Forrestal, you know, was as well, and he was Secretary of the Navy. So
he threw himself out of the naval hospital in Bethesda.
Yeah, exactly. Mid Sophocles poem.
And the Magenta case is so interesting because Mussolini thought it was a Nazi advanced craft or a British or American advanced craft when he had his own special investigation group, the RS-33, who was like really keen on the fact this wasn't human technology, and then likely worked with the Nazis.
Yeah, and apparently Marconi's grandson might be like on the verge of saying something. You have this Pinotti, this Italian UFO researcher who's like really on that trail.
I'd love to hear more of a description, because the only real description we have is from the RS-33, like a disc, and then Grush like a lenticular shape. And that begs the question, when we brought over Operation Paperclip scientists, so Nazi scientists, if there's kind of a collaboration in crash retrieval groups today. Even in 2023, you had a Canadian defense member or parliament member, Larry Maguire, who wrote to the head of Canadian Defense wanting to bring the Canadian people up to speed on UFO programs, because there was an active Five Eyes nation that was working together on material exploitation and so forth.
Well, there's a scientific principle called the Kawanda effect, and it involves stabilizing basically a saucer-like craft. And there's this guy, Henry Kawanda was this guy, he's a Romanian scientist. He has a patent on this from 1936. And I think at points he was in Vichy, France, but he basically was forced to work under the Nazis. And then he was taken to Wright-Patterson to work on Project Y, which was an extension of the Avrocar project, which is trying to get flying saucers to work. And so, and then William Steinman connects this with Thomas Townsend Brown and his gravity experiments, where they were coordinating with Thomas Townsend Brown and wanted to see if the gravity stuff worked so they could incorporate it into these saucers or whatever that they had.
I wonder how much that collaboration takes place, because, you know, in Grush's News Nation interview, he talks about like a multi-decade Cold War with our adversaries, we can assume is Russia and China. I think back to Jonathan Weygant's encounter in '97 in Peru. Once he sees the UFO, he's taken in by these guys in DOE's rain jackets. He's flown to a place on a CH-47, interrogated for days. When he's brought to this location, this like obscure military base, there's not only Americans there, but there's Chinese, there's Germans. And so who else is collaborating on these projects if there's a multi-decade Cold War?
Well, that's the Lazar rumor as well, which is that like Russians were at Area 51 too, and there was sort of this co-space program. And that was always, there's, you know, SALT, this is even public, this is open source. In the SALT 1 negotiations, I think it's a 1971 treaty, we're talking about coordinating with the Russians on the UFO question, because we were worried that they'd mistake it for American acts of aggression. That's what Kennedy probably wanted to do as well. So maybe there is some sort of international space program around the UFO thing. I don't know.
Yeah, and then we look at, you know, of course there's a lot of drama about this, but the Immaculate Constellation report that talks about alien reproduction vehicles seen over Indo-PACOM, which is obviously Chinese territory.
Right.
Of like equilateral triangles with 3 lights seen over Chinese territory of adversarial ARV.
Right.
So it's like clear there's similar programs going on. If we have similar triangles, what sort of collaboration is occurring?
It feels hard for me to believe that like the surface level geopolitics that we see is totally fake.
Yeah.
Like I do think we are, you know, tensions are at an all-time high with China. But it is interesting. I think in the Lazar account, it's like the Russians started to get kicked out as like tensions rose around like the development of these ARVs. And so it brings up, it harkens back to this Carl Nell quote. You know, Carl Nell, who was part of the UAP task force with David Grush, was also deputy CTO of Northrop Grumman, and I believe was stationed at Wright-Patterson Airfield.
And he was also Army Futures Command.
Army Futures Command, and he says there's this sub-Rosa secret conflict, arms race going on between us and other countries. It's been going on for decades.
Yeah, for feudalistic dominance. So that begs the question, is the ultimate pursuit mastery of ARV? Because with ARV, it might not just be the vehicle, but it might be any sort of weapon or technology that can be exploited as weaponry. Remember what Randy said when he was taken to Crane, that the technology was considered weaponry due to an electronic discharge during retrieval.
Well, if you think about what the Manhattan Project was, it was all about payload potency, the magnitude. And it's like, how can you create a bigger bomb? And then at a certain point, when you're at the Tsar bomb level or whatever, you're at, 80 megatons plus, it doesn't matter. That's too big for any target. You have tons of Tsar bombs. It's like, game over for the world. Yeah. At that point, it becomes, the second Manhattan Project becomes about payload delivery. And it becomes like, who can deliver this payload faster and stealthier? And, it was ICBMs, and then it was stealth fighters, and, and so it's a scary world. And I almost don't even love talking about UFOs in this context, because I think it's the sacred ontological metaphysical thing, which should really drive
like
people.
Weapons, yeah.
But I do think that might be a reality driving some of this stuff.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think back to the 1988 Norton show as well, when Brad saw the pulsar craft with the 121 nuclear warheads. The guys were raving on about how this could destroy Russia in like 20 minutes, raving on about that. And then on the other side of the curtain, you have saucers that utilize zero-point energy systems that could drop a nuclear payload in a quarter of a second, or the zero-point energy systems can be harnessed to create more devastating effects than even nuclear warheads.
Given that this technology is probably a forcing function for extreme good or extreme evil. Yeah. Think about nuclear fusion. It could destroy the world, or it could save the world.
Well, that's what Witness Ed out of Edward said. Part of the reason he reached out to Greer is because zero-point energy systems were being harnessed and repressed.
Do you believe, because that is part of the Stephen Greer narrative, that the lost century? Yeah. I'm not convinced that. I believe that we've displayed some local effects around over unity, free energy, lower energy nuclear reaction, whatever. But the idea that we have scalable free energy that we're hiding in, black compartments feels hard for me to believe, but I'm open. What do you think?
I'm not sure, because I don't understand the physics enough.
Yeah,
there's always a world in which these energy systems could be powering deep underground military bases, and we just don't know about it, that it's already employed on the system at large. But my knowledge is, we need to call up Missile Man and ask him his advice on this part, because I just don't know enough.
Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. I can't say I'm a high conviction in any direction there. But how do you, what's the thrust, or what's the motivation for your research? Is it just truth seeking, or do you have a hope for how this sort of UFO thing ends? Because it seems like we've crossed a Rubicon of late as far as people's acceptance of these things.
not enough.
Yeah.
I've just been interested in this subject all of my life, and my goal really is just the work. I would like to, in a responsible manner, help disclose UAP legacy programs and bring a larger truth about what the craft are, what not just what they look like, but where they're from, what they do, why they're here, and how the programs that study and exploit these technologies have been constructed, because there's a lot of very dark things in that aspect. Not only just the decades of secrecy, but also just the exploitation of possible sentient beings and technology that is not ours.
And an exploitation of humans?
Yeah, that's the contentious thing we talked about as well with Jake and kind of Michael in that testimony with the psionics, because we have historical testimony that these psionic assets used to summon craft are treated like crap, given drug cocktails and so forth to perform efficiently, and that could result in danger or death. And we also have Jake and the psionics team saying they take quite a bit of pride in those actions. So there's a discrepancy there, and if there's people being hurt or being given drugs forcibly, that's bad. It's very bad.
It's definitely bad. Yeah, it's not cool. And then the idea too, where I don't feel like I have probably the most concrete and good orientation towards this, and it's something I struggle with, because it's like you cover some of this stuff and it just leads you into dark territory.
Yeah.
And it leads you into the territory of I want people to know that this stuff is real, that reality is more expanded than we realize. But the only way to do that is to uncover some pretty gnarly, messed up truths around how this stuff has become operationalized.
Yeah.
And the government's orientation towards this is, how can this confer a tactical advantage for us? And I think the orientation should be, how can this beget more meaning for people and civil side infrastructure updates? And then great, if there are derivative technologies that allow us to protect the free world in a more effective way, of course they should be funneled to the right thing. But it feels like the impetus, the sole impetus, is weaponization of this stuff. And I don't think that ends well if there's an intelligence on the other side of it, which I think there is. I don't think that ends well for us. If that's continues to be our orientation towards this topic, we're dealing with forces way greater than us. And I don't think it's a coincidence that, OSAP and, a lot of these programs, the people come out and they're kind of haunted.
Yeah.
They have these hitchhiker effects. I think it's sort of, the two sort of mantras in UFO research world are like, seek and you shall find, and fuck around and find out.
Stare into the void, and it stares back.
Right back, and it's a mirror of what you feel. And people, the description of the sphere, often when people, are looked, they're looking for this psionic connection between this participant and these materials. They're often, what's inside of them gets excavated and mirrored in this technology.
I mean, it's also very poignant, like looking at the testimony of Corso as well. He said that the purpose of giving this technology to U.S. industry was A, to bolster the U.S. war machine, and B, benefit the American people if necessary. These technologies clearly have not been used to benefit the American people, but if they're used to create, alien reproduction vehicles, which I believe they are, and possibly service an unidentified space program, or in near Earth orbit defense capabilities, or payload delivery, or human relocation, as Michael saw with the large football field-sized 8-gun craft, or operate underground and deep underground military bases, it's clear that that's a very disturbing reality in which we live. Because that's 80 years of programs, right, that have had time to flourish and hide themselves and like layer on themselves. That's a very frightening world.
It is a very frightening world. I just retweeted Scott Adams, the Dilbert creator, and he said, wherever there is complexity, there is fraud. And I just thought that was so applicable to the UFO question. There is an absurd amount of complexity, to the point where disclosure has taken a quantum leap around this Jake Barber story and some of the other stories, and like mainstream media could not give less of a shit.
No.
They don't understand. And it was horrible timing around the inauguration, like peak news mania, and then that's when you release this thing that's beyond the pale for most people, and you're piecemealing in psionics and all these other things, and that's. And I love Ross Coulter. I think he's an amazing investigative reporter. And I think Jake is beyond reproach as well. So it's not a knock on either of them. It's a knock on the timing and maybe News Nation's editing team.
Yeah,
but it's like
for the 45-minute special, that had to be like on the editing team.
That was not good. And then everybody started to be vindicated when Ross did this amazing follow-up with Jake. That was awesome.
Minute. And then with, of course, I thought one of the most underappreciated testimonies was Don Paul Bales as well.
Oh, yeah.
Worked closely with Jake. He talked very poignantly on retrieval and implications of crash retrieval. And so that started to kind of refocus the conversation with that, which with Fred Baker, with Dr. John Blitch.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. Mainstream media could not care less.
They can care less. And it's wild to see realities just diverge so starkly, where it's like UFO world is on, it's on another planet, literally.
And then there's also a big pickup in social media categories of kind of discrediting all the stories coming out and whistleblowers, so forth. Like I've even noticed a larger concentration of revisiting and kind of discrediting Grush as well, who I find beyond reproach almost probably more than anybody else.
Yeah, dude, that guy's like motivated by the right stuff.
Yeah.
He's pieced together so much.
Yeah.
And he's been treated like shit.
And I think his disclosures were done in the greatest manner possible, where if you have disclosures but can't necessarily provide firsthand evidence, he provided so much actionable intelligence.
Yes.
Whether to pursue IRAD contracts, IDIQ contracts, embedding of programs, history of programs, certain retrieval incidents, Malmstrom Air Force Base incidents. He provided so much actionable intelligence.
Hundreds of documents, I think maybe 1,000 pages plus, to the IC Inspector General, Thomas Meinheim, who's now out, and they haven't done anything about it.
Nothing.
And unless you can look at those documents, and all we have is that Thomas Mannheim said it was urgent and credible, and nobody has debunked anything in those documents. So unless you can debunk stuff in those documents, then you need to take action on what this guy is saying. It's absurd.
The only knocks people have against Grush is the Ken Klipstein hit piece, or the fact his op-ed didn't come out.
Where Ken Klipstein, basically Klippenstein, he admitted to Cigar and Crystal and Cigar, the breaking points. Guys, he admitted that like the DoD and IC like tipped him off on the story, basically.
Yeah.
So it's just crazy. Like, and then the USAID we now know was funding The Intercept. I don't know how much of that specifically made its way to Ken Klippenstein, but like, and the dude has all these like secret sources from the USAID. So he's like, he's a bad faith actor. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
And I made a tweet to that effect, and I got somebody threatened to sue me, and I'm not going to say their name because I don't want to amplify them. They're really bad actors. And they've also questioned the service records of, Randy Anderson and Jake Barber, which is just, I think, disgusting, to be honest. Like, don't go after that, There
was a lot of talk about, like, the combat controller pipeline, even though that Jake has said numerous times he was in the pipeline for combat controller, but then was diverted elsewhere.
These guys just... And one of them specifically has a clearance, and it's like, I don't know what he's up to. I don't know if he's actually acting like he wants to be a paid disinfo agent, but he hasn't gotten the contract yet, and he's actually just like this small-time guy. But
I think part of this is as well, there's like some popularity to go against kind of the disclosure movement, and there's like a couple like prominent channels that really base their entire entire fame off of just debunking everything, like almost pre-debunking stuff. Like a teaser of Jake Barber would come out and they'd already be debunking stuff.
Totally. And they don't listen to any of the details, and their priors are entirely off because they take nothing seriously. So it's their Occam's razor is it's all mass hysteria, which if you look at the levels of government that are now saying that this is real, your Occam's razor, this is like a cabal controlling all these people. It's the greatest mass hysteria in the history of. It's the best psyop in the world by standard deviations, if that's your claim, which is itself a fantastical null hypothesis. So these people they suck, honestly.
The cabal stuff is nonsense because it's all talked about in the frame of ATIP and OSAP, which, as we've talked about throughout this whole conversation, there's going back to Robert Sarbacher in 1950 and even before in 1933 with Mussolini. There are so many other players involved. There might be a lot of reoccurring players that we've also talked about as well in recent disclosures, but the circular reporting, this crash retrieval and reverse engineering is not isolated to a small group of people.
No, it's not at all. If anything, the intelligence community tactic to kind of repress this stuff has been flood the zone.
Yeah.
So there's just too much snake oil to sift through for the average person. I think it moved from secrecy under Blue Book in the 50s and 60s, and then the 80s at some point around the Majestic 12 stuff. This stuff started to get promoted, but with all sorts of quackery. And you have Air Force Office of Special Investigations agent and other counter-intel people like Rick Doty being like, there are 6 alien beings, and like John Lear saying, there's a soul catcher on the moon or whatever.
That's starting to pop back up with some of Rick Doty's disciples, like the guy I think who's in prison, who tweets all the time, like, let me show you a photo of an extraterrestrial, and it'll just be a random image.
Right. I don't know.
So that's starting to pop back up.
Yeah, so that it's just, I don't know. I'd love to, because I think earnest debate is always good. And Mick West, people say he's like a paid asset or whatever. I enjoyed like having him on to debate Merrick, and we debated all the top UFO videos, and I thought that was like fun and good. And he doesn't seem like, he's like, I want more light shown on this. I think he could be a little more like earnestly open to some of this stuff, but like, some of these other guys are just like bad vibes, and like it's all ad hominem, and it's they threaten lawfare and stuff, and it's whack. It's like I hope you I don't know, just introspect a little bit. If again, read between the lines and see if this applies to you, because I don't want to mention anybody, but it's like, just think about like what you're doing. Like, are you really on the right side of history?
Well, to also step back and study the subject a little more, because even if you're not ready to make the jump into crash retrievals and reverse engineering yet, go back, look at the history of Sign, Grudge, Blue Book, OSAP. Go look at numerous sightings, mass sightings. Just go through a long list of UFO sightings and projects in the 20th century.
Yep.
And start there. I mean, there's not the Condon Committee, but the Condon Report from England, Project Magnet, Project Second Story, Grudge, Sign, Blue Book, all sorts of UFO programs around the world, numerous sightings, private corporations contracted to look at UFOs, and Battelle.
Well, go watch your channel too, UAP GERB, because it's like I said, it's literally a fire hose. It's a cannon of like absurd amounts of information to the point where you can't just dismiss it all. There's something going on. Even if that something is slightly adjacent to the consensus truth we all think on aliens, UFOs, maybe the rest of the iceberg doesn't look like the tip of the iceberg, that's fine. I don't think anybody on the pro-UFO side is dogmatic about that. I think it's just this stuff is worthy of investigation, which clearly it is.
And if you're still just trying to figure out, do UFOs exist, just go look at all the dang military reports of pilots and so forth citing UFOs. Like the Malmstrom case, people dismiss that, but that's a great one to study. Minot Air Force Base, in which I think a B-2 bomber encountered a saucer flying around it, de-elevating. There's so many stories. Just go read through the Blue Book files of the unexplained cases.
Yeah. No, they're an enormous amount, and anybody in the government capacity looking at this sort of, earnestly always comes to the same conclusion, which is there's something probably here.
Yeah, as Eric Davis says, there's a there.
Clearly. Well, Sammy, UAP Group, this has been an absolute honor. Is there anything else you wanted to cover? I mean, there are probably 100 other things you could talk about, but
yeah, nothing really. There's so much stuff we could talk about. I just say to everybody, keep investigating crash retrievals and reverse engineering. There's a ton of interesting cases and interesting studies and corporations and military requirements, and send out FOIA requests as well. A no answer and a denial is always an answer within itself.
We didn't even get to that story of the whistleblower who talked about, was it an egg-shaped craft like off on the Azores, like off of Portugal?
Oh, yeah. We'll save that because I plan to talk to that guy soon. But it's a person who was stationed with the USAF who claimed to see a Tic Tac.
A Tic Tac, that's right.
Unloaded from a C-130 Hercules.
Yep.
And there's a lot of good research there as well.
That C-130s are often transport, or what do you mean good research? Just that this incident?
Yeah, because of course this guy, when I studied this case, he doesn't have photos or reports on the actual craft, but the information he can share, which is like the insignia on the C-130 and on the nearby vans, just even just the C-130 that unloads the Tic Tac, and knowing what military wing that's from can lead to such bountiful research, because then you can look where the C-130 is from, you can look at nearby contractors, you can look at nearby air wings, you can look at nearby FFRDCs and start to piece together some interesting stuff based off the testimony.
I love it, man. Well, go subscribe to UAP Gerb. Check out, you're doing a follow-up with Randy Anderson. It'll probably be out or around when we put this out. And I know you're going to do an amazing job there, and you're not only going to talk to him, corroborate his story, but also, or try to stress test it, whatever. But also go really deep into, the specific contractor, SAIC, which was likely involved in this sort of, psychotronic or psionic research. So yeah, it's been an honor, Sammy. Really appreciate you stopping by, man.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right.
It's a lot to unpack there. We are making progress on our greenhouse. I never gave much, what's the word? I've neglected this place. Not really giving the attention that it deserves since I passed through it so goddamn much. That's better. This is fun, to be honest. Decorating it. It's pretty fun. Classical. I liked it better on the ground. Looking like a greenhouse. I need to go pick some flowers. Something cool. I am going to start up another podcast, but I'm going to take a minute. We're almost close to the 3-hour mark. Might as well take these. That'd be funny if I could put one of these in here. Kind of just looking for the rarest stuff I have to put in these displays. Let's get this block real quick. This block is so sick. I can't wait to use it. Good block. Coming along nicely on the honey block. Hell yeah. Alright, we need to go get some flowers. I think it's... Is the sun rising? I can't tell. Let's make it daytime. I don't remember the last time I slept. I need to have cactus nearby. Well, I kind of do, but it's not that close. This is what I look for, my flower field. I'll take one of these. This might be too big. Take one of these, take one of these. These are beautiful. I think we're good. This one's open and it shouldn't be. See? That's good. Only need a few. I like these guys. Maybe I'll take one of these. Pretty blue. I think we're good. We got plenty. Hey, welcome to the stream. If you're there, say hello. Do not be shy. Right now, I'm in the process of designing my greenhouse. I needed some flowers for this mission. Also, I'd always wanted to put a scarecrow here, and I couldn't figure out how to design one. And lo and behold, a pretty good design of one popped up on my feed. And I was like, wow, that's pretty clever. They used like doors and stuff, like these trapdoors that I'm using right now. I also got this idea from that. So keep the ideas coming. I like it. But we need to overhaul. Oh, I wish this went in. Maybe this goes. I wanted to put this here. Originally. Not like that. But I like the blue. It's nice. We'll rock this for now. This is looking much more like a greenhouse. Alright, so let's try to switch some things up here. That looks a little drab. A little dark. That looks cool. We've got plenty to work with here. Some lilac. Let's just try putting it there for now. This is more about flowers. Okay, maybe. Damn. That'd be funny. Maybe roses here. That's more appropriate. What else? We got a blue. One of these boys. One of these. I wanted to throw these downstairs. Thanks, I hate it. Keep these down here, though. This place is all about rare stuff. This is like my treasure room. Look at that. Look at that shit. That's crazy. This is crazy, bro. This is mad. Treasure room. Gotta have a treasure room. And it's somewhat hidden. Not hidden very well. It's just inobvious. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's finish our greenhouse. Stop messing around. Let me get another podcast going. That was pretty good. This next one is Ross Coulthart from 8 days ago. This is Disclosure Team on YouTube.
All right, Ross.
Check it out.
Absolute pleasure to see you. How have you been, my friend?
Been a busy time, Vinny. I've just come back from lying on a beach and I'm feeling a lot better. Tanned, rested and feeling dangerous.
Good to hear. Really good to hear. I appreciate you joining me. And yeah, it has been. It's been crazy since we last spoke. Lots been happening. And before we get into the interview, I put out that I was speaking to you so people can put in questions. And can you guess what the most requested question was?
Where's the hidden UFO?
My goodness, people just won't let that go.
Well, it's funny. I almost regret talking about it, to be honest, because one of the problems you have as a journalist is when sources tell you things, you are obliged to respect, if you like, the confidences in which they're imparted. And I know this sounds old-fashioned, but there's kind of like there are the catastrophists and the destructors on the UAP fringe who basically think, oh, dang it, just say whatever you've got, let it out there and hang it out there. And I'm not one of those people. I'm a journalist. And to give you a good example, I once got leaked details of the deployment of Australia's SAS to the western desert of Iraq. And I knew in advance that our special forces were being dropped into the western desert of Iraq in the period when we were about to take back or if you like, supposedly liberate Iraq from Saddam Hussein. What a misery of a war that ended up being. But I was in touch with a member of one of those units, and they told me they were going in. And it was very clearly understood that I was being given a heads up purely and simply that I knew that they were doing what they were doing, not that I could run it as a journalist. And in this case, there are very, very good reasons, very sound reasons that I accept for national security reasons shouldn't be imparted. And people can squawk as much as they like. I really don't care. I mean, I think people need to understand that if this subject is to be taken seriously, we have to apply the rigor and the objectivity and the standards that we use in traditional journalism, which is that we don't put people's lives at risk, we don't jeopardize sources, and we certainly don't imperil men and women, young men and women, who are doing honourable and decent things for their country.
Yeah, I think we have one shot at this and it's got to be done the right way, so I completely understand, absolutely. Well, listen, obviously the Jake Barber story is kind of the big thing that you broke recently, and, you know, there's been questions surrounding it because it really is such a big, quite crazy sounding story. So I wonder if you could talk me through the kind of 2-year investigation and the rigor that you put into vetting Jake and the other guys that came forward as well.
I can tell you that when I first met Jake Barber, I thought he was what some people are suggesting I've seen on social media, some kind of CIA plant. I thought this was some kind of psyop that was designed to lead me off on some kind of wild goose chase. And look, frankly, without going into too much detail, I've more than satisfied myself that Jake and his team have taken extraordinary risks to bring this story to the public arena. And they're more than a little bemused and frankly frustrated that there are dimwits out there in the community who take it upon themselves to essentially suggest that these people are doing this for less than honourable motives. Simple fact is, Jake is the one person who's put himself to the test. He said, if you don't believe it, wait and see. We're going to prove it. And I've seen it. I mean, I've seen the summoning operation happen. I've seen a psionic attract the phenomenon. I know it can happen. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the human brain is capable of such things. But I've more than satisfied myself that an operation took place where perhaps there was correlation, not necessarily causation. I think what we'd like to see is something that can definitively in some way prove that there was a causal connection between the psychic summoning, if you like, that we've all witnessed taking place and the arrival of what seems to be some kind of intelligently controlled object. And look, I mean, I'll tell you, I'm a hardened skeptic along with the rest of them, and the first time I ever heard about this, I thought to myself, oh, this is a lot of baloney, this is nonsense. And then I started talking to people. I started checking out the bona fides of Jake Barber, and there's a lot of Jake Barber's history that I can't reveal. He's basically connected into a group of people who are the very elite of America's military. And by definition, a lot of the work that they do is secret. But I've more than satisfied myself that he worked in a role for an intelligence agency, and that more importantly, he was selected to be part of that intelligence agency as part of a feed program from the Tier 1 selection program that he was on at the time, where he was essentially in a program that was training him up as a Tier 1 operator. He was diverted out of that program and found himself in an intelligence agency where he operated under non-official cover. And I'll be the first to admit that I've dealt with people in the intelligence community before, especially people who are essentially NOCs. And I think it might amuse people to know that there are actually people working in the UAP media community who are NOCs for the intelligence community. This is actually a very common thing. But Jake Barber made it, by the very nature of his work, extremely difficult to prove the veracity of what he did and does. Suffice to say, there's a lot of background information that's been provided to me that more than satisfies me that he was working for a particular intelligence agency until very recently, and that he was also working as a subcontractor for a private aerospace company at a particular facility that he calls the Range. And it's a measure of the guy that he's done a very measured disclosure. It's not done with any official imprimatur. He's not being allowed to do this as some kind of controlled disclosure. What he's done is he's basically sought permission to tell a story, and they've told him what he can and can't talk about. And in the course of that, he's not allowed to reveal the intelligence agency that he's worked for, and he's not allowed to reveal the location where he operated, and he's not allowed to reveal the name of the aerospace company. And that's something that I respect. I happen to know the name of the aerospace company that he worked for, and I'm very aware of the operations that he conducted for them. And that's been part of my proving process, is actually verifying independently what he tells me. And one of the things about journalism is the story is almost 1% of the story. There's 99% of the story in the background where you're doing the checking. I think the best measure of Jake Barber's veracity is that he's already given 4.5 hours of testimony to the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, and I've spoken to people who were in the room with him, and they've told me rather, that they've regarded him as a person of high veracity, and they believe his story, and more importantly, they've been able to check his bona fides as well. Moreover, if there was any doubt whatsoever, if there was a hole that the Defence Department or the intelligence community could pick in the story of Jake Barber, don't you think they would have leaked it to one of the more tame, supplicant little toadies on the social media spectrum by now so that they could try and denigrate him? All they've done is basically attempt to have a go at him for being incredibly open and honest about the emotional experience of his encounter with what he believes was the phenomena. And I think people should be sitting back and taking note of the fact that here you've got a guy that was trained at the absolute top level of America's military. He's beyond any shadow of a doubt one of the most highly trained soldiers who developed into becoming essentially an undercover operative for an intelligence agency. These guys are meant to be made of steel, but there's an emotional fragility about him, about the phenomenon, that I find absolutely fascinating. And it's the same with his colleagues, Fred Baker and Don Paul Bales. They've all been affected by the phenomenon in different ways, but all of them say that it's been profoundly spiritual for them. And I think that's why they feel the need to come forward, because they think this is too big a secret to be kept for this long. And moreover, there's no real justification for the continued secrecy. There is probably stuff that ought properly to be kept confidential if it gives the United States some kind of military or strategic advantage against potential foreign adversaries. But at the heart of it, they passionately believe that you, the public, have the right to know that we are not alone, that the United States is fully aware and has been aware for decades of a non-human intelligence engaging with this planet. And if that sounds like cockamamie nonsense, then go away and watch the Kardashians. I don't really care. The bottom line is the government of the United States is begrudgingly being forced very slowly into an admission that this is a reality. And I think we're seeing, especially with the announcement this week of the Anna Paulina Luna task force, the Transparency Task Force, that has as one of its focuses the UAP subject. At some stage, the sluggish, dull legacy media is going to wake up to the fact that this is a story. And maybe they might start applying the resources and investigative teams to the subject matter that ought properly to be being applied to a subject like this. So, yeah, I mean, my answer is that I've done a very, very rigorous checking process with Jake Barber, probably one of the best measures of why I strongly believe his story, in addition to the other corroborative material that I've seen, is the level of caution that they had for their own safety and for mine when we were meeting with them. Basically, they were armed to the teeth. I was escorted in an armoured vehicle with machine guns and all manner of weaponry. These people weren't taking any chances, and that's because of the risks that they've been exposed to on the job. And without going into a lot of detail, for reasons that I'm sad to say I can't detail here, they've been provided to the Senate Intelligence Committee. There's been some incredibly dangerous things that have happened on domestic US soil that really do go to the heart of the issue of the ridiculously unnecessary secrecy surrounding this whole program. It's getting dangerous and it's out of control, and the President, the Congress, needs to assert their legislative and constitutional authority and do the proper thing and restore oversight to a program that essentially lost its way 60, 70 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I'm really backing Jake and the Skywatcher team completely. I'd like to talk about the, we had News Nation reveal the egg video alongside the interview. Are you able to tell me if Jake has any, or the team, or anyone has provided you with any other sort of videos that aren't out in the public domain? Have you seen anything else?
I'm aware of other videos, yes, and I know that there is other video material, extensive video material, which I think has been offered and may indeed already have been provided to the Senate Intelligence Committee. And moreover to Arrow. And this is the interesting thing, is Arrow, the Pentagon's UFO investigation office, under Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, was provided with a great deal of information and intelligence by Jake Barber and or one of his colleagues in a briefing. Actually, it was one of his colleagues. And mysteriously, all of that information that was provided to Arrow at that time disappeared from Arrow's files. And it wasn't until Jake Barber, after his friend had given the briefing to Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, it wasn't until Jake Barber went to Arrow after Kirkpatrick had left and spoke to the new director, Dr. John Kozlowski, and provided Kozlowski with the details of the information that was provided previously to Arrow, that Arrow itself realized that there was no longer information in its possession that had been provided to Arrow previously. Someone had removed that information. No, don't know who, but bottom line is, Arrow's job is to investigate UAPs. I can assure you, Dr. John Kozlowski fills me with a greater degree of confidence than his predecessor. And whilst his hands may be tied and the Defence Department might not want the rate of disclosure to be as fast as it appears to be becoming at the moment, I do get the impression that he's quite serious about investigating the phenomenon properly. And I know for a fact that he's asked to accompany the Skywatcher team when they do their next summoning.
Wow, that's encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, I think, look, it's funny, we all assume conspiracies before screw-ups. And I mean, I've got a great saying, always assume a fuck-up before a conspiracy. And it's something that you're taught in investigative journalism when you're doing the work, is that it's very easy to look at a scenario and think that this is a bunch of evil bastards concealing something. And sure, there are a bunch of evil bastards who are concealing something here, but by and by, the reason for the concealment isn't, I'm not persuaded that there's any great secret that's needing to be protected. Nobody, and I always ask this question, I've met multiple people now inside the legacy UAP retrieval or reverse engineering program. Military people, civilians, scientists. Every single one of them, I ask them, is there any good reason why the public can't know that NHI, a non-human intelligence, is engaging with this planet, and that the US and other countries know all about it? And a couple of them have scratched their heads and tried to make arguments, but 99% of them have said to me categorically there is no good reason for the public not to know. And ultimately, it's just easier for these stiffs in suits to keep this secret. It really is easier. There's a presumption of secrecy. And it's funny, I did a story years and years and years ago about the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, ASIS, which is our equivalent of MI6. And I interviewed a guy who was quite a senior station chief in a very well-known location. Actually, he was in India, in New Delhi. And he told me that the thing that would amuse me as a journalist, I had this impression of sort of daring do and espionage and, downloading encrypted cables back to Canberra of top secret conversations with all sorts of sources. And he said to me, look, Ros, 99% of the stuff that we put secret stamps on is pretty mundane. Most of it comes from newspapers. Most of it's open source information. Very rarely is there really good human intelligence. And frankly, the reasons for the secrecy have become almost an excuse. And I think one of the things that really strikes me about the secret world is have a look at the history of the secret world. Have a look at what happened in 9/11, where You had compartmentalized pods of secrecy all across the United States intelligence community, which meant that the CIA didn't share with Homeland Security. I don't know if it was Homeland Security, but it didn't share with the FBI, or the FBI didn't share with the CIA, or the DOD didn't share what they had. And because none of these intelligence agencies were talking to each other, terrorists with ill intent came into the United States and attacked the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and every other place in 2001. And it's horrendous that that happened, but it happened largely because of excessive secrecy. And what I take great heart from is that in the wake of that tragedy, they created the Director of National Intelligence, whom Tulsi Gabbard is now going to be the head of. And she's going to, and she's very avowedly determined to do so, she's going to try to investigate the UAP secrecy. And if they find failures of oversight, if they find criminal fraud, concealment, which I know they're going to find if they look, it's all going to come out. And at the moment, it's really interesting because I think the defence aerospace community can hardly believe what's going on, because they've had this cosy little secret now for years, and all they've ever needed to do is put a stiff in a suit and a uniform and walk up to people and mumble, national security, can't talk about it, but, it'd be good if you didn't take this any further. And people just meekly roll over and accept it. And, we all know the usual suspects in Congress that have done that for so long. But there is a cultural change happening here, because the American taxpayer is entitled to ask, what's happening with my money? Why can't we fix bridges in Baltimore? Why are our roads falling apart? Why are there record numbers of homeless people? Why is the health system such a disaster? And a large part of the reason is because of vast amounts of money are unaccountably going into the bottomless pit of national security expenditure. And as Elon Musk's Doge has politely asserted this week, they cannot account for trillions of dollars. And now they're being told they have to do an audit. They have to account for every single line item. That's going to be a really interesting moment, because, frankly, the reason they can't is because they've been using, and we know this, we know that they've been using real programs protected under SAPs to divert huge amounts of money into an illegal, probably criminal, legacy UAP program. And that's illegal under the Constitution. You can't hide that with a presidential executive order or a presidential emergency action directive. The Constitution is the dominant legislative document, and it asserts that the Congress has to be properly informed about the expenditure of public monies, and it hasn't been. And it's that simple principle that I think is going to restore disclosure very soon, I suspect.
I hope so. And I think there are certainly different angles that it may come from. You mentioned there the new declassification task force set up by Anna Paulina Luna, but, we know that they don't have subpoena power.
Well, yeah, but they will have subpoena power if James Comer, the chairman, agrees to give it to them.
Are you confident that that'll work, though?
Look, it's nowhere near what we were going to get, which was a Presidential Records Review Board, which, no thanks to Mike Turner of Ohio, we were not able to get. Basically, there was intervention, blatant lobbying by the defence aerospace community and the Pentagon to stop that legislation from going through in December last year. And if it hadn't been thwarted, we would have a Presidential Records Review Board that had already begun the process of declassification of UAP files. I don't want to pour cold water on the hopes that we've got for the Transparency Task Force. They're obviously going to make the JFK files their first priority. And interestingly enough, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there was a connection between the murder, and when I say the murder, I mean the coup d'etat, the conspiracy by the state to murder JFK, and UFOs. I'm in no doubt whatsoever there were multiple shooters, and I've spent a lot of time investigating that story. I did a special about it for News Nation, and I've spent a large part of my life reading every book on JFK. And I just, for the life of me, do not understand how America has been able to tolerate for the last 60 plus years the absolute lie that President Kennedy was killed by one lone shooter, Lee Harvey Oswald. And at the heart of that conspiracy is what is the problem with the UAP issue, whether it's connected or not. It's this idea of a national security state that, because of the paranoia and the fear during the Cold War, was given ridiculous power. And, Alan Dulles, the then CIA director, was effectively sanctioned by Eisenhower to go out and murder world leaders, and including Fidel Castro and, God help us, what's his name, the guy in the Congo, Lumumba. It's a tragedy that these kind of things happened. And as has been demonstrated time and time again, most of these decisions by the secret state, by the CIA in particular, were utter follies. They were unsuccessful covert operations that were done in the name of national security that just undermined America's security. There's a great book called Mark Weiner called Legacy of Ashes that basically tells the story of every known CIA covert operation since the Second World War. And it makes the point that every single one of them was a failure. There's a great podcast at the moment. The Rest. Is it The Rest is Spying? I've forgotten what it's called. But essentially, it's a couple of Brits a Brit and a Yank telling a story about, in the first episodes, the overthrow of the Shah in Iran and the causes why the CIA was essentially involved in an overthrow of the then slightly nationalist leader of Iran, which led eventually to the fall of the Shah and the beginning of extremist Islamism in Iran. And essentially it's largely because of, driven by Iranian fear and hatred of Americans' improper dealings inside Iran and meddling inside Iran. And it's that kind of secret manipulation behind the scenes that has done so much to discredit the good work done by America in much of the last 60 or 70 years. And again, we've got this rancid secret of the UAP mystery. And I actually think they're just sitting on it at the moment because they're frankly twiddling their thumbs, not knowing how to deal with it. I suspect there are grey, faceless men sitting in a bunker somewhere thinking, how the hell do we deal with this? We're going to be audited. How do we account for the hundreds of millions, if not billions, if not trillions of dollars that have been expended on the legacy retrieval program? What is the one argument that we can make that can justify to the president why he should continue to keep this secret? And is it even plausible that this will be kept secret? I don't think it is, when you have people like Jake Barber coming forward with his team. And believe me, there's a lot more where he came from.
Good to know. Good to know. I mean, we hear about a lot at the moment about the crash retrieval side of the legacy programs. We don't hear so much about the reverse engineering or attempts to reverse engineer. Have you spoken with anyone within the legacy programs that are focusing on that aspect of the subject?
Yes.
Because there's this age-old question: is some people believe we cracked anti-gravity back in the 50s after the Roswell craft, and then there are people now that say we can barely even get inside these things, let alone understand how they work. Where do you sort of lie on that scale?
I can't say definitively what I know, because I don't know for sure. I do know we've had materials science failures. I don't think we've been able to replicate the hull, the construction of these craft. It's essentially manufactured at an atomic level. It's beyond our materials science ken. And frankly, I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing this really interesting division, this divide starting to happen, where pretty big money is coming into operations like Skywatcher from Silicon Valley. And who are the best people in the world in materials science right now? Who are building the most miniaturized technologies in the world right now? Guess who? Silicon Valley. And they're pissed. They're really angry that they've discovered that this whole UAP secret has been kept from them, and that a bunch of legacy private aerospace companies, purely and simply because they were around at the time, were given the benefit of this technology that has probably amplified their share price beyond all value. I mean, there are allegations that, for example, some of this technology has been able to be developed to assist in the development of some of our more advanced aviation technology. It may very well be that we haven't been able to crack the Holy Grail, but we've certainly been able to develop technologies from it that have advanced American fighters and stealth spy planes in particular, far more than any other nation in the world. As for anti-gravity, I find it very hard to believe that the United States has not cracked anti-gravity, because I'm told that the science behind it is not all that complex, nor is the science of zero-point energy. It's a monstrous allegation to make, and I know there are people who've been making the allegation for years that the ZPE and anti-gravity have been cracked many, many years ago, possibly as early as the 60s. But I strongly suspect that the Americans or a private aerospace company know how to do basic anti-gravity. But whether that means that they can propel craft at interstellar speeds across the universe, that's another question entirely. Because then you need materials science that allows you to do what those craft purportedly do from the NHI. I just don't know. What I have spoken to is multiple people in the legacy program who are, some of them scientists, who are deeply, deeply frustrated as scientists that their good efforts to investigate this technology, which they're really excited about, is being frustrated by compartmentalized secrecy to the extent that their lives are threatened and their families' lives are threatened. They are monitored constantly, and the techniques with which they reached out to me and contacted me were originally way beyond my understanding. I never knew it was possible to communicate in the way that they communicated with me. And it's incredibly difficult to keep in touch with them because of that, because they know they're being monitored. But the message that I get from them overwhelmingly is that they are deeply frustrated that the public is not being told, at the very least, this incredibly exciting and positive and optimistic thing that there is a non-human intelligence that is vastly more advanced than us, multiple such intelligences. They're interested in engaging with us. And basically, for much of the last 70, 80 years, we've sought to derive a military advantage by keeping it secret. And the irony is the secrecy has actually frustrated our ability to crack the science. And what's needed is an international effort, a collaborative effort, where we get all of the nations of the world collaborating to break the science, forget our differences. And I think one of the explanations, by the way, for the failure to reveal knowledge of ZPE is, and I do accept that this is a good argument to a point, there are extremist religious groups or fanatic groups, far-right groups, far-left groups, that are just crazy enough that if they knew how simple some of this technology is, you could basically obliterate things in a way that far exceeds the capability of thermonuclear weapons. It's a whole level of bad danger far beyond what we know at the moment. And I know it's easy to say that sort of stuff, and people will go, well, I want to know more, I want to know more detail. The word scalar weapons is something people should be looking at. They're purportedly fictional. They're purportedly non-existent. I would suggest people think again.
Wow, okay. That's interesting. I mean, we're talking about whistleblowers and that, you know, with the sort of scrapping or the failure of the NDAA last year, and, you know, there were no new whistleblower protections added, which we were hoping happen. And then Jake Barber comes forward. Does that give people behind the scenes confidence in potentially coming forward that we may see more whistleblowers, even though that extra protection isn't there?
Do you know the biggest hindrance, I think, to whistleblowers right now is the snide carping from the community of people who for years have been asking first-hand whistleblowers to come forward. I mean, if I was Jake, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, why in God's name would people come forward, risk their careers? I mean, he's walked away from a secure job that he's held for 20 years, along with his colleagues, because he passionately believes you guys have a right to know what he knows. And What has he copped? Oh, he's a CIA plant, or he's a false flag operation. And there's all these so terribly well-informed trolls on social media who just make these specious assertions without any understanding of what it involves for people like somebody like him to come forward, and the checks that have to be done behind the scenes to verify his bona fides. If I was a whistleblower, I'd be thinking, you know what? Maybe we're not ready. Maybe people are just too immature to deal with the ontological shock of this reality. I mean, it's funny, I've actually had a conversation with somebody in private aerospace who rang me up out of the blue. I didn't know how they got my number, but they're from a very prominent private aerospace company. And we had a very frank conversation about disclosure. And I said, you know, why not? Why not reveal it? And the argument that I got was people aren't ready. And I have to admit, the immaturity, the nastiness, there's been I agree, a solid rump of people who've been very supportive of Jake. But frankly, I would question if I was a whistleblower. I would question as a journalist if I was being asked, and I'm being asked by whistleblowers whether they should come forward. I would not encourage them to come forward right now, because I don't sense, even though Annapurna Luna, Representative Luna, is making all these noises about the UAP issue being focused on in her committee, let's just wait and see. Let's just see what they can achieve in 6 months. I think 6 months is ridiculously short for a start. And you're right, they should have subpoena powers. And they really should have the status of a full select committee with full subpoena powers and the power to conduct and hold full public hearings. It's crazy. If they're serious about this issue, they should be putting it on a podium and getting aggressive. And I don't see a level of aggression from the political class. It's weird. And I think part of it on the religious right is they're spooked by the implications of the spiritual ideas that are being conveyed, that essentially at the heart of this is the possibility that what religion has sought to explain for 2,000 years might in fact be simply the human brain engaging with some kind of uber consciousness that's got nothing to do with certain religious beliefs. Or maybe it's the other way. Maybe it is a religious belief and they're worried that essentially what we're doing is attracting something demonic. That's certainly the line that I get from a lot of people in the US Air Force, that essentially we shouldn't be engaging with this and we shouldn't be acknowledging its existence or making people aware of it because it's demonic. And I can tell you, I've spoken to people who genuinely believe that. And look, I can't dismiss it out of hand either, to be perfectly honest. We don't know what the intentions of the NHI are. I just know that there is an advanced intelligence that is engaging with humanity. And if you look at most world religions, at the heart of it, what is God? What are angels? What are demons? I mean, maybe they are ways of describing what people have encountered over human history and never fully understood. And maybe they are capable of evil. Certainly the impression I get, and the impression that Jake and his team have got, is that it is certainly the entities that they've been engaging with, friendly, compassionate, loving indeed. There's any number of other reasons, frankly, why at the moment, if I was really genuinely asked by a whistleblower and sat down, I'd be saying, just keep your powder dry. Let's just wait and see what these guys in Washington, D.C. show. Because I was really disappointed, for example, with the White House spokeswoman making the statement on the drones that was made, where, you had the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, in December. And this is really important. It's important people understand this. As a journalist, I'm taught to look for contradictions in official policy, okay? This is a huge one. You could drive a truck through the holes in the official line here. So the FAA says in December that these drones are not authorised. They don't know the source of them. They don't know anything about them. And, they're concerned about them. They're a national security threat and a public safety threat. That's the evidence they gave under oath to the Congress. Roll forward a month, And then the White House comes out under the new Trump administration, or it's a bit more than a month. And all of a sudden, they just make this one-sentence statement that the drones were authorized, FAA authorized research drones, and for other purposes. And this is the thing, I just felt like throwing a rock at the TV set when I saw this, because, you know, not one journalist in the White House press corps, that lazy, supine bunch of fat, lardy asses, I don't know what the fuck they do all day, but they're sitting there and there is just the biggest story dropped in their lap. All it took was for one journo to say, hang on a moment, just come back for a moment. You said back, your FAA said back in December that these were not authorised, that there was no knowledge at all about these objects. Are you saying that the FAA lied under oath? What's the truth here? In what way were they research drones? There was just no inquisitiveness at all, no curiosity at all. And I guess I see everything in that context because I happen to believe that at least some, if not most of those drones at different times have been NHI, especially the ones over the different Air Force bases and the British bases. And I think what's happening is that the United States is trying to explain away the presence of these NHI drones by putting up some of their own advanced technology. And that's what people have been seeing. They've been seeing two different sets of objects in the sky. Orbs, and then these more craft-like drones that appear to be operating using navigation lights and things like that, but then also displaying somewhat anomalous properties. To me, the fact that there's been a complete lack of curiosity in pretty much all of the mainstream media except for Fox News and the network I work with, News Nation, to a network, nobody deployed investigative teams outside the other networks. None of the newspapers deployed any kind of investigative team to go out and investigate. All they did was get the usual tame, supplicant, skeptic debunkers to write articles saying this was all a hysterical flap and the public were misleading themselves. Go back to your bedrooms. Nothing to see here. Move on. And frankly, I just think that's a disgrace. And if I was somebody in the legacy program right now, looking at both the political response, the media response, and more importantly, the social media response to somebody as courageous as Jake Barber and his colleagues coming forward, I would be thinking to myself, I'm just going to wait and see what happens with Anna Paulina Luna's Transparency Committee and the various Oversight and Intelligence Committee's investigations into these allegations. Because that's the other thing. The Senate Intelligence Committee, the House Armed Services Committee, the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Oversight Committee, they've all had this stuff from Jake Barber and his team and other legacy whistleblowers for months, well before we went public. Why haven't they done anything with it? And I spoke to a senator who is on the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I know that their staff were aware of the allegations that were made by Jake Barber. They were not aware of the allegations made by Jake Barber. Why? Because the staffers had elected not to pass it on. Why? Now, one of the problems I have with Washington is staffers are often serving two masters. They're serving the politician that they work for, and they're also keen to make sure they get a job in private aerospace after they leave politics, working in the Congress. And is it the case that some people have allowed themselves to be compromised by the positions that they hold? Have politicians not been fully apprised inside the Congress of what's being told to the committees? Because there's been this cosy little practice where politicians quarantine themselves from the danger of somebody like Jake Barber coming forward by deploying senior staffers, often legal counsel, to go and take their evidence in a secret skiff. And then it's up to the staff to decide what or how much of what this person's told them they pass on to their political minder. And that's the game that's played in Washington, D.C. And frankly, in that kind of a climate, if I was a whistleblower, I don't know if I'd trust these mongrels. And that's the problem. These people are as Jake has done, being invited to take incredible risks. I mean, it's an on-the-record allegation from Jake Barber and his team that people have been murdered to protect these secrets. Period. Now, I know there's an FBI team investigating. There's a covert FBI investigation underway at the moment, and I've known about it for some time. I think the story or the fact of that investigation broke very recently. But I'm heartened that we've now got a more tenacious head in the FBI on the UAP issue in the face of Nash Patel, and also that we have a DNI in Tulsi Gabbard who have avowedly expressed an intention to get to the bottom of the UAP mystery, as has John Ratcliffe over at the CIA. But how aggressive are they prepared to be? Will they, die on a rock in order to protect the public's right to know? Or are they susceptible to the same kind of conversation that has probably happened 100 times in the last 60 or 70 years, where a senior official in a uniform walks into a politician's office and says, look, we were thinking about building a new factory for our Gazoo nuclear weapons system targetings modules, and we think that part of your political electorate would be a really good place to locate it. But there's just one problem we've got at the moment, and that's this UAP thing. It's a big diversion for us. It's taking too many of our resources away at the moment, and frankly, it'd be a hell of a lot easier if we didn't have to deal with it. What do you think? Do you like the idea of a factory in your electorate? We can help you there. And that's how Washington works. Every politician is susceptible to that kind of manipulation. And I just worry about the fact that you've got fairly junior people in Representative Luna who are leading the Transparency Committee. I don't doubt her integrity and I don't doubt her zealous commitment. But why is James Comer not putting his face and name to the committee? It's very much the more junior members of the UAP caucus who've basically gone public on this issue. Why are people like, for example, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio staying silent? Why hasn't President Trump, made any kind of executive order on UAPs? He could solve this mystery in a flash. Told his son he would. And this is the issue. I think we're entitled to be sceptical. We're entitled to think, look, politics works very differently in Washington, D.C. It's very transactional. What's in it for me? And so a politician's sitting there at the moment and he's thinking, wow, this is a secret that's been kept for 70, 80 years. I accept it's true, but I've got this guy in a suit in my office who's telling me that, it's going to cause me all sorts of problems. They're going to take this arms factory away from where I'm trying to win votes. I'll probably, lose about 200 or 300 jobs in that part of my district. Wow, this is a real problem. Easier just to let it slide, easier not to let it happen. And believe me, the lobbyists behind these big aerospace companies are incredible. And it's no coincidence that when you look at the people that have, the best analogy I can think of is, the politicians who were squealing the most about the moves on the Department of Health, and the actions on COVID-19. All of them are subjugants of big pharma, and it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. And the fact is, money politics runs Washington DC, and one of the most powerful lobbies in Washington DC for the last 70, 80 years has been the military industrial complex. President Eisenhower warned about it. So I think we're entitled to be skeptical. I'm hopeful, really, really hopeful, and I guess I would have liked to have seen the UAP issue at the forefront of what Representative Luna was pushing first off. But the JFK story is a really good conspiracy mystery to start off with. But I hope they don't lose their momentum. I hope they continue pushing hard, because the UAP mystery, if what we're being told is true, it's a criminal scandal that puts Watergate in the shadows.
Yeah, we do need that momentum, because we only have to look back at the struggles that they had with trying to get David Grush into a skiff and having the right clearances, and they might need SAP status.
They never did.
it all sounds really good that they're going to do this and they're going to do that. But to get everyone with the right clearances, the SAP status at the right place at the right time, it isn't going to be easy based on what we've seen historically. So they can stand in front of the podium and promise all these things and say they're going to do this, but it doesn't fill me with confidence. And I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that would agree. But, you know, that leads me to think, you know, looking at what Jake Barber and the Skywatcher team are kind of planning to do, you know, could we completely bypass Congress and the government? Could Jake Barber's team actually bring us?
That's exactly what Jake wants to do. As he said to me in the interview, you know, we don't need Congress. We don't need the national security state to tell us what to do. We can do it ourselves. And I don't think people have fully realised yet what he's got. He's got millions of dollars in private equity funding from the big end of town who know the official story is bullshit. They know the public are being lied to. I mean, I went to a conference at Esalen, south of San Francisco, which was a very restricted, very high security conference attended by some very, very high net worth people and some of the top scientists on this subject from all over the world. And I was blown away by the interest from high level Silicon Valley, people who clearly know categorically that there's a cover up. And they think it's hilarious and amusing that the public is still allowing itself to be misled and deceived. And they're operating on the assumption that it's real and positioning themselves by investing in Skywatcher so that they can basically be there to develop what the US has kept secret quite improperly for 60, 70 years. And there's nothing stopping them from developing that technology. And I mean, that's the exciting thing, is that, you know, there's a real probability now that the materials science technology will be out in the public domain. And more importantly, what you'll see, and I've spoken to people in the legacy program who've told me they want to do this, as soon as they see a private enterprise company in a public way working on the materials science behind these objects, they're going to jump from the legacy program and come and help. They want to go and work. They might not go public, but they want to go and work for these new companies. They really want to bring the knowledge and the know-how that they've developed in the black and take it to private sector, because they think everybody's got the right to know about this. They are as frustrated as you and I about the retarded way that we're still running on fossil fuels and that we are, you know, planes fall out of the air, that there's technology there that they know about that can be developed to human advantage. And it could put, I mean, I've actually had very idealistic ideas from people inside the program who say if the public knew what we knew, the world would lose its differences in a moment. We would think of ourselves as human beings. We would not think of ourselves as Russians or Chinese or Americans. The reasons for wars, energy, resources would largely disappear. The technology is mind-boggling, and it is being suppressed. And it's grossly, gravely improper that it's being suppressed. Take that as a given. But if Jake and his team follow through with what they're doing, and they're only a tip of part of what's happening with Skywatcher, what you're looking at is a transformation, a paradigm shift that could usher in a new human revolution. And it would be the kindling of an awareness of human consciousness and obviously highly advanced technologies. It could also lead to new spiritual understandings about ourselves and possibly challenge a number, if not all, of the world's religions. And I think a large part of the intransigence that we're seeing historically has come from the religious institutions, notably the Catholic Church, that knows all about the phenomenon and knows all about NHI, but has colluded in its suppression for decades.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, let's talk about, we've had David Grush, you know, historically talking about biologics and that he'd spoken with many witnesses about craft. And then recently in this trailer for the new upcoming documentary, The Age of Disclosure, we have Jay Stratton admitting that he has seen the craft and the bodies. Now, with you speaking with so many people in the legacy programs, have you had other people say that they have seen these things as well?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you a lot about it, but like you, I just gasped when I saw Jake. He's such a tease. You know, he goes, you know, craft and bodies. And boy, that's one hell of a promo. And I'm looking forward to hearing the full grab, the full sync exchange. I really hope he goes into detail. I mean, people don't realise that Jay Stratton was senior to Lou Elizondo at one stage in the UAP task force. You know, he was read into a lot of stuff, as was Lou eventually. And he's got every reason to know what he says he knows. And notice also some of the other faces that appeared in that sting. I think James Clapper is one of them, former DNI. These are senior people. John Ratcliffe, now a CIA director. It's fascinating. It's fascinating to see these people speaking so candidly about what they're aware of. How come they can do that? I'm sure they haven't all done DOPSs. And it's really interesting because, I mean, I sense what's happening is the Age of Disclosure documentary is going to be key. It's going to be a very big moment where it might just give that shove. And the timing's great too for Dan Farrar and Lou, because it's going to bob up pretty much at the end of, what is it? Didn't they say it was March that it's going to run? Which, if you think about the timing, so they're going to be doing JFK. They've got all the evidence coming into the committee by February 18th on JFK. So let's get the JFK conspiracy out of the way by end of February, early March. Completely unrealistic, of course. What do you do next? God damn, let's get into UAPs. And perfect timing, bang, up comes the Age of Disclosure. I mean, anybody would think that this has been organised.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds great. And we need that momentum. This really could be a year for really making that progress. I really hope so.
Well, it's funny. I was just laughing because I was hearing your British accent, and I was thinking, yeah, I wonder outside of the US, wonder which nation is the friendly nation that Anna Paulina Luna has said she's going to go and visit because it's already commenced the process of disclosure. And I'm just speculating, but I'm assuming it's either France or Japan. And that's interesting. I mean, I think we should also be looking to our own countries here in Australia, Japan, France, Britain. It's important for citizens in all of those countries to ask their government, well, what are you doing about this? I actually, literally, just before I came into this meeting, I've been invited to speak at an event where a very senior pair of cabinet ministers from the Australian government are going to be attending, and they've asked me to do a provocative speech on UAPs. And I know both of the ministers, and I know their position on UAPs, and fair to say one of them is inquisitive. And it's going to be interesting because that would never have happened, say, a year ago or 2 years ago. There's a change happening, and I'm finding, for example, I'm getting a much better caliber of public official or scientist reaching out to me, wanting to engage. There's sort of they're kind of creeping out of the nest, basically just feeling their way, wanting to know what people like I think. And I don't pretend to know all, frankly. I think, probably I've got some things wrong over the years, but I'm doing the best job that I can do as a journalist. But the thing that really strikes me is I do sense a change, a quickening. And I think we're coming close to a tipping point where this issue is gathering momentum. And it's funny, because a lot of the time in the last 7 years that I've been looking at this, I've been struck, and I've made countless comments about it. I've been struck by the sluggishness and the failure to respond, the inertia in media, mainstream media. And it's kind of depressed me. And then I guess the Jake Barber story made me realise not only do we not need the Pentagon or the intelligence community or the private aerospace companies that are hiding this, we don't need to break that secret open. We can reveal it by doing what Skywatch is doing, which is doing its own summoning and its own retrieval, hopefully. And similarly with the media doesn't need some grey man in a suit sitting them down in an office giving them a briefing. They're never going to get that. It's never going to happen. They're never going to admit to the lies and the falsehoods, the deceit, the deliberate program of disinformation that's a complete breach of laws that forbid disinformation on the American public. But what is going to happen, I think, is it's going to happen despite the media. And the fascinating thing to me is we're at a time when mainstream media is effectively dying. It's dying on the vine, and good fucking riddance to it, frankly. I've worked in it for much of the last 35 years, and it's hopeless. It's failed to grasp this issue. It's failed to grasp the immensity of the biggest story in human history. And interestingly enough, Vinny, it's people like yourself and myself who are operating online and in social media who are breaking this story bit by bit by bit. And that's doing exactly what the legacy media has done on other stories for the last 60, 70 years. But what really fascinates me is the chronic failures that are now coming out in the last few weeks even. I mean, I remember as a journalist being approached about the Epstein story at 60 Minutes in Australia. And mercifully, in the end, we did do a story, but it took such a long time to persuade the mainstream editors in Australia that this was a reality, that there really were establishment pedophiles that were going around raping young girls and doing it with apparent impunity. And similarly with COVID, I can remember being contacted by epidemiologists in the Australian Therapeutic Goods Administration, our equivalent of the FDA, who told me that we should really be questioning the efficacy of the vaccines and the mRNA vaccines in particular, because there were contraindications that were not being properly explained to the public. And sure enough, the levels of cardiac morbidity and mortality have now come to light. The media failed to cover those stories, just like they did fail to cover the Hunter Biden laptop story. I mean, what a disgrace. It's true, and it wasn't some right-wing conspiracy trope. It's true that 50-something intelligence chiefs effectively deceived themselves by purporting that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. Now, I don't know whether they deceived themselves or whether they colluded in a deceit to try and stop Trump from becoming president. But what a disgrace to allow the politicization of intelligence. And there should have been a media investigation into the Hunter Biden laptop. There bloody well still should be. It was corrupt. I mean, I for the life of me do not know why there hasn't been a New York Times, Washington Post, LA Times, Boston Globe mass investigation into the absolutely disgraceful allegations that are revealed in that laptop contents, which I happen to have here on my desk. And, you know, some of what they show are disgusting. Why, in God's name, does the American public just roll over and tickle its tummy when an outgoing president pardons his son for what were clearly crimes? And why is it that the American media has allowed itself to be so partisan that it became so obsessed in the desire to annihilate Trump and to destroy his chances of winning the election that they lost their objectivity? And I think that's what's happened with this whole UAP issue, that the media is so used to being spoon-fed by the Pentagon. They've no longer got the resources to deploy investigative journalists. I mean, what I've done, I've spent a lot of my own money in the last 2 years talking to and chasing down Jake Barber and other sources, going and meeting people, often just to sit down and spend time with them. It costs money, it takes time. Newspapers, TV stations, they don't fund that kind of work anymore. It's old-fashioned plodding foot journalism. And it's sad, really, because there has never been an easier time to cover something up than right now. And that's why we are at a tipping point. We could very well find ourselves about to find out about the UAP mystery, but it could just as easily all be put back in a box. You know, you could see a situation where the committee, albeit well-intentioned, the Transparency Committee, or what is it called, the Transparency Task Force, allow themselves to be misled unintentionally, and that the whole thing is buried yet again for another 20 or 30 years. That's certainly what the national security wants to happen and is hoping for. They don't want this scandalous secret art. I'm heartened that we've got people expressing all the right noises and all the good intentions in the right jobs, but I'm sceptical. So let's just wait and see what happens.
Agreed. Ross, we've got a few questions sent in, if you don't mind. If we just do a couple of those before I let you go. This one here from UAP Ryan says, Ross, you talked previously on Need to Know regarding disclosure, saying, yes, Bryce, there is a constraint on time. Is there a time constraint?
No. Look, I don't know. Simply, I don't know. I've heard 2027, I've heard 2034. I hear stories of catastrophes. I hear stories of arrivals. They're just stories. I mean, how do you corroborate things like that? I mean, that's the problem I have with, for example, things like abductions and mutilations. Unless I'm there to see it, how do you prove this stuff? So if somebody says to me, as has been said to me, that 2027 is going to be a big year, and then later on I hear 2034 is going to be a big year, frankly, I don't know. I mean, I really have no idea. But yeah, I mean, there are people who say that there are time limits. I certainly think this. I think the NHI, whatever it is prodding humanity's awareness of itself. And I think that the so-called drones are part of that. Not all of it, but part of that. I think that what's happening is there is a deliberate engagement by the NHI with certain people. You know, they're trying to prod human consciousness. And I find it really interesting, the number of people I meet who have suddenly developed an interest in the phenomenon after they've had one or two weird, anomalous encounters. It's like what's happening is the NHI is showing itself to people. When I think I've told this story before, but I had an Australian cabinet minister, very, very senior cabinet minister in a very senior portfolio, contacted me and told me about his incredible UAP sighting, which happened in a very public area. And he realised that even though he could see the craft hovering over what was a crowded public street, and he could see every detail of it, only he could see it. Whatever it was playing with his perception, telling him that it was there, letting him know that it was aware that he needed to know about it. And he explained this to me, and I thought he was mad. But the interesting thing is, the more I hear from people about that kind of twigging of consciousness, whilst there may not be a restraint on time, I think what's happening is the NHI are turning up the heat.
Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Well, it may be incredible because it may be wrong, you know, and I hasten to add it's just speculation on my part, but yeah.
But no, that story of the way he said that guy is the only one that could see it, we've heard that before. We've heard that kind of thing before in other cases. That's incredible. All
right, folks, we are pushing on the 4-hour mark. That is break time for me. Please use this time to get something to drink, get a snack. We'll meet right back here in just a few minutes. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you real quick. In the meantime, be sure to check out all the links. Couldn't find that for a second. This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Get up, move those legs. We'll be right back.
Well, hello there. Over the last few months, you've proven just how much you adore me. And I assure you, the feeling's mutual. Keep trying on new forms and chasing whatever inspires you, no matter where it leads. You fabulous little creatures.
That's sick.
Party time! Excellent!
Hey, that's right. We're back, folks. Part 2 of this wonderful stream. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're listening to some UFO podcasts today, playing some Minecraft. I am going to get right back into where we left off. It was getting pretty good. This is Ross Coulthart.
Here we go. This one's an anonymous person. Says, Ross, you kept the Jake Barber story quiet for 2 years. Does that mean you're working on something else and you're going to keep that quiet until it comes to fruition?
Absolutely. I am working on multiple stories right now. Watch this space.
Fantastic. That's it. Right, Ross, listen, always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you so much. I really appreciate talking to you. And again, congratulations on the...
Where are we going to go from here, folks? Where are we going to go from here? There's many places we could take this. I will start the next podcast in just a moment. Do please check out the links below. I am active on Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, and more. I try to post different things, different places, so be sure to follow what you can. Follow all of them. That'd be the smart thing to do. Let's finish this real quick, and then I'll start the next one. What's it gonna be? We'll find out.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to That UFO Podcast. My name is Andy, and joining me on today's show, a returning guest. He is the president of the New Paradigm Institute, acclaimed civil rights activist and constitutional lawyer, Mr. Daniel Sheehan. Danny, welcome back.
Thank you, Andy. It's great to be here.
Good to have you back on. And Danny, I was just saying to you before we hit record, over the last 46 weeks, maybe 8 weeks, I've seen a lot of new listeners and viewers start to get involved with the podcast, and I think that's down to so much has happened since before Christmas to now. More folks are starting to get the UFO bug, or a bit of an interest in the topic again. So what I'd love to do is, as many listeners will know who you are, some may not, can you give a kind of brief introduction as to who Danny Sheehan is and why he's so involved in the UFO conversation?
All right.
Sure.
Let's do this,
I guess
folks.
the thing that people know most about me right now recently is that I'm the attorney for Lou Elizondo, who was the director of the top secret program inside the United States Pentagon investigating the UFO phenomenon. And I helped Lou work on the complaint that he filed with the Inspector General of the United States Defense Department, complaining about the fact that the Defense Department and our intelligence agencies in the United States were lying to Congress and to the American people in the world about the UFO phenomenon. And I also was the attorney for Dr. John Mack at Harvard University when he wrote a major book about the UFO phenomenon and the abduction phenomenon. And I was legal counsel for 20 years for Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project. And prior to that, I was the legal counsel special counsel to President Carter's investigation of the UFO issue with the National Archives, the Congressional Research Service. So, but other than that, I was, there's other cases that I've done over the years that I was one of the legal counsel for the New York Times in the Pentagon Papers case. I was the co-founder of the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review at Harvard Law School way back in 1968. And was the fellow the attorney that initiated the case that ended up establishing the right of journalists to protect their confidential news sources. So that's sort of my general background. I also was the attorney that initiated the major federal criminal racketeering investigation and civil prosecution against the off-the-shelf enterprise of Oliver North and the drug smuggling operations that were going on in Central America by the Central Intelligence Agency. So this is kind of a long 50-year history that I've had with both these other issues, but a lot of the issues dealing with the crimes of the national security state. So that's I'm that lawyer.
So even just outside of the UFO stuff, you've got an incredibly accomplished and varied CV there. And then within the UFO conversation, you have covered quite a lot of bases. And I think quite often I see online people use Lou Elizondo as Stephen Greer as almost two ends of a spectrum to talk about the UFO conversation. And I think you're involved with so many groups and committees and organizations as well throughout those times. And now if folks go back and listen to previous interviews, they'll hear about some of those as well, including obviously the New Paradigm Institute, which you're the president of.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that puts you in a pretty good place. You must have a level of knowledge and opinion garnered through those decades, which that must really help you in kind of making up your mind as to where things are at right now and where you see things going.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it does put me in that kind of an interesting position.
On that though then, so the New Paradigm Institute newsletter, which I'm signed up to, and I would recommend folks click the link on the description and go and sign up to that. It's completely free. Dated the 6th of February, you stated that January 2025 has been one of the most pivotal months in years in the fight for UFO transparency. Take us through why you think that is.
Well, what's happened now is the United States Congress has now finally sort of awakened, and they have come to realize now that they are in possession of information from extremely credible first-hand witnesses from inside the United States intelligence agencies and the United States military, confirming that the United States is in possession of one or more non-human origin spacecraft, extraterrestrial spacecraft, and the bodies of the occupants of these craft, which they've now confirmed are non-human. And they've also got witnesses that have come forth to Congress telling them in a completely convincing manner that there are secret elements inside the United States military and intelligence agencies who are working with private for-profit aerospace corporations to back engineer some of the technology of these UFO craft to make weapons, special weapons systems and propulsion systems for weapons for the United States. And this is extraordinarily troubling to a lot of the people inside the military and inside the intelligence agencies. And so they've come forward to talk to Congress, first behind closed doors, to tell the Congress about this and the fact that the American intelligence agencies and the military services are lying to Congress, denying that they have any such craft and denying that they're engaged in any such programs. Now the Congress has confronted them, and most recently they have the House Oversight Committee, a very powerful and important committee in the Congress, has established a special task force to actively investigate the issue of the UFOs and whatever this non-human intelligence is that's responsible for them. And they now have Congressman Comer, who is the chairman of the powerful House Oversight Committee, has agreed that he will provide subpoena power to the members of the task force to dig into this issue, to find out what the documents are that show that this is true, and who the witnesses are that can confirm this in more detail. And so that the creation of this new task force is extraordinarily important. And now that President Donald Trump has been inaugurated, he has declared that he is going to insist upon being briefed in on all of the information that we have about the UFO phenomenon and what extraterrestrial or conceivably extra-dimensional non-human intelligence is responsible for this phenomenon. And he has agreed he's going to share this with the American people and the world. So these are a lot of extraordinary developments that have occurred in just the last couple of months. And so here we find ourselves in February with going back and forth to Washington, D.C. and other places, interviewing confidential sources. And they're now coming forward, even independent of the Congress. And you get people like Jake Barber and Fred Baker and a number of the other people, and Ross Coulthart from Australia is interviewing these people. And News Nation, a major channel a television channel in the United States, has agreed to have Ross Coulthart have a program where he interviews these people regularly. And so that and we're getting direct firsthand eyewitnesses who have actually been involved in the crash retrieval program of UFOs, which has been officially denied by official government officials inside the Defense Department and the intelligence agencies, which the Congress now knows are false. So now we're in this phase of the discovery process, where we're interviewing these firsthand witnesses and presenting them to Congress and putting pressure on Congress to have public hearings about all of this, because the New Paradigm Institute, which we founded out of our public interest organization, has in fact been organizing citizens in all 435 congressional districts around the country to mobilize, write letters to the editor of their local newspapers, go on their local television programs, go to their local television news stations, to go to their high schools and colleges to have briefings of the citizens ourselves. And very importantly, there's now a major movement in the United States now that the witnesses from inside the government have come forward and asserted publicly and to the Congress that there is a means by which you can communicate with the pilots and occupants of the UFO craft through, surprisingly enough, telepathy, mental telepathy. And so that there are citizens groups now organizing around the country and indeed around the world to actually go out into the fields and sit in circles and reach up kind of telepathically to try to establish direct citizen diplomacy with the occupants of the UFOs. And they're not being called crazy anymore. And that was one of the major tactics of the American intelligence community and the military, who were trying to keep the secret that they had these UFOs. That was to say people were basically mentally ill or crazy if they believed in that UFOs were real. And so now we've crossed that barrier where everybody now knows that they're real, and that there's a way for individual citizens to reach out and potentially have direct diplomatic communication with the occupants, to take that out of the exclusive hands of the military and the intelligence agency people. And so that's what's happening right now. That's this extraordinary movement that's going on across the world right now. And so people are now tuning in to podcasts such as yours and others, and with Ross Coulthard's television show, etc. And people are now starting to listen to people like Luis Elizondo, who's been trying to tell the public about this. And he's now written a book which has gone to the top of the bestseller list, the New York Times bestseller list, called Imminent, talking about the reality of the UFO phenomenon. And they're beginning to give more and more credit now to people like Dr. Stephen Greer, who's been working for decades to try to share information with the people of the world about this UFO phenomenon. And even though Luis Elizondo and Dr. Greer have differing perspectives on this and are inclined to say so publicly, the reality is that they're both engaged in trying to get substantially more information out to the people of the world about this. And Dr. Greer is suspicious of the ultimate motives of the national security state people in the United States, which everyone has a right to be, because of their dissembling and lying and actually destroying the lives of innocent people who've been trying to communicate information about this over the past decades. And on the other hand, Luis Elizondo is extraordinarily concerned about the UFO phenomenon potentially being a national security threat, which from his perspective, he believes to be true. And so that we have good faith Americans having different perspectives on this, and good faith people all across the world. Now parliaments in other countries are coming forward and seeing what the United States Congress is doing, holding public hearings about this, are now starting to discuss having hearings in their countries to reveal what it is that their military and intelligence services know about this phenomenon. So this is an extraordinarily exciting time and a pivotal time in all of human history. If we are on the brink of getting absolute, indisputable confirmation of the reality of the UFO phenomenon and the fact that they are of extraterrestrial origin, and meaning that there's life elsewhere in the universe, intelligent, highly technologically developed, but non-human life in the universe, we're approaching the point that's going to be a dividing point in potentially all of human history. There's the before we knew that we were part of a galactic civilization, and after. So, I mean, it's actually conceivable that all time will be measured. Instead of from the birth of Christ in Western civilization, or from the founding of certain dynasties in China, it's going to be based upon that crossing that barrier, and to realizing that we're galactic citizens, and that we will be having to compute our time from this period. And so we have a period now over the next 2-year period between now and the next elections in the United States here, that will be in November of 2026, for this administration, now that they're in control of the House and the Senate and the White House, and substantial influence in the American judiciary branch, they have this golden opportunity right now to do what President Trump has promised they're going to do, is extract all of this information from the national security state and make it public. And that's what's happening. So this is going to be probably it could well be, if we can avoid more warfare and even the potential threat of thermonuclear war, if we can get through this next 2-year period and bring to fruition the promises of this administration pertaining to the UFO issue, we may be witnessing in the next 2-year period the most important 2-year period in the entire history of the human family. And here we are, privileged to be here, to be all participating in this extraordinary process, which people will be looking back 1,000 years from now, looking back at this as an absolutely transitional period in human history, and we get to all participate in it. So that's what your show is about, and you've been telling people about this for months and months and months, and now here the time has arrived where this is actually happening right in front of everybody.
You know, Danny, you are the human equivalent of ChatGPT for the UFO topic. When someone asks what UFOs are, I want to dive into so much of that, and I'm glad I've got notes on quite a lot of it already, so which is really good. It's handy. You mentioned the Stephen Greer and Lou Elizondo thing, and I want to bring that up. I don't know if you remember in the 90s or 2000s. I'm sure you were incredibly busy. There was a program on MTV called Celebrity Deathmatch.
Yeah, I do remember that.
If that was still going, then I'm sure those two would have been on there in puppet form already, just given the nature of how the UFO community treats both camps. How do you think that juxtaposition and positions for those two affects the UFO topic? Because like you say, they both have some very strong claims that contradict the other. So is it a case of a lot of folks look at that and go, well, one of them's lying, or they're both lying, or it's something in between? How do you kind of view those two very differing, characters?
Well, it's an interesting thing because, I was for 20 years the legal counsel for the Disclosure Project of Stephen Greer. And since 2021, I've been legal counsel for Lou, both of them. And so I'm quite familiar with what the challenge is here that we have. And that is that our people in Western civilization are very much trained to engage in the dialectic of good guys versus bad guys. One rugby team versus another, or one football team or basketball team or baseball team, and people get caught in this. It's a dynamic that entertains people and draws them in. And there's a tendency, therefore, to try to push people into camps to entertain and sort of titillate people. And what's happened here is that I think that people are attempting to kind of goad different proponents in the UFO field into conflict with each other for entertainment purposes. And now, so that if you look at Dr. Greer and Luis Elizondo, you can see that both of them agree that the UFOs are real, which sets them both apart from a significant majority of people in positions of power and influence for decades who didn't dare say that. Both of them had dared to say that and to go forward and tell people that it's true. Both of them have insisted that the United States military and the intelligence community have been lying to Congress about this. Both of them are extremely concerned that because of that secrecy that's been maintained, the right decisions are not being made about how we explore the question of the UFO phenomenon and the extraterrestrial intelligence that is responsible for them. We don't have citizen involvement in it. We don't have expert scientists, the leading people in the various fields that are being given access to the information to try to evaluate it. They also agree that the United States Congress needs to step forward and take a much more active role in this in order to maintain the constitutional structures of our government. Both of them recognize that the continuation of the secrecy poses significant threats to the safety of the people, because the people that are in charge of the program are so deeply secret about it all, and that they've been utilizing the technology of the UFOs to actually try to develop weapon systems that could present an entire new level of conflict and potential devastation to our planet. They agree on all of these things, okay? And so that on a scale of 1 to 100, there's probably 75% of everything that both Lou Elizondo and Dr. Stephen Greer believe and agree on. Then there's 25% of it is a little different because they come from different perspectives. And Dr. Greer has been convinced for many years that the deep state in the United States, the deep intelligence agencies and secret military programs are dangerous, that they are so dedicated to the dialectic over and against Russia and over and against China, over and against the countries that disagree with our American capitalist system, basically, that they're willing to resort to all kinds of perfidy and criminal conduct, political assassinations, drug smuggling, lying, supporting death squads, etc. All of which is true. And in the 20 years that I spent being legal counsel to Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project, I was very clear and forthright about that being true. And that was part of our alliance. And because of that, what Dr. Greer has done is said that it's very dangerous to leave the control and knowledge of this UFO phenomenon in the extraterrestrial intelligence in the hands of those people who are willing to do those kind of things. And one of the things that Dr. Greer and I both came to know during the 20-year period that I was legal counsel for the Disclosure Project was that our United States military and intelligence community has actually been willing to engage in generating what we call false flag military operations. For example, with Operations Northwoods that people know about, that the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff, actually military Joint Chiefs of Staff, an intelligence CIA agency, proposed back in the 1960s, actually dressing up anti-Castro Cubans in Cuban uniforms and having them physically, militarily attack Guantanamo, our Navy base at Guantanamo, and actually kill American service people and sink American military craft, and to actually go into Miami and blow up shopping malls and kill people, targeting specifically the anti-Castro Cuban refugee community, so that they would enrage that community that would rise up and authorize our military to militarily attack and invade the island of Cuba. That is all true, okay? And because of that, Dr. Greer has said, look, if the same elements deeply buried inside the national security state of the United States are exclusively in control of the secret information about UFOs and the extraterrestrial civilization, they may actually be willing to plan a false flag attack. If they're using the technology that they've recovered from some of these craft to back engineer craft that look and act virtually identically to the UFO craft, that is not beyond them to actually stage a fake UFO invasion in order to strengthen the hand of the national security state, even to the point of invoking the continuity of government provisions that they have, of being able to have the military and the executive branch take over all of the legislative and judicial functions in the country, all in the eyes of a potential thermonuclear war. Now, so that Dr. Greer has become convinced that unless we get this information exposed and shared with Congress and take steps to get this information communicated to the people of the world, that people inside the national security state of the United States might be tempted to actually carry such a plan into effect. And so he has been putting that front and center in a lot of his communications, because from his perspective, knowing what he does know, he thinks that that's such a danger that he wants to warn people against this and try to deter any kind of temptation that they might have to do such a thing. Now, on the other hand, Luis Elizondo, who is a person who has been raised in the military community and comes from a family in Miami, where, interestingly enough, they're part of the very anti-Castro Cuban community that was targeted by Operation Northwoods to actually blow them up and kill them in the shopping malls. And he comes out of that community, and he's joined the military and has spent his life in the military. And he very clearly, once he got put into possession of information about the reality of the UFO phenomenon and the kind of activities that were being engaged in, he became extraordinarily concerned that this activity on the part of the UFO vehicles constituted a threat to the national security of the United States. And he was put in a position by both, I'll point out, both the Republican and Democratic Party, both. He was charged with responsibility for trying to think through what the potential threats might be that would be posed by a foreign power, even if it's extraterrestrial. For example, shutting off all of the nuclear missiles at a military base, such as in Maelstrom, in Montana, and other places, and surveilling secret military facilities, and following our nuclear aircraft carriers around in the ocean. And from his perspective, that very definitely constitutes a threat to the national security of the United States, because he conflates the maintenance of those kind of military and even nuclear capacities as an essential element of our national defense. And so the two of them, even though they agree on 75% of all the factual reality, they have this other 25% coming from their respective perspectives that has caused people to pay a lot more attention to that 25% of the things on which they disagree. And because that disagreement is so focused, the people have, in a sense, solicited that information from them that's in that 25% area. And it's now started to cause people to be fascinated by that kind of conflict. Even to the point, I mean, when you have a culture that has games like you were talking about before, where they have on television cage fighting, when you have a culture that is so stimulated into that kind of combat, that kind of almost lethal combat, in that they take a titillation from that, they're tempted to try to overemphasize, I think, the degree to which Dr. Greer and Luis Elizondo, both of whom have been my personal friends and still are, right, that they emphasize the conflict between them instead of the positive things. So I believe that in light of the fact that one of the things that our human family has to be able to do in order to effectively and productively engage with the extraterrestrial civilization is we have to be able to get over this kind of desire on the part of our species to engage in conflict with each other. And to have that be such a central dynamic in our relationships with each other, we have to demonstrate that we're worthy of actually having a positive and constructive bilateral relationship with another species, with another civilization, before they're going to trust us, before they're going to be willing to allow us to come out into their region. And they especially aren't going to allow us to bring nuclear weapons out into their territory. And so that we've got to confront this issue, and we have this extraordinary advantage here of two of the preeminent voices in the field of attempting to secure disclosure. We have this extraordinarily important opportunity to try to see if we can get people in their two camps to share their legitimate perspectives with each other, to get past this, so that we can assist these two men, friends of mine and clients of mine, to transcend this type of conflict with each other, and to avoid the temptation of being goaded into this, like in high school, where two guys start having an argument and people start gathering around them going, fight, 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 trying to force them into this. And it doesn't help that we have people interviewing them respectively who are cage fighters, right? And our crowd of being cage fighters, and trying to generate that kind of energy. And so I'm sort of on the other side of that process. I'm trying to get to bring people together, to get them to share their information together, to acknowledge that there are differences in perspective, and try to explore what potential legitimacy there is to the other person's perspective. And nobody can reasonably acknowledge that the flight of completely unknown vehicles over the top of a nuclear missile facility and shutting off all of the missiles can't reasonably be perceived by those in charge of the security of such facilities to be some kind of a threat to them. And on the other hand, nobody who is familiar with the background of the activities of our deep national security state with regard to assassinations and drug smuggling and the actual proposal of false flag military attacks to blame on some adversary. Anybody who's familiar with that deep history cannot fail to understand that a person could reasonably and in good faith come to suspect that element in our national security state infrastructure is capable of doing something like utilizing the technology that they're recovering from the craft, building fake craft, and actually having a fake false flag attack to generate more power for themselves. These are both, and the problem is I have to be extremely careful, because if I publicly attribute good faith to either or both of these gentlemen, the other one has been pushed into a point of viewing that as a bad thing, to acknowledge there's any good faith perspective that the other could share, and so that what I'm hoping to do, that I don't talk about this very freely, but when that it's coming to the point now where people are all talking about it, because we've got people who are ardently supportive of both of them, and feel that it's necessary for them, therefore, if they're a quote supporter of that person, to oppose the other person. It's that whole red team, blue team, I mean, and so that I think that it's a simple enough observation for people who have watched the Super Bowl and watch cage fighting and watch rugby teams and soccer teams, football teams of their own countries, where the fans from the two different teams end up getting in massive fist fights on the field, to say that is a level of consciousness that our human family is capable of, that we have to address, that we have to try to transcend that kind of low consciousness that may have served us at one time, millions of years ago, when it was necessary for tribes to fight over a water hole for survival. But we're hopefully past that point, and that we should avoid that kind of low consciousness activity, and not have people of good faith be goaded into these kind of conflicts with each other, which is not that constructive. Even to the point, that we have now, two main political parties in most countries that fight each other like that. And for anybody to recognize and grant the legitimacy of the point of one of their opposing political parties is ostracized by their political party members, and that this is a great test for our people, a great test for our human family right now, to be able to utilize this opportunity that we have to reach out to the stars and actually become a spacefaring species, to be able to demonstrate that we can overcome this. And so that this is a challenge that's right in front of us. We can see it in personal ways, and that it presents a great opportunity, I think, for us to help transcend this and qualify to be citizens of the galaxy. But we'll see. I know both of these gentlemen, and I hope that we can help overcome this problem right now.
You make a lot of really interesting points there around the Elizondo and Greer camps, and I just want to ask one more thing. Given your relationship with them professionally and personally, have you ever tried to bring them together to have that conversation in person?
Well, I'm sort of in that process now, because historically I've refused to answer the kind of question that you've been asking me, but I think that it's becoming so important now. That there's so much activity going on now, and we're engaging. That we have been successful in achieving an absolutely bipartisan support for disclosure inside the Democratic and Republican parties. You know, we actually, the New Paradigm Institute and the others that have been working in the same field, the Saul Foundation, the UAP Disclosure Fund, MUFON, you know, all of us that have been around for a long time are all extraordinarily happy about the fact that we've been as successful as we all have been together to bring about not only a nonpartisan, but an act of bipartisan support for disclosure with the two political parties in the United States. And so that because of this extraordinarily important opportunity, we want to have the benefit given to Congress of both of these gentlemen, of the perspectives that they have, so that we can explore what the reality is with regard to not only the things that they both support, but things that they may differ on. And so so I've agreed to answer the questions because I've been on your show and I highly respect you, and I know that you're asking that question from a completely legitimate perspective. You know, you're not trying to titillate anybody or to stimulate this kind of conflict between the two of them. You're really wanting to explore the opportunity for some kind of cooperation between the different camps within the community. And so therefore I'm willing in this context with you, Andy, to answer that question. And others who ask the question from what I understand and believe to be a good faith perspective, I think that this is the process by means of which we can help resolve some of this conflict between different camps inside our community, and demonstrate that we're worthy, I think, of the respect of Congress as a movement, as a citizens movement, and support the positive outreach on the part of people to the UFO vehicles themselves, so that they say, this is a human community that's genuinely trying to transcend the type of dialectical, antagonistic kind of activity that they are concerned about us bringing into their territory by leaving the planet and leaving our solar system and coming to engage with them. That we need to be able to show them that we can overcome this lower tendency that we have developed historically.
So one of the points you made before was about this, I've called it a few times, this age of the whistleblower we appear to have entered, where we seem to have waited in 2024 for these whistleblowers to come forward after Grush in 2023, and it never quite happened. And then lo and behold, 2025 arrives and bang, we've got one after another, it seems, which has opened up a whole range of conversation. What's been your take on, it seems Jake Barber at the forefront right now, and he has Fred Baker, Don Paul, and I've just had John Blitch on the podcast recently as well, backing up his story. What is your take on that story? And I want to ask the public perception of that as well. And I'll just give you a little bit of context. I was on a friend of mine's podcast just the other day, and that's not a UFO podcast. It's more general conversation, societal stuff, quite tongue-in-cheek, but Scottish-based humour, okay? And they asked about the UFO stuff right at the beginning. And it was quite a difficult conversation to still have with them, because quite often in the community and online, I see people comment that the public's ready for this conversation, the public's ready for the woo, the experiencers, psionics, telepathy. I find it the opposite. And speaking to these two guys who are just, same as me, general public, but no interest in UFOs, I sent them the link to the News Nation 41-minute piece with Jake Barber. And as I kind of thought would happen, and this isn't for everyone, but generally, they found it reasonably interesting hearing about the crash retrieval stuff. As soon as he mentioned his experience, the femininity, the divine, and the psionics, they both basically called BS on it, and they were like, "Nah, that completely turned them off." And I think that's still the place of most of the public. Is that unfair?
Well, it's interesting. It's going to be an additional challenge to if with regard to the first part of it, getting people to say, "Oh, okay, I'm getting persuaded that there are really craft, that they may well be extraterrestrial." I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to get people to come to grips with. And there's been a lot of discussion about this inside the circles where Luis Elizondo and both Dr. Greer, work all the time. Because they know that there's this dimension to it. There's this extraordinary additional dimension having to do with consciousness and telepathy and the operating of the vehicles with telepathy, et cetera, and that there's been an inclination to try to avoid that until we get people to at least understand that the UFO phenomenon is real, and that the consensus among those who are really familiar with it is that they appear to be extraterrestrial in their origins. And even those who think that they're extra-dimensional are open to the possibility that what appears to be extra-dimensional may be a function of the way that they travel, the way that they come here from their different star systems, that they go into some kind of a high, ultra-high frequency vibrational state where they can move instantaneously, more or less. And when they uncloak or they lower their vibrational frequency, they come into visible form or material manifestation. And then people think that that's an extra dimensional phenomenon. But the bottom line is that's challenging enough right there to get people to come to grips with that. And so that there's a temptation historically to try to postpone, at least, just like you would in baking a cake. That there are certain ingredients that you put together to begin with, and you have to put them together in the right order in order for the cake to work out right, and if you put them together incorrectly, it won't work. And that's why some people, such as Luis Elizondo and others, believe that there needs to be a reasonably controlled process by means of which this disclosure takes place, so that people can be given the information that they can absorb and that they can integrate and they can come to believe, and then be given more information, etc. Now, Dr. Greer and others in the UFO community so distrust the national security state and the military in the intelligence community that has been lying, not only lying for these past at least 80 years, but have been engaged in actual criminal conduct against private citizens who have been trying to share this information, to suppress it. And so that they distrust them so much that they believe that any authority that community has to control the disclosure is going to be misused and abused. Okay, and so that's why Dr. Greer and others advocate, let's have all the information, let's have it all instantaneously, let's have it all come out at one time. But Andy, I think you're pointing out a very important direct experience where you come to realize that the vast majority of people in our human society can't absorb that kind of stuff all at one time. They can say, okay, I'm good with the first 50% of it, but when you cross into this other area, all of a sudden they shut down and they call BS on it and they don't want to hear it. And so this is a dramatic demonstration of exactly what the issue is that we're having to work on inside the UFO disclosure community, of how do we responsibly and ethically engage in phasing out this information to people so that they can actually absorb it. The Sufis have an ability to create stories that have 4 or 5 different levels or dimensions to them, so that people can hear as much of the story and get as much of the lesson, the moral lesson that is implicit in the story of the Sufis. They're trying to get through to people, and that we're trying to figure that out now. How can we, in a sense, create a Sufi presentation that can be heard by everyone at the particular level of consciousness where they are, without freaking people out? But there is no way to ultimately avoid the relevance, the central relevance of this issue of consciousness, and the effect that it's in the years I spent with Dr. Mack. I was Dr. Mack's lawyer for 10 years, from 1994 until his passing in 2004. And this is one of the major issues that Dr. Mack came to grips with. Is that he had initially started out thinking that the people were mentally ill, who thought that they'd been abducted. Then he started becoming convinced that, well, they were, in fact, experiencing something very real, whatever it was. Then he came to realize that it appeared to be extraterrestrial. And then he came to realize deeper and deeper as he got into this, that it was having this kind of consciousness effect upon the abductees, that they were ascending into a higher and higher state of consciousness, to the point where many of them, most of them, began to experience this as a positive event in their life, which they started out being terrified of it. Okay, and so that John Mack went through this evolutionary process where he realized that this had this spiritual dimension, this consciousness dimension, and he began writing about it more as he got deeper into it. So I believe that this is one of the issues that we have to come to grips with, and what we're trying to do now is we're trying to assemble a source of authority that can be trusted, since we don't trust the national security state. That is too attached to this dialectic of trying to, the old saying, the Sufi saying again, is when a pickpocket meets a saint, all he sees are his pockets. And so that people inside the military intelligence community, when they encounter the UFO phenomenon, instead of saying, holy mackerel, look at this, beings from an entire extraterrestrial civilization, what an astonishing opportunity that we have here to learn new things and expand. And so they say, holy shit, this is really dangerous. These people can go faster than our jet fighters. Boy, we'd love to get our hands on that technology so we can make bigger weapons. And so that Lou has been surrounded by those people, and he's been working in that milieu for all this time, and he has been perceived by some of those people as being a guy who is ascended into a higher state of consciousness, really, inside his military community, that he's in a higher state of consciousness. He's actually trying to get something done that they thought was contrary to the secrecy that was necessary to protect the national security state. And so he's being challenged by the people in his community. And Dr. Greer is having the same kind of experience over there, that a number of people in the community, are angry at him. And so we're trying to get past all of that. I'm hoping to try to get past all of that. But I hear exactly what you're saying, and I take a very, very important lesson from what you're saying of how we have to choreograph this information coming out to the people in a sound and responsible way that is completely ethical, but also effective. And that's what we need to do. I'm hoping that we can get the House Oversight Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee engaged in some sort of a joint committee that is working on figuring out exactly where that balance is, of to how rapidly we bring this information forward, and the means by which we do. Now, that Steven Spielberg, who has produced the major motion picture, E.T. and the Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He also did this television series that's been lost to history called Taken, that he did. And he's also done a television series, a documentary series called Encounters. And he's now getting ready in 2026 to produce and display a movie called Disclosure. And so that is going to play, I think, some significant role in helping to conscientize or raise the consciousness of a vast viewing audience to try to understand this. So we're trying to figure out, exactly how he's going to pitch this. How is he going to strike that balance? But you'll know. Remember, in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the Richard Dreyfuss character and the others were all somehow being affected psychically. That they were all being drawn to this mountain. There was some kind of thing happening there. So even Steven Spielberg was aware of this kind of interesting dimension to the whole thing, where Richard Dreyfuss would sit there and build this mountain out of his mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
And so that he's touched on this issue in an adroit way. And I'm hoping he's going to continue to do that in his upcoming movie. But it's a very real challenge that you present here, and I think it's appreciated by the people that are working with Lou Elizondo of how we choreograph all this. And I've had conversations with Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ and other people who have been involved in that side of it. That whole issue of consciousness and its extraordinarily central role in this issue, and I'm hoping that we can solve this if we can find a sound and responsible, authoritative entity to be working with, whether it's this task force or whether it's the 9-person panel that has been proposed by the Senate in their 2023 Senate bill. The big 64-page bill that they proposed, this 9-person panel. We're trying to establish some entity that can be trusted and has the authority to make decisions about this. Our New Paradigm Institute is mobilizing the people, the actual people in all the congressional districts and in other countries, trying to get the information that we have vetted and that we believe is solid and can really be trusted. And so we're trying to play a role in this at the newparadigminstitute.org, so people can contact us. It's totally free. People can become members of the New Paradigm Institute. They can become members of Citizens for Disclosure, which are going to be working in each of their congressional districts, in each of their states, and in each of their countries around the world to get their state legislature or their federal legislatures into action on this. Because those are the proper people that are the elected representatives of the citizenry. And those are the people that need to be involved in this process, not just the national security state people that are inside the executive branch of their government. So that's what we're engaged in right now, of trying to shift the center of authority in dealing with this issue into the legislature. And frankly, the history is that the people in the military and in the intelligence communities hold in comparatively low regard the elected representatives of the people. They view them as, frat boys, people that are just in trying to get attention or always running for office, and are at the political whims of their financing entities. And so that is not a healthy attitude. And it's not a healthy attitude in a democracy to have your national security state people perceiving the elected representatives as people that you need to keep in the dark, that you need to lie to and deceive because you can't trust them. We need to overcome that, and we need to have the elected representatives conduct themselves in a responsible manner so that the national security people who have legitimate concerns in their perspective of national security issues, that they respect those legislature entities. And we need to get the UFO community, that partly is represented by Dr. Stephen Greer and his longtime devotion to this issue, to begin to have confidence in congressionally elected representatives to do this. even if they don't trust entirely the national security state people because of their bad history. Okay, so I find this to be an extraordinarily challenging and interesting period. if you hadn't gathered that so far, this is extraordinary. What's going on? I've been in this, for 47 years. Ever since I was first contacted by the the Congressional Research Service and asked to become special counsel to the investigation on behalf of President Carter. So I've been witness to this over 47 years, and I'm delighted that we're at a stage where we're actually being able to make substantial progress here. I'm deeply appreciative of yourself and your show. I mean, your show is respected by people all around the world. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to get to discuss these things with you and with your listeners.
No, thanks. It's respected by some. I'm sure there's some people who hate it, but we'll go with the ones who like it. You mentioned those representatives, and I'm actually glad we ended up delaying this by a week, because in the week, Representative Anna Paulina Luna announced there was something coming, big announcement. There was a whole load of rumour going around as to what it was going to be. I had the impression, just looking at other people's opinion who I would respect, who thought it would be something around transparency, but not necessarily directly UFO related, but it could impact the UFO topic. And I think that's pretty much correct. So you've got Representative Luna and Representative Comer. They announced the establishment of the task force on the declassification of federal secrets. And for the layman out there, essentially they are going after 9/11, UFOs, JFK, Martin Luther King, COVID, the Epstein list. If you were writing a big book of conspiracy files to be released in 2025,
yes,
in 6 months they are going to try and uncover the biggest, quote unquote conspiracies of all time.
We've got to get that expanded. That's not realistic.
How do you view that?
No. That's one of the very first things that our New Paradigm Institute is directing our attention to, is to mobilize the citizenry to say, look, this is not responsible. I mean, to have this many deep conspiracies investigated and exposed within a 6-month period is not realistic. And the one thing you don't do in Washington, D.C. is you don't set a time limit on a project like that, because the opponents, once they know what the time limit is, they know how to drag their feet and delay things and hold you off and make you go to court, and they aren't going to be able to succeed. So we want to get this expanded to at least 2 years. Because this administration has a 2-year period before the elections in November of 2026, where they're going to be, in a certain sense, almost unchallenged authority. And if they're serious about revealing the secrets deeply buried with regard to the UFO issue, they need to concentrate on this for this 2-year period and to get this information out. You'll notice that the Senate, when we passed the bill back in 2023, the 64-page bill, implicit in that was a 7-year period. There was a 7-year period that was designated in that act within which they had to complete this process. That's a much more realistic view, but that's being opposed by people in the UFO community as way too long a period. But I think a 2-year period for the task force that is in the House side is a more realistic time frame. Now, and as you probably do know, I mean, that I've been involved in. I was in Attorney F. Lee Bailey's office. I was one of the 3 trial lawyers in F. Lee Bailey's office during the Watergate burglary, and we represented James McCord, the CIA wiretapping specialist who blew the whistle on Richard Nixon and the whole White House plumbers unit. And we came to realize in that investigation that at the root of the Watergate burglary was, in fact, the JFK assassination. And I've talked. I was on the Danny Jones show a while ago, and he actually started asking me about that, and we spent like a whole hour or more going into detail about what the unique information is that I happen to have come into contact with pertaining to the JFK assassination, and so that we can be of some assistance to the task force in that as well. That can be dealt with fairly quickly, because we have deep detailed information about exactly what it is that happened in there, because we interviewed Santos Traficante. He was one of our clients at the firm, which I didn't know when I joined it. But the bottom line is he was directly involved in creating the assassination team that ended up killing the president. And so we have that detailed information. So those two issues, I think, with those two issues focused upon, who are, if you had to identify the two most controversial yet credible conspiracy theories in the world, they are those two things: the UFO issue and the Kennedy assassination. Those are the two key things. So I think that they need to concentrate for the first 6 months on both of those things, while we try to get the time period expanded to at least a two full year period to look at the other things. I'm not very interested in all the Jeffrey Epstein things, and they're also going to add into it now the killing of Osama bin Laden. There's a whole other thing. We happen to know that because of being in Washington and talking with their staff and stuff, that we know that they're planning to try to add that onto the list of whether he was really killed or not. It doesn't make any sense to any of us that they would have gotten to Osama bin Laden after all that time and all the stuff he knew and all the information he had, that they're just going to kill him. And then, oh, by the way, we threw his body out of a helicopter into the ocean because we didn't want anybody to know. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to anybody, and the same thing is true of 9/11. That nobody with a IQ above room temperature believes that Building 7 just sort of fell down like that. So that these are things that are important in people's consciousness. But in my opinion, the UFO issue is so transcendent in its importance, and it's so profound in its full implications, that we need to concentrate on that right at the beginning of this. And that has been actually the impetus for the creation of this particular task force. So that's going to be part of our objective of the New Paradigm Institute, is to get the UFO question front and center in that task force as soon as possible, and to expand its time period to 2 years.
Very slight sidebar. I always try and keep away from talking about UFOs, conspiracy stuff, especially in my day job. A lot of folks don't know I have this podcast where I work. And just the other day, there happened to be two of us in the office, and I shared this on the Discord chat, and I got talking to this other guy who I don't know too well, but we've worked together for years. And he found out about the podcast, and within 20 minutes of going from nuts and bolts UFOs, it's really funny you mention it, I was talking about World Trade Center building number 7 collapsing, and he genuinely was like, I've got no idea that even happened, that another building collapsed that day. And I was like, oh god, yeah. I showed him the video, and there's a whole thing about the BBC reporting it 20 minutes before it happened, and then it happened, and very strange, but whole other podcast, whole other show. I want to ask you then, generally, we've got this new administration come in, so we've gone from Biden to Trump part 2. How big an impact do you think this administration can have with Trump at the helm, who admittedly, a lot of folks seem very confident that he could be the president to bring about real change in terms of disclosure? He himself has said on multiple occasions he isn't a believer.
That's right.
Is that not a roadblock still to all of this?
Well, it's a challenge, but a lot of people aren't believers of certain extraordinary things until they see the evidence. That's just true, and that he doesn't know. A person who's completely ignorant of the facts pertaining to a given subject, doesn't believe a certain thing. But once you're shown the facts and the detailed information, he's a very intelligent guy. The concern that we have about Trump is that he has a tendency to want to seek personal advantage all the time in things. It's kind of a motive that he has, and that there's some concern that when he gets briefed in detail about what all the details are pertaining to the UFO issue and the extraterrestrial technology or civilization, that he might try to take some personal advantage in it. And that's a concern. But those of us who are willing to grant him good faith to start with in an administration like this, hope that he's going to be so overwhelmed by the reality of this that he's going to feel disposed actually to engage in the public interest, and make this available in a sound and responsible manner. And the reality is that very peculiarly, he, as you suggest, might actually be much more inclined to do something like this than any other president that we could have had right now, because he is so iconoclastic. He isn't caught up in, maintaining all of the momentum of the normalcy that the other administrations kind of major in. Okay. And so that he has a real opportunity to do something extraordinary and to reveal this information. And we have to get a look at now a lot of the people that are going to be surrounding him as his advisors, et cetera, that may try to talk him out of it. But he's promised several times to do it, publicly during his campaign, that he would in fact secure all the information about the UFO issue and make it public. He said he'll do that. And I'm hoping that we're going to be able to hold him to his word on that.
Another thing that's kind of happened over the last couple of days that I want to get your thoughts on before we answer some listener questions, Danny, is that Dean Johnson has published the additional questions that were answered off the back of the congressional hearings back in November. Yes. And a lot of folks split opinion at the time on the hearing, how it went, the impact of it. Was it as profound as the Grush hearing previously? Yes. It was all very much, everyone's opinion. Yeah. I've seen a lot of folks very responsive to Lou Elizondo's answers that were given in the 11 questions. Have you had time to go over the questions and Lou's answers? Yeah,
absolutely, I did. Yes.
What is your take on this then? And just to give a very brief overview, folks. So the questions from Representative Eric Burleson, who I almost got cancelled hosting him on this podcast once, where he wore a jumper where folks thought he was dressed as some kind of Nazi, but it was actually a sports jumper, and it just had an awkwardly placed red band on the arm. And there was a whole joke about it, but even Eric was like, Jesus, yeah, I can see how that now looked. So folks go back and watch that. That's almost got a congressman cancelled. That was a claim to fame for me. But he asked Lou Elizondo 11 questions, which included, do any branch of the US government or defense contractor possess technology derived from a non-human source? Do the US military or defense contractors employ exotic materials of non-human or non-terrestrial origin? Is it possible UAPs are extra-dimensional rather than interdimensional? It was very much on-the-nose questions.
Yes.
And a lot of folks seem much more pleased and happy with Lou's answers to these questions than we maybe got in that whole hearing. Can you talk on that?
Oh, sure. It was we were our New Paradigm Institute staff that were there were in communication with Congressman Burleson. In fact, you may note, if you look back at the videos of the hearing, you'll see that Congressman Burleson is reading his cell phone. He's reading questions off his cell phone, which we were communicating to him as he was sitting there asking the questions. And in the open hearing, Lou actually gave some of those answers. They kind of got lost in the kind of energy of the whole hearing, but Burleson specifically asked him, and so did Nancy Mace, is our government in possession of a non-human spacecraft? And he said yes, actually, in the hearing. But they were kind of shooting the questions at him very quickly, and as he was answering each of those questions, people, it kind of went by so fast they didn't grasp the import of it. I think that the most important question, one of which I personally sent to Burleson, was he asked Lou straight out. He said, look, if you and I were to get into a skiff, this top secret container, and given the fact that we have the clearances that we do, would you be able to provide to me the proof that is absolutely definitive that we are in possession of an extraterrestrial non-human spacecraft and the bodies of non-humans that pilot these, and that we're back engineering the technology of these, would you be able to give me that definitive proof? And Lou said, I would not be authorized to do that. It would require someone above me to make that decision. Now, that was an extraordinarily important point in the hearing, because Lou was actually telling him that the Congress of the United States is not authorized to know this yet. Okay, and that should have sent the Congress people right up out of their seats and saying, wait, you're saying that you know the information and you're refusing to tell me the information? And so there's someone above you that it would have to make that decision as to whether Congress is going to be informed, but they haven't followed up on that, and they didn't follow up on that in the written questions. But Burleson did ask these questions, and Lou was really quite straightforward with regard to the first few of them. He just flat out said, yes, I am telling you that we are in possession of a non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft, more than one. Number two, we have in fact recovered biological specimens from the craft and realized that the occupants were non-human. He's confirmed that. And a couple of the other ones, he basically backed up and said, there are people who have asserted this that I believe to be credible. The two of the questions he answered that way, which still puts it into a hearsay kind of setting. But the first few questions that he was asked, he stated flat out that we've got those craft. And they asked him, does he know where they are? And he said, yes. Yeah, he does know. And he actually talked about one of the sites that was on this river, this naval, that I knew that. I knew that one of them was there, but not from Lou. So the Congress, if they ask the right questions, Lou will give them the answers that he is authorized to give them. So there's still a lot more information that Lou knows that he's capable of giving to those who have the proper security clearances. But there is some information clearly that Lou does in fact know that he's not authorized to tell Congress. And that is a problem. That is a problem, because to have a witness right in front of you who knows the information and you're saying we're willing to do it in secret, we're willing to do it pursuant to our national security clearances that we have, and you're telling us that you still won't give us the information, that's a problem. That's a constitutional problem. And that is what was concerning Lou. Lou was very concerned that the Constitution of the United States is not being adequately respected by elements within the national security state bureaucracy. That's something he has been very clear about, and it's a part of his complaint that he filed early on. So he's prepared to participate in facilitating how to get the information, because the question is he authorized to tell the people in Congress with the proper security clearances who the people are who do know the information and who are willing to tell them and who are able to authorize telling them. That's a step that hasn't been taken yet, but it does have to be taken.
With this new administration, and excuse my ignorance, should that not be really easy for the new president and the folks he has put in charge of all these different organizations and positions to secure that? No, because you need to understand that there's an element deep within the national security state of the United States that is fundamentally and profoundly unconstitutional, and that they are so convinced that the elected representatives can't be trusted, and that even the president of the United States is only a temporary employee of the government at any given time for 4 to 8 years, and that they cannot be trusted, and they will not tell them. That's why it's going to be so important
for the task force that Comer has set up now in the House Oversight Committee to have subpoena power and to subpoena these people to come in and to compel them to answer the questions. They have to conduct themselves, in effect, like a grand jury. And they've got to subpoena the people, demand the documents under subpoena, duce tecum, they call it, to bring them in and engage in a confrontational undertaking against the deep state. Because until this group that is in charge of the UFO and ET secrets are dug out and exposed, President Trump is not going to be able to deal with the deep state. These people are the core of the deep state, and they reach into all kinds of other areas. But this is the core of the deep state. This is the most profound, deep secret that is held by the people that are operational in the deep state. And they will not voluntarily tell the president. And they will not voluntarily tell the Congress. They're going to have to be compelled to do that. And that's why I've been asked to draft the complaint under the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act, the federal criminal complaint against these people. And I'm in communication with high-level people inside the Justice Department and inside the FBI who are perfectly prepared to go forward with criminally prosecuting these people. That will put the fear of God in them. That's coming to get them if they're going to continue to. And up to this point in time, they haven't been threatened with that. They know they can get away with anything they want, and that nobody's going to do anything to them. So that we have to do that, and we have to invoke the entire power of the United States government and our criminal prosecutorial authority to dig these people out and to get this information from them and get it into the hands of the responsible people in Congress who have the adequate security clearances and can be adequately trusted to exercise authority on behalf of our people concerning this information. That's the key to this interview. That's the key to this interview.
It seems a lot of the names that you would want to either speak to in a skiff or get the good information from are about to appear in a documentary, Age of Disclosure, from
Yes.
Dan Farah. This was kind of long rumoured before Lou's book came out, when Lou's book came out. Dan Farah was the agent that helped put a lot of those things together.
Yes.
Can a documentary move the needle in such a way that some are claiming this can?
Oh, yes. And that is going to. I have no doubt at all about it. That documentary is going to be a significant event. And therefore, we have to prepare the Congress, specifically this task force in the House Oversight Committee, to respond immediately and to bring those people, some of those people together with them in a skiff and say, okay, Clapper, for example, you have flat out asserted that this is true. Okay, tell us how you know it's true. Who did you talk to? What have you seen? And then we subpoena those people and bring them in. But they're going to have to start right from the beginning subpoenaing these people. And the problem is that they don't want to do that. It's all, let's ask them to voluntarily appear to begin with. And then they lawyer up, and the lawyers tell them not to agree to do it voluntarily. Then they go back and forth, and they start chewing away at the 6 months time limit. Okay, so they've got to start right from the very beginning, treating this just exactly like a federal criminal litigation or a grand jury, and issue those subpoenas and stop, mollycoddling around and thinking that the deep state people are going to cooperate with them, because they're not. We have to go after them as the criminals that they are, and dig this out. And in like all criminal investigations, there's going to have to be consideration for giving some of the people some degree of immunity in order to get their testimony. And there's a whole pilot program now in the Justice Department that authorizes the granting of what they call non-prosecution agreement letters. We're very much aware of this now. And that I'm perfectly willing to participate in granting a non-prosecution agreement letter to certain individuals to get the information that we need, and they will be immunized against any criminal prosecution. I'm a great believer in it. Wrote my honors thesis at the undergraduate school at Harvard in the Fifth Amendment. So I'm not in favor of coercing people who are believing that they are personally criminally liable to give that information. But that we've got this whole pilot program going on in the FBI now about the granting of these non-prosecution agreement letters that we can utilize. And the committee needs to know about this, and I'm sure they don't yet. But they need to have a very powerful general counsel for that task force that's been put together by Comer and Luna, and they've got to go after them, just like a special prosecutor would, and go get this information. And while we're trying to expand the period of time from the 6 months to the 2 years, but as long as we have the 6 month limit right now in place, this has got to be done with dispatch and seriously, right away.
Danny, that's probably a good place to get into some listener questions if you're up for that.
Sure.
I had a lot of them sent over to me, which jump all over the place, but there's some really good stuff in here, so thank you to everyone who sent them over. First off, from Nick, he says, would Danny expect there to be any connections to UFOs in the forthcoming JFK document release?
Yes. Yeah. No, but it's not what people think. I mean, people. This rumor has been around for a long time. JFK asked to get the information about UFOs, and they didn't want to give it to him, so they killed him. That it's not like that. That's just a reductionist, simple-minded analysis of. But what really happened is that immediately after the Cuban Missile Crisis in October of 1962, President Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev, the Russian president, were so personally traumatized about how close they had come to a major thermonuclear war that they began to exchange a series of totally secret letters outside of the authorized channels. The CIA didn't know about it. The Justice Department didn't know it. Nobody. They were exchanging letters through a fellow by the name of Norman Cousins was actually delivering the letters back and forth to Khrushchev and to Kennedy. There were 18 letters that were exchanged, and in those letters, President Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev were actually planning to exercise their respective executive power authority to start to physically disassemble the nuclear warheads of both of those nuclear arsenals and to destroy them. Not to just set them aside so they could be put back on missiles, at a moment's notice, but to destroy them. They were actually engaged in that process. And what President Kennedy did is said he would, in fact, propose to replace the massive military spending that both countries had engaged in historically in this Cold War that stimulated their economies. They would substitute for that a major joint Soviet and United States space program, exploring outer space. And in that context, Kennedy, on June 5th of 1963, reached out and demanded to have full access to all of the UFO and ET information that was available inside our national security state. And they refused to give it to him because they knew he was getting set to give it to Nikita Khrushchev as a show of good faith. They were so desperately devoted to trying to get to disassemble the nuclear warheads and destroy them that he had to convince Nikita Khrushchev that he was in good faith about a genuinely united space exploration program with the Soviet Union and the United States, and that this would help to dispel the Cold War. Okay, and when they refused to give him that, and they realized that's what led them to discover that he was having these conversations with Nikita Khrushchev through these secret letters. And as soon as they realized what those were, it was the China lobby. It was the group of people that said, we cannot possibly allow the disassembly and destruction of the nuclear warheads of our nuclear arsenal because we need them against China. not against the Soviet Union. And this is something that we had direct conversations with President Gorbachev about, is that it was that element, the China lobby that wanted to exploit the natural resources of Asia economically and commercially. These are the people that were behind the decision to say that this cannot be allowed. This man has to be eliminated. And that was Alan Dulles. Alan Dulles, not in his capacity as a disgruntled, fired CIA director as a result of the fiasco of the Bay of Pigs, but it was in his capacity as general counsel for Brown Brothers Harriman, the major private investment group that were devoted to shifting their economic target over to Asia. And that this is a long and this is something that I'll have to be giving in some detail to the task force dealing with the JFK assassination. But you can see that there's a way in which it's related, because it was his demand for all the UFO and ET information that tipped off the national security state people that he was having these other secret conversations with Nikita Khrushchev. And the reason that I know about it is because the person who was going to broker the agreement to cover the systematic disassembly and destruction of the nuclear warheads was Pope John the 23rd, because Kennedy trusted him implicitly, and Nikita Khrushchev trusted him explicitly. And it was Nikita Khrushchev that recommended that it be Pope John the 23rd that actually brokered the agreement and made sure that it was enforced. So that whole process was going on, which is a complete and total secret that nobody knows about. That I happen to know about because I was at Jesuit headquarters, and that the Jesuit order, as you know, is not only the largest order inside the Catholic Church, but it's also most of the foreign diplomats and intelligence operations. And so we were privy to that information. And so the time has come to make that clear to people now as to what happened. And that's the relationship that it has to the demand for the UFO information. But it wasn't the demand for the UFO information itself that triggered the decision that was made by Alan Dulles to authorize the assassination team to kill the president that had been created back in 1960 to kill Fidel Castro and Raul Castro. And that was done by Richard Nixon, which was the key to the Watergate burglary. That's why when Richard Nixon told Haldeman to go over to the agency and talk to Vernon Walters and to Dick Helms and to tell them to get the hell out of this investigation right now, he was talking about the assassination of President Kennedy. And so this will all come out. This will all come out. This is an extraordinarily important task force for disclosure. If something is getting ready to happen, like you can tell, all of the people, Lou Elizondo and Colonel Nell and Chris Mellon and all the people, I keep on telling people, we've got to solve this problem quickly. We've got to get information out. There's something getting ready to happen, here. And if we're going to have a purgative process go on here of being able to cleanse the sins, if you will, of the United States national security state, we have to do this, and we need to do it now if we're going to be prepared to reach out to the extraterrestrial civilization and demonstrate to them our goodwill in trying to overcome this kind of, if you will, sinful past. And it requires not only repentance, it requires penance. So there's going to have to be some pain here. There's going to have to be some painful coming to grips with reality here if we're going to purge ourselves of these sins and to have a clean conscience in dealing with the extraterrestrial beings, because that is something that they demand. That is something that they demand. A conscious, honest species to join their civilization, and that we're not yet there.
Really interesting and information on that, and makes me want to go back and watch some of those old JFK movies I watched when, even as a young kid, I used to watch some of those in my grands, and even some of the Watergate stuff as well, believe it or not. So really interesting story. A lot of people asked about the drone situation, because this is something that came up at the end of the Biden administration, or Kamala Harris administration, as it appeared to be for the final months, into the Trump administration. And Trump used this, I will let everyone know what's happening with these drones. Within days, they came out and said, yeah, these were FAA approved and there's nothing to see here. So many folks have since come forward and said, either that's correct, that's not correct, including, was it Senator, had his name, Mark Kelly, former astronaut.
Yeah.
He told Matt Laszlo of Askapol that the drones were adversarial tech. So what do you know about the drone situation, Danny?
That I don't know yet. The old things I say, that I don't get paid to guess. That, you know, that we do serious investigations. When we're charged with responsibility for conducting an investigation, we get to it and we find out the answer. I don't know yet what the answer is. I do know that there are a percentage of those so-called drones that were in fact performing activities that were well beyond the capacity of any known drone technology. And the people inside the UFO community are rapid to jump on, oh, they were clearly UFOs, and they're all concealing it. It's not clear yet, because we do know that the United States national security state has in fact mocked up a number of craft, a fairly significant number of craft apparently, that perform some of the type of performance that the UFOs can. And so they can very clearly mask themselves as UFOs. But we don't know exactly what the percentages were of those craft that may have been man-made craft, but very special mocked up UFOs. We don't know if there were any real UFOs in that mix, but there were clearly a number of law enforcement drones that were trying to find out what was going on. And there's a very specific body of information which bears much more scrutiny, that they were testing. This was a readiness exercise, a military readiness exercise, testing a particular type of drone that was capable of discerning radioactive signatures. Not that it was necessarily engaged in seeking a real loose nuke, as some people have suggested, that disappeared from the Ukraine and was reported to be somewhere on the East Coast, and that they were intensely looking for it. But there's some real reason to look into one of the theories, and that is that they were testing a new technology of a particular drone that was capable of discerning radiation, and so they could search for an actual loose nuke if it happened in the future. And this was a readiness exercise. And one of the challenges is that this particular technology, this drones, were also equipped with completely, I guess you could use the term, it's an unconstitutional technology, that they were able to spy on American citizens. That they were able to, through heat signatures, to be able to determine how many people are inside a building. They even had potential face recognition technology on them to be able to spy on people from the sky. It was a spy, even closer down in the satellites, with better definition, and that they had buried inside these drones the capacity to spy on the American public. And there's a history of them doing things like that, hiding behind the most sensitive national security technologies, the technology for spying on the American public politically. That I can go into some detail later in another program about all that. But we know that's true. And there's an argument that may be what they were doing. They were testing that particular technology, and they masked it with throwing up all kinds of other drones and stuff to mask that. But we don't know yet. We don't know if that's true or not. But if in fact we get put in a position of needing to know that information, we'll look at that. But the New Paradigm Institute is primarily focused now on getting disclosure of what we already know, and get that revealed to the American public and the world pertaining to the UFO phenomena. That's what we're doing right now is our priority.
Another Daniel got in touch and said, "Hi Andy, what does Danny think of the claims of Chris Bledsoe he's making about the second coming of Christ in Easter 2026? It seems his CIA and other agency friends have taken this very seriously. What is Danny's interpretation of all of this? Is it just aliens playing tricks, or is there a spiritual religious connection?"
I know Chris quite well. I've spent a lot of time with Chris. It's clear to me that Chris Bledsoe believes this, which is important. The question as to what exactly is going on, I haven't been down to Chris's house. He's invited me to come down to actually witness some of these things going on there. But I know that some very important people from the national security state, have gone down to his home and witnessed some of these things going on, and that they've had some fairly serious conversations with him. It's CIA people, CIA domestic intelligence people, military people, like John Alexander and others have been down. Jim Simivan has been down to see him. I know that some people are doing now. They seem to be taking very seriously whatever it is that's going on, but it's not clear that they're taking seriously what Chris's interpretation is about that. And Chris very clearly has this very heavy Christian overlay on his experience. He's prisming it through his kind of devout Christianity, and almost Catholic, because he's viewing this feminine being that he associates with some of the orbs as being a Mary, a Mother Mary, feminine being, and so that and I've talked with Chris about it, and I'm going to see Chris again just in another couple of weeks here up in Ashland, and so that's we'll know more about that, but I do know that's how he's perceiving this, and it raises an extremely important specific issue, and that is the potential relationship between the UFO phenomenon and the orbs, of course, and the traditional religious beliefs of our human family. That whole question about the degree to which some of the UFO phenomena down over the centuries may have been interpreted as the traditional religious beliefs that have grown in the American or in the human family. So this is an issue of important exploration for the religious communities. In Jesuit headquarters back in 1977, we actually presented to the coalition of the major 54 major religious denominations. The Jesuit order was involved in helping to organize that Washington Interreligious Staff Council, and we proposed to them back in early 1977 that a joint task force be set up to come to grips with the issue of extraterrestrial life and intelligence. They just basically stared at us like deer in the headlights when we proposed it to them, and then they went on to some other subject. But this is something that is going to have to be done. We're going to have to come to grips with this. I don't know that Chris is going to be any kind of major point leader in this process, but he's having a very genuine experience, and I'm sure he believes that this is the proper interpretation of what's happening to him. And we'll see how this process goes, but it's going to be, in my opinion, much more complex and more sophisticated than just the way that Chris is experiencing it.
I think you've put that across very fairly, and just so no one's confused, I've often commented on the orb phenomenon being something that I believe in it, but I think a lot of the video evidence is lacking, and points of light in the sky aren't orbs. Chris Bledsoe, I've hosted on the podcast, and Ryan some time ago, and I believe Chris did have a truly unique experience, and the sheer volume of folks from various three-letter organizations who have been involved with him and his family point to something happening. I don't believe that the volume of things he reports now are necessarily UAP related all the time, and I think maybe that comes down to that interpretation, as you say. A couple of nights ago, he very clearly filmed the International Space Station passing the moon because people correlated the time, the date, where he lives, and Chris posted it as, here's an orb. Loads of folks believe it, a lot of folk don't, but I think you have to be able to look at this topic and say, no, that's not an orb. It doesn't necessarily take away from the origins of Chris and his story.
That's right.
But it doesn't always mean what he's seeing now as that. So I think interpretation's a good way of putting that, Danny.
I think that's accurate. I think that's an accurate analysis.
Yeah. And again, people can make mistakes or post something. No one's infallible in all of this.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't take away that, well, that means the whole topic's nonsense. So I'd always stress that. My least favourite name of anyone who sends anything in, because I can't say it, Purple Burglar. Which is a very difficult thing to say in a Scottish accent. Says, I have a question about the government baiting UAPs with nukes. How is it that the UAPs fall for the same trap and get downed by the government using the same tactics over and over again? Shouldn't they be far smarter than that, falling for it time and again? Or are these vehicles they send unmanned and disposable?
Yeah, no, he's gotten a little bit confused there. The utilization of the UAP or UFO technology to potentially transport nuclear delivery systems is not being done by the ET people. You know, it being duped into working with our military. It's the back engineering of their technology and the design of a fake UFO, a man-made UFO that is potentially being utilized to help transport and deliver nuclear weapons. I
think what he meant on the question, Danny, it may have been how I read it, but about the government baiting UAPs with nukes, as in drawing them in using nuclear weapons.
That no. The U.S. Again, you're conflating two or three different things. That Lou talks about this in his book, Imminent, where Lou was one of the people proposing a thing they call the honey trap, of assembling a nuclear task force, aircraft carrier, submarines, etc., and being kind of a really tempting target for the UFO surveillance to come in to surveil such a gathering, and then use that opportunity to trap them and to shoot them down or knock them down. That was a very specific thing that they were talking about doing. The interest of the UFO vehicles and the occupants in our nuclear facilities is very real and a very genuine one. And that it has been their craft that have actually engaged in shutting off not only the nuclear missiles, but also aircraft carriers, nuclear aircraft carriers, the submarines, of actually rising up out of the sea and disabling an entire nuclear aircraft carrier task force. And Richard Dolan is going to be coming out right this week with the first volume of a 3-volume study that he's doing on unidentified submerged objects, the USOs. I think there were 400. I think that, and talking with Rich, something like 400 plus instances of this that he recounts in his 3 volumes that he's going to be coming out with, and so that these activities of the United States military deploying nuclear weapon systems has been the subject of very real surveillance on the part of the UFOs. And that's why Lou and others had come up with this idea of trying to bait, the term that the burglar is using here, to bait their coming in to do the surveillance and then trying to trap them and to knock down their UFO with this new electronic pulse weapon that they've been using to actually knock down UFOs. that's true and extraordinarily unfortunate. I mean, that's engaging in warfare, basically, against these craft, because they view them as a threat to the national security, because they're doing the surveillance of our nuclear capabilities. But the bottom line is that I am completely opposed to doing that, and it backs us up into the question relating to Jake Barber. You remember that Jake Barber is now saying that, and everybody's extraordinarily excited about this whole thing, that Jake Barber is in a private capacity has assembled a team of people that he is going to be engaging psionics, of reaching out telepathically to try to draw in some of these craft, but they're talking about apparently capturing them, and not just videoing them, and not just showing, oh, here they are, they're coming and approaching. But I'm deeply concerned, so is the New Paradigm Institute, about potentially utilizing the capacity of psionics in mental telepathy to attract these craft, and then engaging in some sort of aggressive, hostile action toward them. Now, this is especially dangerous if it's being done by our U.S. military, but it's also dangerous if it's being done by some private aerospace corporation, for whom he's working, and his task force are employed by. That there's even though there's an independent outside funder that's funding their team's operations, they've been engaged in this activity. People haven't really grokked this. His activity of recovering this egg and these other things is inside some range. It's a privately owned area where there's a private aerospace corporation, Grumman, actually, aerospace corporation that he was employed by, and to have the commercial for private profit corporations engaged in trying to capture their own craft, UFO craft, is just slightly less ominous an activity than our United States military taking them down and trying to reverse engineer them. Neither one of these two motives, in our opinion, is appropriate. Trying to either gain some explicit military advantage over Russia or China by back engineering these craft, by knocking them down and taking their technology, or the private commercial industry, trying to capture these vehicles so that they can get patents on these technologies. I think both of those are low consciousness motivations, and that therefore the private citizen groups, civilian, non-commercially motivated civilian groups gathering and reaching out to establish telepathic communication with the craft and demonstrate our openness and friendliness toward them is an important alternative dynamic that I think really needs to be undertaken. And I'm going to do whatever I can in talking with Ross Coulthart and the folks, and getting to hopefully talk with Jake and Fred Baker and some of the other folks to make certain that type of lower consciousness motive is not going to characterize their activities, because even the person who's financing those activities comes from a major private investment group. I do not want, and our New Paradigm Institute does not want the exploration of space and the reaching out to our extraterrestrial neighbors to be motivated by private commercial profit making, any more than we want it to be dominated by United States military efforts to establish superiority over areas of space. We don't want either one of those things to characterize this outreach and solicitation of communications with the extraterrestrial beings. That's our position.
I'll just mention here that if folks are listening to this, my next interview is with Richard Dolan on his USO series, so people will be able to listen to that one, Danny, a few days after this interview comes out. So, and then after that, it's Jacques Vallée. So some really important figures and names all kind of back to back coming up for people to listen to, and at a really interesting time as well. Ryan says, "Hi, Danny. If half the stuff you've asserted is real, then we're in something crazier than Star Trek. What do you actually believe is going on versus what you've been told?"
Well, I don't. We have to exercise great care here not to speculate overly beyond the things that we have obtained information and credible evidence to support here. That this is that I've told the story a number of times that they try to train you at Harvard Law School to just accept the facts that you've got direct admissible evidence on in order to kind of develop your theories of what's going on in a particular case. In this particular case, that given the fact that I've been at this for 47 years now, and have had access to not only the classified information that was in Project Blue Book, when I was working as special counsel to the Congressional Research Service investigation asked for by President Carter, but I've also interviewed people that were staff people in Project Blue Book, investigating the secret 700 plus cases that they were unable to explain away. I've interviewed direct people that were employed in that project, and have interviewed them and discerned what I believe about what they're saying and what they're not. I've also engaged in vetting a lot of the numerous witnesses. When I was legal counsel for the Disclosure Project with Dr. Greer, I've interviewed lots and lots of people, including Clifford Stone and a lot of the people who've had direct face-to-face encounters with the UFO craft and recovery of bodies, etc. And as the legal counsel for Lou, I've been able to meet and talk with and interview the people who have very important information about this. Nothing that's been classified that they weren't allowed to talk with me about. But the bottom line is, I have access, I think, to considerably more information than 99% of everybody else, and based on that, there are some very specific things that I believe. And in fact, what we're doing is at the New Paradigm Institute, we are preparing right now a list of 100 facts that we're going to be putting forward to all of our people that are in our Citizens for Disclosure movement. We're going to have groups in every one of the 435 congressional districts in the United States, in all 50 states, and a number of them in other countries right now, where we're going to be providing the information, say, look, here are the first 100 facts that our New Paradigm Institute is declaring to be true, and that you can take these to the bank. There's a lot of other information that's around, that's still speculative, or there's some evidence on that we haven't been able to actually completely confirm yet, and that those other facts will be added to this list of 100 facts as we vet them and come to believe them. So those are going to be available in the near future. So you'll see what it is that we've come to conclude is really true. And this is made up of information, and we'll have footnotes and links to the actual evidence that supports each of these, so that people will see that this isn't just aimless speculation on our part. This is evidence that we believe meets the standards of Rule 11 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, that support a good faith conclusion that these things are true. And we believe that given access to the discovery process, in this case, given access to the investigative process of the task force that's put together in the House of Representatives, that we can extract the evidence that will be court admissible under the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and the rules of evidence, that will be admissible to put in front of the jury of the American people. And that's the standard that we're using here. And so therefore, for just an example, that I believe that there's convincing evidence that there are at least five very specific species that are extraterrestrial in origin, who are in fact coming here to our planet, and that the UFOs are vehicles by means of which they transit from their separate star system to here. Okay, I believe that they are part of a task force, basically, that's been assembled inside our galaxy to explore planets where life has actually evolved, and that they are exploring sort of as an anthropology kind of experiment, looking at the life forms of what stage that we're all in. And it's in this capacity that they've been coming to our planet, monitoring the development of our species, monitoring our activities toward each other, looking toward setting up some sort of standards by means of which, when we reach a point where we're prepared to venture out into space, into their territory, that they can make themselves assured that we're not going to bring military weaponry. And so I believe that we are, in a sense, quarantined right now. That as long as we are going to insist upon bringing nuclear weapons and undertake aggressive military action to try to establish our superiority with regard to gathering together for ourselves the strategic raw materials that we believe our major business corporations need to maintain profit and stimulate our economies, that we're not going to be allowed to come out there. Every type of experiment that we do to try to get outside of our own solar system is going to be thwarted until we've overcome these deficiencies that we have in our culture right now. I believe that's true. I also believe that there is a very genuine spiritual dimension to the culture that the UFO people have developed. I don't know yet. Our new paradigm institute doesn't quite know yet what the nature of the juridical structure is of their relationship with each other, of these at least 5 species, whether they have some sort of federation that they're in, whether they've established some sort of mutual compact as to how they will conduct themselves with regard to our human family. We don't know these things yet, but I do believe that there is a spiritual dimension to the undertaking that they're engaged in. Now, I also, our New Paradigm Institute has had lots of communications with Marshall Summers, and Reed Summers and the others that in the allies of humanity that realize that there may well be some commercial interest that the extraterrestrial species have but that it seems that the resource that they might be interested in on our planet is actually specimens of life, different types of flora and fauna, for the potential seeding of life on other planets in our galaxy that are capable of sustaining life like this. And so that it's a different than coming here for our trying to take all of our resources or mine all of our gold or take all of our any other natural resource, but it's the actual life that has evolved on our planet here seems to be a potential resource that they're involved in harvesting to some extent. These are some of the things that we believe at this particular stage, predicated on the evidence that we have. I do believe very clearly, and our institute believes that there is in fact a hybridizing project that's underway. That they are in fact, gene splicing the chromosome from their species and ours, and gestating hybrid beings. This is an extraordinarily important issue, and you'll notice that Congress has not gone anywhere near this. Near this. And none of the witnesses that are going to be testifying to them in the immediate near future are going anywhere near this. But it's an extraordinarily important aspect of the encounter that we're having with the extraterrestrial civilization. and so that this bears important additional scrutiny, because this threatens to transgress some important barriers that we would want from our human family, not to have our people involuntarily abducted, involuntarily impregnated, involuntarily generating hybrids of our species. These are things that we have to have a meaningful conversation with the ET beings, and that we need to do it as a human family. And that's why the reaching out to them from the civilian point of view, non-commercial civilian point of view, and expressing our beliefs to them and attempting to persuade them to respect our independence and dignity, and to maintain some of the important values that we have pertaining to privacy, pertaining to free speech and free religious beliefs, etc. That these are all things that are an important part of the conversation that we need to have with them. And they cannot be prisoned through the national security state and the military. This needs to be a civilian undertaking on the part of our citizenry. So these are some of the things that we have come to believe at this point, and that these are going to be things that are put forth in our 100 facts that we're going to be releasing from the New Paradigm Institute in the foreseeable future here. And we will add to them as we garner more and more information and come to conclusions about additional facts.
Well, Danny, we're at the end of our time together, and that's probably a nice place to leave it. How can folks sign up to the New Paradigm Institute newsletter I mentioned before, and obviously find out about things like those 100 facts that are coming soon?
Yes, easy. It's newparadigminstitute.org. And you'll find there all of the links to the various podcasts that carry information that we find to be credible. You'll find our list of 100 facts when it's prepared. And you can join through that. You can become members of the New Paradigm Institute and volunteer to engage in activities working with us. And you can, very importantly, become members of Citizens for Disclosure, which are going to be working in detail in all 435 congressional districts in all 50 states to work with our congressional members and our United States senators to get Congress to step into this role and take control of this particular issue away from the exclusive hands of the national security state. This is an extraordinarily important mission of the New Paradigm Institute. And when we get this objective accomplished, to secure our disclosure here, we're talking about trying to formulate a new paradigm worldview that can actually integrate all of this information of the other civilization around us, what their understanding of physics is, what their understanding of the origins of our universe are, understanding what the ultimate outcome of our universe may be. If they've had several million years more, several billion years more in some cases, time to look into this, to share this information, and how do we integrate this into adjusting our geopolitical structures on our planet, our political structures, our economic structures, and very importantly, our theological structures. How do we, that's the New Paradigm Institute's mission. But we first have to get the disclosure so that we know what the information is that our government knows about, and establish direct diplomatic relations through our citizenry with the members of the extraterrestrial civilization, so that we have a citizen diplomacy exchange of information outside of the military and commercial ventures. newparadigminstitute.org.
I'll put all those links in the description as well for you, Danny, okay?
I appreciate that.
That is a lovely place to end on. Those were some great podcasts. Very informative, a lot to unpack. I will post links to each one in the comments section below. I needed a library on this side of town, or on this side of the map, so that's what I'm doing. Something's gonna go on top of that. It'll hold something. We'll see. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you learned something. Take care. Hit that subscribe button. See you next time.